Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You say you need to stream up so I can lurk. Good morning, OnlyFans. Good morning, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Good morning, Baca. Hey, Shelby. Hey, Allison. I'm so glad you made it over here. I was going to search and send you alert. I said, hopefully she'll be able to find it. If not, I have to go back to where she messaged me. Hey, Maddie. You say you can't wait for he is not gonna put you to sleep because we gonna do him on fast forward from yesterday. Hey, Rachel. Definitely need to be spreading some peace and love today. Boy, oh boy. Hey, Merelda, good morning. Good morning. I tell you, it's like, oh boy, oh boy. Ah, yeah, we having some rough times, right? A lot of violence, a lot of unnecessary things going on. I just yeah, a lot of stuff, right? My heart goes out to everybody that's been affected by some of this stuff that's going on out here. So with that, I do have us where we left off yesterday. I'm assuming that he did some jury instructions or something to them. I don't know. I didn't finish looking. I didn't continue to play it or anything like that. I had to did the first cheer game, which was awesome. She was excited, she enjoyed herself, and she was happy, and the team won. I was like, they almost lost, and I was like, okay, now what the cheerleaders supposed to do if they lose? But I guess keep the crowd engaged is their job. And that's exactly what they were doing yesterday. So how was everybody else's evening? Anybody got anything not what is this? No, maybe not. I guess not heartbreaking. I don't want any more heartbreaking news. I don't watch the news. Oh, well, that's good to know. Only fan. So do I need to play it at regular speed? I mean, you're literally not safe anywhere. It's like crazy work out here. Mm. Okay, well, we'll see. We got to get part. I paused it right where we were at, so you'll kind of see what we have here. How slow it go? Let me see. Okay. Well, okay. We'll do. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and get our ones. I will put that link in there for you, and let's do our ones and our Sweet Pea games, and I will get us in the courtroom. We'll see how fast we need to do this, and then we'll go into the live today. Only because I see they have got started, so we are gonna probably be a little bit behind OnlyFans, but I'll try to get we'll try to get over there as soon as we can. Oh, Merelda, it was nice. She did good. She did good. I thought her legs was gonna be hurting, but she handled it. I was like, ooh, good for you, boo. Yeah, she enjoyed herself. She said it was so much fun. So that is awesome. I am excited for her. Okay, guys, I am going to go ahead and get this started so we can get caught up with everything.
Yes. I think we keep 200, take 201 out.
Okay, that's what the court will do. All right, we didn't really have a formal other acts motion. Some of it's been, I think, rightfully categorized in panorama evidence or context surrounding the case. So is the defense asking for the cautionary instruction 275?
No, we are not.
What about the state?
That's fine.
All right, so 275 is out. All right, 190 is weight of evidence. Any problem with that from the state?
No.
From the defense?
Nope.
All right, 300 is credibility of the witnesses. We've referred to that during the trial. That has the portion where the defendant is testified, so double check that second to last paragraph.
Yes, and we would request that that be given.
Can you say that again?
We do request the court.
Okay. Any problem with 300 from the state?
No.
Ms. Rock, anything else on 300?
No, thank you.
All right, that will stay in. All right, 325 and 327, there's some bracketed areas. And also the heading references juvenile adjudications. We haven't anything about that, so I'd probably take that out of the heading.
Yes.
It's fine.
All right, so 325 will be edited to just take out portion of the heading. 327, the bracketed portion should just reference conviction for crimes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what this adds beyond 325. Yeah, I imagine that 327 is supposed to be something that if the defense wanted it, it would give that special warning that you should bear in mind. But otherwise, it's really the same as, my view is that 325 alone covers the situation and we don't need 327.
All right, well, it does have additional language about
Must not be used for
referencing,
any other purpose.
right, the first one doesn't reference past crimes affecting decision on that. So what's the state's view on 325 and 327?
I think 325 is fine, and I think I'll let the court and defense discuss how they want to do 327.
The language I don't like is, it's a specific paragraph devoted to analyzing the truthfulness of the defendant. And it kind of highlights it as I mean, if she's a witness like every other witness, I like the language that treats her just like all other witnesses. And I think that this would be a much more important instruction if there had been any sort of mention of what the other convictions are and if there was some risk of spillover or anything like that. But I guess the thing I just doesn't feel right about it is, you know, having a whole paragraph that talks about how, you know, this bears upon the defendant's character for truthfulness as a witness, whereas every other witness falls under 325. So it just seems like it's highlighting it's pointing the jury to consider it more, perhaps, for Samantha than other witnesses. And truth be told, in this case, it was, we handled it in the most benign way possible by asking the question and then the number right off the bat immediately. So I think everyone was treated fairly. I'd just like it to be kind of considered equally, is my point. And I just asked Attorney Rock what she thinks, and she nodded, so that should be good.
All right, the 325 winds up by saying it must not be used for any other purpose. 327 elaborates more. It says it must not be used for any other purpose, and particularly you should bear in mind that a criminal conviction at some previous time is not proof of guilt on the offense now charged. So the court's view is that additional language is usually for the benefit of the defendant. If for strategic reasons from the defense side, they don't want that additional perceived benefit. And you're satisfied that 325 covers it?
Yes.
That's your the final decision?
Yes.
All right, so if we take out 327, any objection to that from the state?
No.
All right, so we'll do that minutes should note that defense is specifically declining 327. Is that correct, Mr. Obeer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, before we move on, look at the updated 325.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, both sides have agreed to 325. All right, 147 and 150 are next in sequence. Any objections from the state?
No.
From the defense?
You said 147 and
150 are the next two.
was there any stricken testimony?
I don't know if I cut some questions off, but
But that, yeah,
It's harmless.
any problem with leaving those two in?
yeah, we can leave it.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right, from the state, okay, those two stay in. 157 and 195 are the next two. Any objections from the state,
No.
from the
Objection.
defense?
None.
All right, 148. Any objections from the state? Any objection to 148 from defense?
No.
All right, 160 is I read closing arguments of counsel, then they give their closings. And any problem with that one?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, after closings, 460, 480, and 515. Just double check the language.
Look, okay, is this right for 480? Normally, what I see is 2 verdict forms, one guilty and one not guilty, not just one verdict form where they pick one.
All right, we'll give you the draft. The form that we historically use is with a blank space, not having them sign, so they have extra paperwork that they might be confused with. So this requires the
Oh, yeah.
foreperson to insert either guilty or not guilty and then sign
Okay.
and date that. So it's just a one sheet thing. Sometimes if I've seen with some courts, they give multiple things
Yeah.
and don't have people physically write in the thing, and that creates some excess paper and maybe a
Okay,
little bit of
I'm
confusion.
all for saving paper, so I'm fine with it.
It's not so much the paper, it's just to avoid opportunities for confusion.
Right.
All right, so look at 460, 480, and 515 in the verdict form, and let me know if you have any issues when you're ready from the state's perspective and the defense perspective.
Looks good to me, Judge.
Yes, same here.
Okay, so in summary, I'm going to just do the titles and just after I summarize each side, just confirm whether they agree with the packet and then whether they have any proposed additions. So 100, 103, 110, 1010, 140, 145, 155, 158, 162, 170, 172, 175, 180, 200, followed by 190, 300, 325, 147, 150, 157, 195, 148, 160, and then after closings, 460, 480, and 515, and then the verdict forms part of the packet. 525 is available for the court to read after a verdict. On that summarized packet of instructions, any objections to those, Ms. Templis?
None.
Mr. Aubert?
No, Your Honor.
Any additions from the state?
No.
Any additions requested from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Krebs, you had a chance to consult with your lawyers on the instructions?
Yes.
Okay, and
We
anything?
talked in general about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're deferring to them on those decisions. Is that correct, Ms. Krebs?
That's correct.
All right. All right. The court had talked to the attorneys at different intervals over the last few days about at least the reports from the bailiffs that a particular juror hadn't been feeling well at different times, although the juror did attend. And the number of the juror was 14. And have the attorneys decided whether the person would be labeled as like a second alternate versus a first alternate? What's the state's view?
We did both have discussions and I agree that that would be appropriate.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Aubert?
That is correct.
And you've discussed that with your client?
Yes.
And she's in agreement that we can designate that juror as the second alternate?
Right.
All right, and then, so out of the remaining 13, some point we'll draw a name to be the first alternate. As we discussed at sidebar and certain breaks, in a scenario where 12 jurors are deliberating and somebody either has a bad meal or starts feeling sick. The options to substitute in the first alternate only exist if each side agrees to that. The case law says the judge can't force the parties to accept that, especially the defendant. There's a decision, I think, about 20 years ago from Chief Justice Abrahamson, where that was done in a case, but the defense had not consented to it, so that was ruled improper. Whatever name is picked out of the hat as the first alternate beyond juror 14 being the second alternate, is there a stipulation that that person would be sequestered? They could go home. If something happens with the 12 jurors deliberating, we would call that person back to substitute in and they'd recommence their deliberations. What's the defense view of that?
That is our request.
All right, and is that something that your client agrees to?
Hung jury. In other words, we could say we don't want. Your Honor, I had talked to Ms. Krebs about it before, but I just reminded her about my thoughts in particular about why I think that's a good idea. And she agrees.
Okay, and Ms. Krebs, on that issue of stipulating to the role of the first alternate, you're agreeing with that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've had time to discuss that thoroughly with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the state agree with that or object to that?
We agree with that as well.
Okay. All right, the court had cut and pasted the list of the 18 stipulations, so you have a copy of that. I'd like the clerks to print off the final clean copy of the exhibit list, and I need you to carefully look at that just to see if there's not any kind of suggestive descriptions of the exhibit. So if the deputy clerks can print off 3 clean copies of it, I'm going to have one of it go with the instructions back to the jury room with the list of stipulations and the instructions. So I need sometimes, and it's not intentional by any clerk or staff, how they describe the exhibits might have some suggestive language in that. And so I really need the jurors to know what exhibits have been received, but at the same time, don't want to nudge them with any particular language. So we'll go off the record and let you take a look at that. I got a couple of questions I got to answer from my judicial assistant. So we'll be on about a 5-minute break while you look at the exhibit list.
Judge, does she run up?
Yeah, yeah. This is State versus Krebs. We're back on the record to finish up some things with jury instructions and exhibits. The printout. Okay, yeah, we got to get to. There's something on the top of the printout before the exhibits. 401 special materials.
Yep.
Right, we don't want that going back to the jury. Yeah. So take a look at the exhibit pages. There's something on the top that should not be there. And the ones that say not presented, we to have those, just have the numbers there, but take out. So we can list the numbers, but we'd have to have those blank because I don't want them to speculate on what those are. So 45 through 48, just list the number, but if the list going back to the jurors, this is a separate list from the list that the clerks have to keep for their records. But the cleaned up version that would go back to the jurors should not have anything referenced under 45 through 48, 69 through 76. The reference on the last page to 200 can just be taken out. All right, the record should reflect that the attorneys are looking at the list, and Ms. Krebs is in court, so she can review that with her. So let's start with the first page, and if you see anything worded in a way that is problematic, at the top of the page where it talks about 401, that should be not in the copy that goes back to the jury. So we would take out that 401. So anything that was done outside the presence of the jury should not be referenced in this juror's version of the exhibit list. I don't want the numbers removed, but in non-bolded print, the numbers can stay in, but the description of 45 through 48 and 69 through 76 should be taken out. The numbers should be there in just blank spaces next to those. Any problem with the juror's version up to that point, Ms. Templis?
No.
Ms. Rock?
No.
All right, then look at the following pages. Most of them are not bolded, so that's how they were referenced when they came in. And on the last page, the bolded 200 I would take out. So be careful as to how it's worded. If it's problematic, let me know. So you got a few more minutes to keep looking at that.
I don't have any issue with it.
Nor do I.
Right, so just for the deputy clerk, starting on page 1, I need a cleaned up version. This is just the juror's copy. It's not the official copy. The reference to 401 at the top should be taken out. On page 2, the numbers listed 45, 46, 47, and 48 should not be bolded. Should be non-bolded, those numbers. And then the description should be taken out, so there's just a blank space after each of those numbers. At the bottom of the page, 69 through 75, those numbers should not be bolded, and the description should be taken out. The top of the next page, 76, should be not bolded, and the description should be taken out. On the fourth page, court, it appears that it should just stay the same. As the attorneys agree with that? There's no bolded language there?
Correct.
All right. Fifth page, the same, and then the sixth page, take out completely the reference to number 200, and that's it. All right, if you can print 3 so they can do a final proofread on that. I'm going to put a sticker on the stipulations just as 402. Deputy Clerk will pass out the cleaned up copies. Got one for me? All right, so what you've been handed is a cleanup version of the exhibits that would go back to the jurors with the instructions. And then there's a photocopy of Exhibit 402, which is just a court's exhibit summarizing the 18 stipulations. Do a final proofread of those. There's a blacked out part, just make sure they can't see through that.
That's what I'm looking at.
I blacked it out on a different one and then copied it again, so it's not the original blacked out. Can you see through that, Attorney Aubert?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, with those updates, any problem with those, Ms. Rock or Mr. Aubert? Okay, Ms. Templis?
No,
All right, going to give you a break. The court earlier this afternoon had the bailiff survey the jurors on 2 questions. First one was, does any of the jurors have a major family or work commitment before 6 p.m. tonight? And the 14 said no. So they're available at least till 6 o'clock tonight. Second question is, can all 14 jurors arrive here by 7:45 a.m. tomorrow if we start early? And they said yes. So the court has a number of options. We still have about 3 hours of time we can use this afternoon. So the court definitely intends to read instructions to the jury this afternoon. And then do closings and have them start deliberations at least till roughly 6 o'clock. The court doesn't want them to go further just because they started earlier today and want them to not be tired as they deliberate. And the court will consider input from the defense and the state as to their preference. So Mr. Aubert, on timing, you can go first and tell me how you would wish the court to proceed on mapping out the afternoon at least till 6 o'clock if we want to use that time.
Well, the parties have been talking about it. Do you feel differently, Nick, or?
I'm kind of whatever you want. I mean, I'm ready to go. I think I would prefer to give the closing tomorrow, but if Your Honor wants to get it done today, but at the same time, Kirk, you had a lot with the defense and everything, and I can understand if you'd want some time. So I'm kind of
Right.
whatever you're up for.
And this was my thought, Judge, just a lot happened this morning that, including some exhibits that we had just received last night, and we had to kind of scramble to address some of those things. And I just feel like personally, for me anyway, I would be a lot fresher and clear-headed in the morning. I'm tired at this point.
The balancing the court's trying to do is the jurors are attentive.
Yeah.
They're ready to work. I don't necessarily want to cast aside time we have this afternoon if they want to work. The idea of doing the state's closing, the defense closing, and the rebuttal tomorrow morning, the court will consider that, but I would like to get a ballpark of the time commitment because don't want the jurors to be tired later in the day as they're listening or potentially deliberating, at least maybe for the first hour or so towards 6 o'clock before they'd be discharged. But if they get here tomorrow, and even if they get here early and they got a couple hours of closings on each side, they're going to be tired after listening to both sides too. So, and I'm not holding you to an exact number, but does the defense have a ballpark on at least a minimal amount of time that you anticipate your outline and is giving you for your closing?
I'm thinking 45 minutes or perhaps less.
All right. All right. Where's the state on that from their initial closing and then rebuttal?
I would think that the initial close would probably take about an hour. And as far as the rebuttal, that'll be the district attorney. 15 minutes, 20, 25, it's hard to say depending on what the defense says, but something in that ballpark.
All right. And there, we'd have a break in between. If the jurors say they can get here at 7:45, can the attorneys on both sides get here at 7:45 and be in court and ready to go about 10 minutes after that? So start your closing around 7:55, 8 o'clock at the latest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any problem with that from the defense?
No problem.
All right. And any input from you, Ms. Rock? Ms. Templis?
That's fine.
All right, well, I'm going to give you guys about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come in, the court will start its instructions, and then tell the jurors what we're going to do after I read the instructions. And tell them that you'll be ready to go and get to work a little bit earlier tomorrow. Okay, you're on, I've got 2:35 on my clock. Please be back in 10 minutes.
So print it just in.
Everybody can be seated. All right, the record should reflect it's 2:46 p.m. on Wednesday, September 10th of 2025. We're back in the courtroom. This is Circuit Court Branch 6 for Outagamie County, state of Wisconsin. We finished all our final edits on the jury instruction packet, and I'm going to read the majority of those to you now. How we've mapped it out with the lawyers. I considered their input. As I explained at the beginning of the case, once the evidence is done, whether it's this judge or any other judge reads you jury instructions, it's maybe about 20, 25 pages. Some pages are partial sentences or paragraphs. Not all are full pages. So sometimes it takes about a half hour for me to read it to you. I need you to listen to that reading of those instructions carefully because I'm giving you the law. As a safety net, you're going to get a packet of that. So as you are involved in deliberations and you're considering what the judge explained to you as the law, if you can't remember it, you'll have that packet, but I still need your attention in the next few moments when I read them. After I read all but a few pages, the lawyers give their closing arguments and then jurors go and deliberate. I asked the attorneys roughly the estimated amount of time they're going to be up to give their closing arguments. If we stayed close to that the deliberations would probably start sometime after 5 o'clock today. So the court's always mindful of people getting tired and maybe losing their attention. In the history of the courts, the judges have to make a decision on when the jurors are deliberating and maybe they go home for the night and come the next day, or when they start the deliberations. The goal is to make sure you're fresh and focused and not distracted, worn out, and tired. So what we agreed with the attorneys, or I decided based on their input and my own thoughts and experiences, is this. I'm going to read you about a half-hour segment that's jury instructions. I'm going to tell you a few more things, but then I'm going to excuse you for the day. The lawyers are making a commitment to get here early tomorrow. That's why I had the bailiffs check. Can you get here at 7:45? Because I expect them to be in their chairs by 7:45 and ready to go. So if I read you the instructions now, then we have one of the prosecutors get up and give their closing, their summation. Might be a ballpark of about an hour. We can take a break after that. I'll see how you feel. Defense will get up and give their closing. Maybe roughly that, maybe a little bit less. So we're talking about a 2-hour commitment on that. The state gets a chance for a limited rebuttal. It's not to repeat the initial opening statement, but to respond to what the defense says. So they get a rebuttal because they have the burden of proof. It's not endless or repetitive, but it's mapped out to respond to what the defense said. So based on the ballpark estimates, that should complete everything. And I give you the final few pages of the instructions, and then mid-morning you go and deliberate at the pace that you're comfortable with. So instead of having you start deliberations tonight, we feel that it's going to be a better situation where it's fresher for you tomorrow morning. So that's why we asked if you could get here a little earlier, and if they could get it here a little earlier so you can get down to business. So with that, I'm going to read you the initial instructions. Once again, listen carefully. Some of these are standard instructions that we give in every case. Some on the elements of one offense or multiple offenses are unique to each case, depending on how it's charged. You're court ordered to follow these instructions. As I said at the beginning, you're the finders of fact. You're the ones that decide what to believe, and the judge is in control of the law based on how it's written on the books in the state of Wisconsin. All right. At this point, to members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching a verdict in the case of state of Wisconsin versus Samantha Jean Krebs. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Now apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions. And from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. Now, I must caution you that if any member of the juror has an impression as to my opinion, the judge's opinion, as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you, the jurors, view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. The next instruction is number 103, which is labeled evidence defined. And I gave it to you at the beginning of the case when we were in jury selection back on Wednesday of last week. It reads as follows. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of the witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which the court has directed you to find. You'll get a list of the exhibits, and we send those back to you, we'll also give you a document labeled 402, which is a court's exhibit that lists the 18 stipulations, and most of them just relate to the chain of custody that we discussed earlier in the case. So there's three categories once again: the sworn testimony, second is the exhibits, third is any stipulations. I need to caution you once again, anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial within this courtroom. The charging document, once again, is called an information. And in this case, the information alleges that the defendant, Samantha Jean Krebs, on or about Thursday, July 18th of 2024, in the city of Appleton, Outagamie County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Joseph Carnett with intent to kill that person, contrary to section 940.01 sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, the next instruction is 2 pages in length, and it's labeled, it is the substantive instruction, so it relates to the charge. It's labeled first-degree intentional homicide, and it lists the Wisconsin statute. It starts out with the definition of the crime. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in section 940.01 of the Wisconsin Criminal Code, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 2 elements were present. Element number 1, the defendant caused the death of Joseph Carnett. Quote, cause, unquote, means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second element is listed as the defendant acted with intent to kill Joseph Carnett. Quote, intent to kill, unquote, means the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. The next section explains intent. It says, while the law requires the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent existed for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. Now, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Quote, motive, unquote, refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Joseph Carnett with intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The next instruction is 140, the burden of proof. I did read this during jury selection, but I'll obviously read it again now. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. The presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term, quote, reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. Now, a reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. The charging document, once again, is referred to as an information. Instruction 145 cautions you that an information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way, and it does not raise any inference of guilt. Now, an exhibit becomes evidence only when it is received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. And I had the clerk print off, it's about 5 pages, maybe a little bit longer, the summary of all the exhibits. So you'll get that sent back to you. There are a few sequences where there's just blanks where either side decided not to use those. So it lists the number, but it's blank, and you should not speculate why those are blank. Each side had a decision to make whether they wanted to use those exhibits, and on some of them they declined. So looks like it's about 5 or 6 pages total. So you'll get that. Normally, we don't send the exhibits back right away. If at some point you think you need to see some or several, we expect you to send a note out to ask for those, and then we decide whether they go back or not. Often we have to review the exhibits to see if there's extra things in there before we think it's safe to send them back to you. Recordings were played during the jury trial. Some of those were audio-visual, some of those were just audio. During the trial, you heard those recordings. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You may consider the actions of the person on those recordings, facial expressions, and lip movements that you observed on the videotapes to help you determine what was actually said and who said it. Instruction 162 reminds you just that the district attorney and attorneys for the defendant have stipulated or agreed to the existence of certain facts. You must accept those facts as conclusively proved. In this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated as to the listed 18 stipulations. So that's going to be on a separate sheet of paper that we'll give you with the exhibit list. The first 4 are separated out, and there's an additional 14. So there's a total that they agreed to before the start of the case. And we've cut and pasted it on there. So it's not the most organized looking document, but that's because the court did the cutting and pasting. But you'll see those 14 paragraphs to consider. Most of them relate to chain of custody and records custodians, so they didn't have to come in. Those are the agreed facts. All right, the next 2 instructions focus on what's labeled circumstantial evidence in 2 different instructions. Instruction 170 is labeled circumstantial evidence. It reads as follows. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. The next one is instruction 172 that deals with a different type of circumstantial evidence. It reads as follows. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt or whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you, the jurors, to decide. This next one is 175. It's motive. It overlaps with a paragraph that's in the instruction on the homicide instruction. Once again, it reads, intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. Instruction 180 relates to statements of a defendant. This is separate from statements from the witness stand. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claims were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things. First is whether the statement was actually made by the defendant. Only so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Second is whether the statement was accurately restated here at trial. And third, whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You, as the juror, should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the making of each statement, along with all the other evidence in determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. The next one is instruction 200 that focuses, I believe, mainly on Dr. Kelly. It reads as follows. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give to this opinion, you should consider, first, the qualifications and credibility of the witness. Second, the facts upon which the opinion is based. And third, the reason given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. Next instruction is 190. It reads as follows. The weight of the evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness, or even of several other witnesses. All right, instruction 300 is a full page. It explains how to assess the credibility of all the witnesses that have been presented over the days of this trial. It's labeled 300, credibility of the witnesses. It reads as follows. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. Now, in determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider the following factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial. The witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand. The clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections. The opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about. The reasonableness of the witness's testimony. The apparent intelligence of the witness. Bias or prejudice, if any, has been shown. Possible motives for falsifying testimony. And all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. The defendant has testified in this case, and you should not discredit the testimony just because the defendant is charged with a crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and the weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. In summary, at the bottom of the instruction, it reads as follows. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. During the course of the testimony, there was a few witnesses that testified that referenced prior convictions. Under instruction 325, this is how you are to consider it. Evidence has been received that some of the witnesses in this trial have been convicted of crimes. This evidence was received solely because it bears upon the witness's character for truthfulness. It must not be used for any other purpose. There was a few times where there was questions asked where we didn't have those followed through with. Regarding questions that are considered incomplete or disregarded, the instruction 147 says, disregard entirely any question the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been. If the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. There may have been some time where I said disregard what was said. If there was anything that the court referenced as stricken or disregarded, the jurors are specifically told to disregard all stricken testimony. All All right, at different times during the course of the trial, the jurors hear remarks of the attorneys, including in opening statements and closing arguments. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard that suggestion. Next instruction is 195 regarding jurors' knowledge. It reads as follows. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experience in the affairs of life. All right, the next instruction is 148. There were a few objections during the trial. So what the instruction 48 says is attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. Once again, you, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of all of the evidence. All right, when we reconvene tomorrow morning and you're back in the courtroom, one of the first things we're going to do is go right to the closing arguments. And I'll repeat this instruction tomorrow morning, but as we wind down today, you're reminded to consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys. But their arguments, inclusions, and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given to you by the court. Now, once they're done with their closing arguments, probably by mid-morning tomorrow, I'm going to read you about 2.5 pages of final instructions that dictate your conduct and also your deliberations. There's also a verdict form that I'm going to walk you through that is used back in the jury room. So we'll do that tomorrow morning. All right, we're at 3:15. I'm mindful that many of you are still available to stick around and do some work, but as I said, I balance the interest of the jurors and your comfort level and your ability to be attentive later in the day collectively and the input from the attorneys. So we're going to adjourn in the next few moments. As we get to this point in the trial, all the instructions I have given you are important, but the cautions on your conduct at home outside the courtroom are especially important. To follow the court orders, to not interact with other people, to not do research, to make sure people don't approach you about asking you where you're at in the trial, what's going on. You've been obviously focused and attentive, and I appreciate all your efforts for these collective 6 days. As we go into day 7 tomorrow, I want to make sure we start fresh tomorrow. Nothing's distracting you, and we'll start the process soon after 7:45. I understand you can all get there. Sometimes occasionally something comes up if you had some traffic unexpectedly, but prepare to get here a little bit before 7:45, and we'll have you here in the courtroom. You won't have your notebooks. If you think you need a beverage in here with you, that's okay. Once again, just have a top on it. We're expected during those closings to take some standing and stretching breaks and probably a more involved break between the state and the defense closings, just to make sure you stay focused and are not distracted in any way. All right, so Dean and the other bailiffs will take you out, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m. All rise for the jury, please. Okay, everybody can be seated. At least up to this point, any objection to the reading of the instructions from the state, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll have the podium out. We'll have a microphone on it that's in some sort of holding device that's on the podium, and we'll have that charged up.
Is the handheld mic the only mic available, or is there a wearable mic?
There is a backup mic that's got a clip on it. You can stick around and practice with it. There was kind of some feedback when we tried to have that available to use during one of the other witnesses. So
Sounds good. Thank you.
you can stick around and talk to the deputy clerks about that, and I'll leave those on. And the handheld mic, if you need to take it out of the holder and walk around with it, that's fine too. But on PowerPoints and any kind of references to exhibits, if they're projected on the screen, we'll make sure that you get here early, plug in your stuff to make sure that's going to work. That's for both the state and the defense. And you're going first, Mr. Grody. You're going to have a PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And having a PowerPoint?
I don't anticipate.
All right. All right. Are you going to ask them to put anything up on the screen when you're giving your closing?
I may have some printed exhibits that I'm just referencing, but.
All right. If there's a number exhibit that you want them to project on the screen in your closing, talk to them this afternoon about that, just so there's some continuity. All right. And once again, I know you've given me rough numbers on your closings. Court doesn't anticipate cutting either side off, but if it gets repetitive, then I might just have a sidebar. Okay.
Understood.
Anything else from the state?
No.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see everybody here at 7:45 sharp tomorrow morning. We're in adjournment.
All right. So he say be there at 7:45 a.m. sharp. I don't even know what else he said. How about that? So we have half of our jury instructions. It seems like that's how they started early this morning, right? which is fine. But, you know, even with us not listening to it live, the closing arguments, we can just listen to it while, you know, it'll probably go into it while they're deliberating, right? Even though they'll be back there. So it'll work out for us as far as that part. So we are in day 7. Where we'll get closing arguments, and then we'll go into verdict watch, guys.
There's a need to take maybe a 10-minute bathroom break, we'll do that too. But we'll proceed as soon as the last juror or two show up, hopefully in the next minute. The microphone at the podium is charged up. It's in a holder, but it can be handheld as needed. Once the opening statements start, we're not going to let anybody come in and out of the courtroom. Only people leaving if it's an urgent situation. People in the back, reminder, phones off completely. No disruptions during closing arguments. Also for not just the back of the courtroom, the front of the courtroom, should be no reactions to the closing arguments. We had some issues during opening statements and don't want that repeated. Right, the pretrial restrictions on recording 30-minute delays, the court's lifting that since we're done with the witnesses. So both sides know that. All right, we're back on the record on State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Jean Krebs, it's file 2024 CF 921. This is day 7 of our jury trial here in Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. The appearances include District Attorney Melinda Templis, Deputy District Attorney Nicholas Brody. Ms. Krebs is here in court with her attorneys Stephanie Rock and Kirk O'Bear. The court read the initial jury instructions yesterday afternoon and then deferred closing arguments to this morning. All jurors are back, and we'll just read one instruction regarding the scope of closing arguments. I'll have the prosecutor's closing argument, may have a short break, and then the next closing argument, and then there's time for a limited rebuttal. With that outline for at least the first half of the morning, anything else the state needs to add?
No, sir.
From the defense, anything?
No.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out. All rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right. The record should reflect that it's 7:52 a.m. Appreciate all the jurors getting here early. The attorneys were here promptly, so appreciate their efforts and all the parties and other attendees to get us started early. Everybody's anxious to get back to work. Just to map out a few things, I'm going to read one more instruction, then we're going to have our closing arguments. During the closing arguments, depending on the duration of those, we may do some standing stretching breaks, or between some of them, we may take about a 10-minute break just if people have to use the restroom. But I'm going to try and continue to be mindful of your comfort. At some point later this morning, the case is going to be presented to you for deliberations. There's a process of selecting a foreperson, and I'll explain that when we get to the final instructions. In some of the other days, we've kind of dictated when you have lunch. We're going to kind of put that in your control. The foreperson can pass us a note or talk to the bailiffs as to what they want to do for lunch. But even though the foreperson is kind of a note taker or person that kind of gets you organized a little bit, you can collectively decide what you want to do for lunch and the timing of that today. Once you go back into the jury room, that's within your control. When you're deliberating and you need to communicate with the bailiff or bailiffs, you can knock on the door. They'll be in proximity outside your door. On other things such as legal questions or requesting exhibits, the foreperson will write out a note. That person can tear off a back page of their notebook and print out a note, print out their name and sign it and pass it out to the bailiff. When we get notes here in the courtroom of a legal type or related to exhibits, it may take some time for us to review those and decide what to do. And in that intervening time period, you should continue your deliberations. I'll explain that more as the morning goes on. When we finished yesterday, I read instructions. Last one I'll remind you of is regarding closing arguments of the attorneys. Instruction 160 says, consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys on both sides. But you're reminded that their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. You, the 12 jurors that will deliberate, draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence and under the instructions, the law given to you by the court, the judge. All right, we're going to have the prosecutor start. Our court reporter is Taylor today, so she's doing stenography. I've reminded the attorneys to go at a pace where they're not racing in the speed of their voice, just so she can keep up and make an accurate record of the proceedings. And I'll give them a friendly reminder if they go a little too fast. So I don't plan to interrupt them and don't want any interruptions from the back of the courtroom in any way. And have Nicholas Grody, the Deputy District Attorney, start with the state's closing argument. The podium is yours, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Rockenbear, thank you as well. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard a lot from me over this trial, but I've never been introduced to you. My name's Nick. I'm the Deputy District Attorney. And this morning, I'm going to be delivering our closing argument. Now, you'll see when you go to the back, there's a jury instruction that outlines what we have to prove: first-degree intentional homicide. There are two elements to first-degree intentional homicide, and they're both written in front of me. You need to prove that the defendant caused the death of Joey Carnot and that she acted with the intent to kill Joey Carnot. I'm arguing that the evidence that we've presented, that you've seen, proves those two elements beyond any reasonable doubt. And when you look at it, it really breaks down into three separate things. Joey's actions and all the actions before show that he wasn't suicidal. The defendant's actions afterwards show it was intentional. And then her further acts show an intent to cover up her intentional crime. Now let's start with what we know. And in looking at this, I'm going to start by breaking down the beginning of the day, and I'll remind you of what the defendant said when she testified yesterday. She said that when Joey woke up, he went to work, but he did so on no sleep. Didn't have his meds for 72 hours. And throughout this, I'm going to remind you that the defendant has every reason to make it look like Joey was just about to go out of his mind, that he was just about manic, or whatever word she chooses to use. It's not reflected in the evidence, but the point I'm trying to make is that the defendant has every reason to show that, because it's not reasonable to think that somebody would just go throughout the day, just go to work, come home, and then all of a sudden just flip, just like that. So the defendant has all the reason in the world to show that Joey was essentially acting in a way that we don't really see in these PowerPoints. Now, on the messages. Now, the messages are a little hard to read, but if you remember when we had each one of them, the first one is, "Good morning, my shine bright like a diamond. I'd love to make home-cooked meals with you and to be partners in the kitchen." That's the first message, 7:27 a.m. What's the defendant's response? "I know you're trying so hard to have time with me. I'm so sorry I didn't think that little extra piece would put my dick in the dirt, but I'm still fucked up as we speak. Love you." Now, the defendant tells you that this is her using her Suboxone, her prescription medication. I would argue that this is beyond that. A little extra PC doesn't sound like she's using her medication as prescribed. And she, in her own words, is fucked up. But the defendant, or Joey, responds, says, "I know you got a lot going on. It's okay. I just can't wait to say I do." And this tone continues throughout the morning. Remember, per the defendant's testimony, no sleep, hadn't taken his meds for 72 hours before. That number is going to change when she talks to Officer Felmer, like so much of what she said in this trial has changed, but we'll get there. Again, the tone is complimentary, nice, and the defendant under the influence. So these messages continue, and he reminds her that she has things to do. He's working. He's near the house. Texts her like, hey, I'm over here. Come say hello. These messages don't get read until 8:50 p.m. Joey is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. He's working. He's out there trying to make a living. Where's the defendant? Who knows? Now, when Joey gets home, the defendant's testimony to you was that Joey gets home and her and this Johnny boy use drugs, and then Joey goes in the other room and he gets paranoid. He's delusional. All these different things. Again, I remind you, the defendant has every reason in the world to suggest to you and to say that Joey is going off the deep end at this point. But look at these messages. What does Joey say? Sorry, I think I overreacted. It's all good. No worries. Okay, so he talks about an overreaction, but then he explains what it was about. I just didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny boy. I no worries. I ain't going to touch his stuff, but I was going to sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see, in his words, a bitch in front of me. And we know what that means. That means a meth pipe or drug paraphernalia. If he's used already, as the defendant wants you to believe, why is he so angry about just seeing a pipe? It doesn't make sense. Like so much of what she's asked you to believe, it doesn't make sense. And I want to reiterate that as I go through this, I'm not trying to shift the burden in any way. This is our burden to prove this. It's our burden to prove this beyond any reasonable doubt. But the defendant presented you with this story. And my argument to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is more full of holes than a cheese grater. So he sits down, he sees this pipe in front of him, and he makes a comment about it. The defendant says that he's using, I don't believe that's supported by the evidence at all. And remember, it was the defendant who was high, by her own words, and also by this text. She started the day under the influence. Also, remember what John Pfeffer told us. He said that he was coming over later in the evening, and it was the defendant who was going to supply him with meth. Now, John Pfeffer is somebody who we have seen has done a lot to protect the defendant. He even said it in his own words to Christy Cleland that he did what he could to protect her. So why would he not be telling the truth when he says, yeah, Sam was going to be the one to supply the meth? The defendant even changes that. So, well, it was really me and Joey's. Nothing to suggest that. Again, as we said, the defendant, from her own words, under the influence. Now we're at 8:42 p.m. A little more than an hour before the homicide. Joey calls his cousin. We don't know what he talks about. The defendant said that he wasn't sure if he bought some meth, but there's nothing to suggest that he has, other than the defendant's testimony. And then we see this message. It's about an hour before Joey's death. Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe. And you tell me to go in the other room. You tell me to go in the other room. While you sit out there with dude, my cravings are skyrocket right now. Now the defendant tells you that, Joey was using. He's using, he's paranoid. It's all him. It's all him. Every decision she's made for that entire evening, the model of reasonability. Or reasonableness. Look at what Joey actually wrote. You know this is hard enough. This is a man who's been through addiction and what it's taken from him. It's taken his son. It's taken jobs. And he has climbed that ladder to get out of that hole over and over and over again. And here he is climbing it again. Working his way out of it. He has a job. He's doing what he can. and the defendant is using drugs in the next room, and he calls her out on it. Says, my cravings are skyrocketing right now. And what's her response? Chung left. Still, he's like, well, and she said, I'm just eating a bowl of ice cream. And he says, you're sitting out there high. Now you remember from the testimony, the defendant said she thought, well, I thought he was saying you're sitting out there high. Ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't make any sense, because she's like, what, should I not be? She's admitted she's been using this entire day, and he calls her out on it. You're sitting out there high. Remember, the defendant has every reason to make it look like Joey was going off the deep end that night, because it's not reasonable that someone would go like this to suicidal as quickly as the defendant says it. And here you can see him fighting his cravings. Doesn't look like Joey used when he got home. Doesn't look like they were fighting. It looks like the defendant has changed the story to try and fit the evidence. But it's not my job to present you one side of this. It's my job to present you the truth. And there's no doubt that Joey used that night. He's sitting in that room, fighting, doing what he can. And the woman he calls the love of his life, the woman who tearily sat on that stand and said she did everything she could to help him get Kaysen back, to help him get his life in order, that was his biggest advocate. When he's trying to fight it, she's out there high, and when he suggests it, I'll split if you split. There's this conversation, bowl for bowl. What does she say? She says, savage. Now, savage can mean all kinds of things. It can mean cool, it's kind of hardcore, all kinds of different things. What it doesn't mean is you shouldn't use. What this does not mean is, I don't think that's the best thing for your custody case. This doesn't mean maybe using's not the right idea. This is encouragement. The exact opposite of what she testified to you the other day. Now Joey talks to his cousin again. Seems like it's after he's used. Maybe he's canceling plans, maybe he's making plans, we don't know. What do we do know? Is that less than 10 minutes before the homicide, Joey Carnot is making future plans. He reached out to his friend Ba. You can see the name, Ba Mode 77. He calls him Ba. He reached out to him looking for urine. He's looking to pass a drug test coming up. He's making future plans. 10 minutes before the homicide. The defendant wants you to believe that 10 minutes after this, he took his own life. Nothing suggests that. Nothing but her self-serving testimony. 10 minutes before the homicide, he's making future plans. Now, this is important for another reason. Because it also sets the timeline. And if you remember the defendant's testimony, she said that when this really came to a head, and this argument really kicked off, Joey came out of the room, he was going to go play pool with his friend, Ba. She also said that he might go with his uncle. Wasn't so clear on that. But the point that I'm making is that all of those things happened before that. None of them happened after this time. This is the first conversation that he's had with Ba all day. So there's no way he could be going to play pool with Ba if he hadn't reached out to Ba. Now, there's no messages to suggest that he reached out to Ba to play pool or anything like that the defendant says. Nothing in the phone like that. And if you remember from the original exhibit, Joey never received Ba's response to this. He was dead by the time that happened. The defendant's story is that when he came out of that room, he was going to play pool with Ba. So, all right, let's just give her the benefit of the doubt. She deserves the benefit of all reasonable doubt. Let's just assume that that was the plan when he came out. The timeline is indisputable. Yes, 10 minutes between now and when John and Christy get there. And let's go through everything the defendant says happened in that 10 minutes. Joey came out of the room. They used meth after that. She told him not to leave. She then goes to the bathroom. Apparently long enough for her to close the door, because the next thing she said is Joey came in the bathroom and startled her. She noted they knocked over that shelf. She said when that happened, he accused her of using without him and hiding drugs. He said he needed to use the bathroom, so she left, got her hand caught in the door. Apparently, Joey closes the door, uses the bathroom. All still in that 10 minutes now. Joey then brings up some guy named Angel, accuses his mom of sleeping with this person, goes into some discussion about his dad not being his real dad. The defendant then goes into the living room, tries to call John 4 times. There's a lot of testimony about that. She was very sure that happened 10 minutes before. That's not what happened. But we'll just keep going. Joey then continued carrying on. She told him to have some pizza, just relax. She then separated from him again. She went to put on her sandals. Now she's over by the couch. We're still in that 10 minutes. She's over by the couch where she saw something fly across the room. Joey then said if she leaves, he's going to kill himself. Then she says there's some point where now she's determined to leave. She tells Joey he's welcome to come to Jeff's. All he has to do is calm down. And after that, he comes into view. He has blood between his fingers. We're still in the 10 minutes. She says, oh no, reacts, asks him to lie down on the ground. He does. Blood is gushing from his wound, in her words. She's covering it, trying to put pressure on it. She gets paper towels from under the sink, I think she says. Tries to put pressure on it. Hands are covered with blood. Then John and Christy comes. She, according to her, with her hands covered in blood, buzzes them in. We'll get into that in a second. Then John and Christy walk in. All in that 10 minutes, according to the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that that is not reasonable. It just isn't. And that's giving her, if that's a full 10 minutes. In reality, she would have had less than that. Because they didn't walk in and see just as she was stabbing Joey. By the time John and Christy walk in, Joey's on the floor. His pericardial sac is filling with blood. His heart is being strangled. And that's by the time they walk in. Now, she said, hands covered in blood. Yeah, they buzzed him in. Well, that's peculiar. Because there's no blood on the buzzer. Ladies and gentlemen, that does not make sense. That is one of a number of things of that statement that don't make sense. The Facebook photo to Facebook call to John also doesn't make sense. She was sure when she was going through Attorney Temple's questions. Absolutely sure, yeah. This is what happened 10 minutes prior. Nope, not even close. When you listen to her version, she's high on meth all day. I think she said she had subs in the beginning, but she's a combination of Suboxone and meth all day, under the influence. Yet every single thing she explained to you is just completely normal and appropriate. She's the voice of reason at every turn. But Joey, manic. Completely. Everything he did wrong, everything that happened, his fault. Every bad choice that was made, Joey. He's paranoid. He locks himself in the bedroom. All of these things. He stabbed himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, none of that is true. None of it. None of it fits the evidence. None of it makes any sense. And what we've seen so far, Joey went to work, came home, he resisted. Defendant's high all day. Joey's fighting his cravings, and they separate. Joey relapsed. But then after he does, he makes plans for the future. Now the stage is set, ladies and gentlemen. Joey's addiction has resulted in some costs. He's working his way out of it. He's trying to earn it back. He relapsed. That leads to confrontation. And we know how the defendant handles confrontation. We've heard it from 3 witnesses. You heard it from Daryl Courtbine, who actually heard her on the phone talking to Joey. I'll kill you. I'll stab you. And this isn't some sort of threat where you're just mad at somebody and you're like, oh God, kill that guy. This is a specific, I will stab you. I think all of us can realize sometimes you say things we don't mean. Right? Sometimes you say, oh, I'll kill you, I'll do this, I'll do that when you get angry. How often do you say something very specific like that? I'll stab you. It's different than a more generalized expression of frustration. This is a specific statement of intent. Randall Meyer, Joey told him the defendant threatened him 5 to 10 times. The final witness we have is the defendant. She herself jokingly said, okay, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend? I tried to play it. I took a clip of this, but regardless of whatever clip you listen to.
Right. And who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right. I agree.
She's talking to her friend. I agree. Who doesn't? I don't. Now, we know. We're going to play the crime lab video again. We've seen this a couple of different times. But now you know everything that happened beforehand. The stage is set before what happened. Now let's listen to this one more time.
Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it was an organ.
We need to call the ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
Did you get everything put away?
I had to stuff. Keep them away from it.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
Snap too, buddy.
what are you supposed to say? Tell her at night? Hey.
I'm fucking home.
They talk about a lot in that short amount of time, 1 minute and 14 seconds. Never once does the defendant say it was a suicide. And wouldn't you expect that? In that situation, if it happened the way the defendant described, which I submit to you, it did not. But let's just again assume that it did. Isn't that the first thing she says when they walk in? Like, oh my God, he did this to himself. Nothing about that. Nothing at all. What does she do? John Pfeffer has the appropriate reaction. Like, we need to call the ambulance. And she says, hold on, it's just right here. There's no way she says go ahead like she testified to, but we'll get there. But her first response, when John Pfeffer has the initial response I think we all would have, when you walk in and you see somebody in obvious distress, life-threatening distress. The obvious thing we'd all do, we need to call 911. We need to get help. What does the defendant do? Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Never in that does she say it was a suicide. Never. She goes through and acts like hiding the meth pipe and getting the drugs out is like the worst thing. Like that's the thing they're concerned about. That's the concern. Like, oh, there's drugs in the house. There's drugs. Like there's a man on the floor who's been stabbed in the area of his lungs and his heart. By her own word, he's gushing blood, but we're not concerned about him. But let's worry about this meth pipe. Ladies and gentlemen, also not reasonable. But again, let's break this down. Just that first part.
You stink. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it was an ordinance.
We need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
We're looking at just that first part. What do we hear John Pfeffer say? You stabbed? There's a legal theory called an incited utterance. And what it is, basically looks at the reliability of something someone says. And think about it when we lie. Could you lie? There's a filter that's in your brain, and what you know, you change it somehow. Sometimes it's to protect people's feelings. A lot of times it's just like either to benefit people or other people. But the point is there's a filter in your head where you change information so it's not true. But every now and then, when you see something so horrible, so startling, so amazing, your brain bypasses that filter. And it just comes right out. And that's what happened to John Pfeffer that day. Because you've heard a lot about what the defendant was doing when people walked into that room. And a lot of them are conflicted. Christy says she was saying she could go to prison. She's standing over him. I think the defendant says she was treating him, trying to take care of him. John said she was also there. So many different stories, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not asking you to believe any of them. The point that I'm making is that John Pfeffer, the recorded phone call when he walked in, his initial thought before he could change anything, before he could modify that, before he could try to protect Sam, before he could do anything, was you stabbed. So however that scene was when he walked in, that's the first impression. Before he had any chance to modify it. Now, let's look specifically at her testimony about calling the ambulance. We've already heard it twice this morning. But her testimony was numerous times that, oh, she said, go ahead and then hold on. It's just right here. Her testimony was that she encouraged John Pfeffer to call 911. She thought he was. Well, let's see.
I think it was an ordinance.
We need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
As John's talking, we need to call an ambulance. Hold on. It's just right here. She interrupts what he says to say, hold on. There's no room for her to say, go ahead. It did not happen. We know it did not happen. You heard it. It did not happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant's testimony is absolutely countered by the recording. Absolutely. Now, why would she change that? Again, the defendant doesn't have any burden. Burden is completely on us. But it doesn't look good if she's dissuading John from calling 911. By the time she told you that, she had listened to all of the evidence. She had to fit that in somewhere. But it doesn't fit there. We know that didn't happen. She sat on that stand and told you that. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that didn't happen. When you go back into that jury room, one of the big things you're going to take with you is your common sense. Your experiences, your everyday life experiences as adults living in the community. You know that didn't happen. And if someone's trying to avoid and not have law enforcement or first responders come up there, there's one heck of a reason. It's a lot bigger reason than just because there's some drugs there. That's because she stabbed Joey Carnot and she needs time to figure out exactly what to do. And this first story that comes out of it, like, oh, I'm not there, doesn't really work out. And now time's ticking. There's an instruction you'll get to in the back on the credibility of witnesses. There's a bunch of things you're going to consider. I didn't put them all on here. But you want to consider whether the witness has an interest or lack in the interest of the trial. The clearness of their recollections. The opportunity they had for observing. The reasonableness of that testimony. Possible motives for falsifying. Why would they falsify testimony? Part of that statement says you're not to discredit the testimony of the defendant just because she's the defendant. I'm urging you not to. Don't discredit the testimony of her testimony because she's the defendant. Discredit it because it does not match up with the evidence at all. And it certainly, ladies and gentlemen, does not. Now, this third clip, you may remember when the district attorney was asking her questions and asked her, like, you said, I've got to get that F out of here. The defendant says, yeah, I said that. I urge you to check your notes. I saw you all taking down notes throughout it. When she's getting asked questions by Attorney Templis, she says, oh yeah, that's what I said. But then her attorney asked her questions and she's like, oh, no, I didn't say that. I said, get that stuff out of there. And admittedly, it's a little hard to hear.
Did you get everything put away?
I had to stuff. Keep them away from it.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
But it ends with a K. I've got to get out of here. And the defendant herself, when she's on the stand, that must not have been part of the story that she was prepping for. Because she answered Attorney Templis' question and said, yeah, that's what I said. Attorney Rock asks her, and then that changes. She's changed her story even in front of you. Because one big argument we've seen so far is that it wasn't her idea to leave. It was John's. John made her. Like, she didn't do any of that. This was all just John. John just twisted her arm. She's just going with John. Doesn't seem to say that in the audio. It's her idea to leave. And it makes sense when you think about who's come up with the other ideas. Because the last clip we're going to play in a minute, she's the one who suggests this alternate explanation. It's not John, but her. But back to Flight. She said, those are her words, and she flees rather than calls 911. Again, she has this story. She thinks John's going to call 911, but we know that she dissuaded John from calling 911. So she doesn't want to look bad and say, well, she didn't call 911. But rather than do that, she flees. And again, if you look at the story, she said she leaves because she's trying to get drugs out of there. If that's really it, you go and you throw the drugs away. You throw them in the parking lot. You throw them somewhere. She drives away from that apartment and never comes back. That's not to get rid of drugs. That's to get rid of her. Because the real crime here is what she did when she stabbed Joey Carnot. You're going to get an instruction about that as well, that she fled the scene. And you can consider it. Both to show that she's conscious of what she did and guilty of this crime. Now, the final clip, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight,
what are you supposed to say? You saw her at night? Hey.
I'm fine home.
What are we supposed to say? Not, he did this to himself. Like, let's get help. What are we supposed to say? Not the truth. What are we going to make up to cover this up? That he fell on a knife? Whose idea is that? It's not John. It's not Christie's. It's not Jeff Hayes's. It is the defendant's. It is her idea from the very beginning to cover this up. She wants to distance herself from that as much as possible. She wants to make it look like this was all John Pfeffer's idea. She got there, then it was all Jeff Hayes's idea. But no, you heard it from her lips. It was her idea from the very beginning. When she's asked about that later on the stand, her words were she couldn't remember it. Couldn't remember saying it. But that didn't stop her from explaining it away. That didn't stop her from giving an explanation for it, where she said she didn't want him committed because he would lose Kaysen if he tried to kill himself. So she came up with this story. Not concerned about calling 911. What she tells you, ladies and gentlemen, is that she came up with that because she wants to help Joy protect his son. She wants to protect him. This woman who this entire day has been high in the apartment, when Joy was at work, who basically did everything she could to push him off the wagon. Now she's concerned. Now she's concerned to the point where she's making up stories. Oh, he fell on this night. No, ladies and gentlemen, no. No. Just no. She said it because she stabbed Joey Carnot. But they need to explain that away. And that's the first explanation they come up with. And we hear that 2 other times. But we'll get there. She hasn't even called 911 yet. She says she thinks John is calling 911. You hear everything that happens from when John and Christy walk in until that state. She tells you she thinks John is calling 911. When? What would give her that idea? Nothing. There's nothing. Before they call 911, before they even think about it, outside of John and the defendant telling him not to, the defendant is coming up with other explanations. She's trying to come up with lies to cover this up. Why? Because she stabbed Joey Carnot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many reasons. Again, she plans to cover up from the very beginning. We know it's not. There's so many reasons this is not a suicide. There's so many. The defendant's changing stories. She tells John not to call. Her statements. What are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife. Her saying she has to leave. We're going to get to what she did after that, but she drove herself from the scene in her own car. And she's threatened to stab him before. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no way this is a suicide. Now, remember, she says she tried to persuade John to call 911. And there's been a lot of testimony about that initial clip and when 911 was called. So this is that full video from the vet clinic that shows both that initial recording of John Pfeffer and then when the 911 call was actually placed. Listen to how far apart they are.
She called me 4 times while we were over here. I usually fucking just use my knife to go in, but hello. You stick. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it was an emergency.
We need to call the ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
Did you get everything put away?
I had to take the stuff away. Keep them away from it.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
Grab two, buddy.
what are some things all night? Hey.
I'm fucking home.
Now you'll notice in this version of the recording that that counter at the bottom left keeps ticking. That's because this one doesn't stop. Right now, Joey Carnot is laying on the floor of apartment 5, and his pericardial sac is filling with blood. Over a can of blood. As you listen, his heart is being strangled by itself. Part of what we need to prove to you is that the defendant intended to kill Joey Carnot. As Joey's lying on the ground, his life being taken away from him, seconds slip by as they could have called 911. And what do we hear? All this time, he's laying there. It goes for a while, minutes. You say minutes, and you think, a minute's not that long. But right now, Joey Carnot is laying on the ground. Every second counts. And in here, you can feel them tick by. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is just about drugs, all this time, they could have thrown these drugs into anywhere. But it's not. All this is time that they could have called 911. That first responders could have responded and actually been trying to save Joey's life. But he's lying on the linoleum as this time ticks by. That pericardial sac filling with blood, slowly, as his heart, as it gets harder and harder to pump. Now you'll see when that counter gets to 21:52:34, that's when the defendant leaves. No 911 call. Joey's dying on the linoleum. She leaves, coming up here at 21:52:34. fleeing the scene of the man she has stabbed in the heart. There she is right there. There's the defendant fleeing the scene. All that time. 21:53:32. Now she turns on to Nordland. Joey's heart is being strangled still. She has her phone, 21:53:45. This is where she calls Jeff Hayes. Her testimony is she called him because she didn't just want to pop in. Didn't want to surprise him. No one's called 911. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an intentional homicide. Now, 911.
Hey, honey, 911, what's the location of the emergency?
This location, I don't know the address,
Okay.
This stabbing victim, Queen, unconscious.
Stay with me. Hey, look at me.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
Sure, buddy, man.
Is this gonna be 2800, do you know? Is that the building number?
Yes, and present spot, get there now.
Okay, you said apartment number 5?
Yes.
Thanks, good luck. Thanks. Okay, and was it self-inflicted or did someone do this to him?
There's nobody here, so I don't know, but I think he fell on the knife. He slipped and fell,
Hey,
and it looks like, I don't know.
hey, stay with me. Oh, I want to confirm, you said apartment number 5?
Right, permit number 5, yes.
Stay with me, buddy. Hey. Okay, you said no one else was there with them? Originally? Hey, yeah. Hey.
Nobody else?
Hey, okay.
Well, I mean, my girl.
Okay, is it? Okay, and when you came in, it was you just by himself?
Right.
Okay, is he still breathing?
Yes, he's living in the night.
Okay, breathing, but I'm
Later, shout, and we will be.
Joey was still breathing at that time. All that time. Where she left him to die after she stabbed him. But it doesn't end there. That she would have you believe that it's JP's idea. Even though what John said on the 911 call was what the defendant suggested. He said on the 911 call, I think he fell and slipped on a knife. Whose idea was that? That was the defendant's idea. You heard it on the recording. That's what John utters. That's what he repeats. And then Officer Felmer talks to her. It's now 10:19. And this is what she says happens.
Actually, anyway, the cop wants to talk to you. Okay, hold on. What's up? This is the girlfriend.
Not supposed to be as close. How do you turn it on the speaker?
I think it is a, wait. There.
This is his girlfriend.
Yeah.
This is his girlfriend. Has he seen anything? Where are you right now, Samantha?
I'm over at my friend's.
Your friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way you could come back to the apartment that we could talk to you?
What's going on?
Like, we could explain that maybe if you come over and talk with us. Some stuff happened at the apartment. What's your boyfriend's name again?
Joey.
Joey, yeah. So it sounds like some stuff happened with Joey. We were called out here to investigate.
Is he okay?
At the moment,
I told him his manic episodes. And he was talking crazy earlier, but
what was he saying earlier?
he was saying that he was so upset about his son and he's saying that they went to court to get his son back. And then he's upset that I left and he was acting so crazy that I should have had to get out of their way earlier.
And how earlier would you say that would be?
A couple hours.
Like about what time would you say that you left?
I'd say probably around like 7.
Around
My
7?
parents left by when I got here.
Okay. And what was Joey doing? I guess that you mentioned he was acting crazy. What was he doing?
When he acts manic, he, like, assumes I'm cheating on him, and everything I say is a lie, and everything in his reality becomes kind of like a delusion.
Okay.
He's on medication for it, but then they didn't send him to him in the mail right away, so he didn't have him in his system for over 24 hours.
Okay. Okay. Would you be okay coming back to the apartment?
Well, is he okay? Is he in the hospital? Should I go to the hospital?
No, don't go to the hospital. I'm not sure what his medical state is right now. I'm not with him, but
What do you mean his medical state?
yeah, so he was found. I'm not sure if are these friends of his, or who are these? Who are the two that are here?
Those are our mutual friends.
Mutual friends. Okay, so it sounds like the friends that possibly found him in the apartment. And he just kind of collapsed to the ground. So, but I'm not exactly sure what all the details are
When we
surrounding
collapsed,
it. Again, I'm not sure exactly all the details surrounding it. I didn't speak with the friends. I just assisted with, I guess, making sure that the scene was all
did he
secure.
take something?
I'm not sure at the moment. We're trying to figure out what happened.
Oh my gosh.
So, would you be able to come to the apartment or come back to the apartment? And then we can talk with you further here.
I mean, I can,
Okay.
but I'm not supposed to have police contact without letting my PO know first.
Okay. Well, I think they would probably understand this one. I don't think they would have an issue if you were in police contact for this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my friends bring me back right away.
All right. Thank you, Samantha.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Note that she adds significant parts to that story. Joey's manic. She left hours before. The manic thing we've heard again here. That story didn't change. Feigned surprise and concern. She testifies that it was all John's idea. It was her idea from the beginning. Now, other noteworthy parts of this. When she testified yesterday, she said, it's been, 72 hours that he hasn't had his medication. Here the night of, she says 24. When she testifies before you, ladies and gentlemen, she's making it look worse. Then collapsed. She testified she thought it was a collapsed lung. Officer Felmer told her collapsed to the ground. She said she had a bunch of people behind her. I don't hear anybody behind her. Asks if he took something. Completely untrue. She knows exactly what happened. She has no idea what happened. But she's saying, I'm not sure. Did he take something? And she tries to make this story to say she said it because in case they gave him opiates, he didn't want the opiate blocker. It's very complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the problem with not telling the truth. That you have to remember all these little details. That's the funny thing about the truth, is it doesn't change, unlike the defendant's stories. Now, oops. There we go. She arrives at the Veterans Village, and the cover-up continues. This is what she's wearing. Outside of the sandals, none of these clothes are recovered. As she says numerous times, last I knew, they were just in the hamper. People don't throw away your clothes without you knowing. We also know she has a bag. So in that time that we listened to, when Joey Carnot is laying on the floor, his heart is being strangled, the defendant took time to pack a bag, to bring it with her to Jeff Hayes' house. And why would anybody want to get rid of their clothes if this was a suicide? Ladies and gentlemen, that among all of these, not reasonable. Little Caesars, that night, Jeff takes active steps to conceal her vehicle. The defendant says, well, I had no idea. Jeff just did that on his own. Yet there she is, standing next to Jeff as he's got the Little Caesars box. Can't hear the audio, but you saw it. He's motioning towards it, talking about pushing it down. What else could he be talking about? The defendant knew exactly what he was talking about. And then, of course, the message to Joey the next day. Because remember, at this point, the story is she wasn't there. That's still where we are in this. She hasn't talked to John and Christy yet. She hasn't realized that that story's not going to fly. So she sends this to Joey. What happened? Even the defendant says, yeah, that was I think it was her exact words were, that was a deception. Agreed? So there's just so many now. We know John and Christy arrived. And now she knows what John has told the police because John gets her phone. But after that, Jeff continues to change things, takes the stickers off her vehicle. The defendant says, well, I have no idea. But yet, when you listen to her.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they found the car, there was blue stickers, and they said that the car that Russ had stickers on.
No, Jeff said that, you had stickers on your car.
No. They found it.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah.
So many different stories gets confusing after a while. But she definitely knew Jeff took the stickers off her vehicle. That's one of these multiple changing stories. It isn't like she drove it around and then got out one day to put gas in and realized that her stickers were gone. She knew it the whole time. Now, all of this goes to show that the defendant intentionally killed Joey Carter. She's high all day. She's using in front of him. She called John 4 times, not 911. We talked about how the timing on that was off. She persuaded him not to call 911. Worked to create a story at the scene. Then left the scene. Lied about what happened to a police officer after leaving. And then sends a message to further bolster this account. And take steps to conceal her vehicle. All of this shows that she intentionally killed Joey Carnot. And you'll see from that jury instruction, intent can be formed just a moment before. I think that's what happened here. She formed the intent to kill him. She did. And then did everything she could to cover this up. But even that, there's more. Again, these changing stories, it's tough to remember.
You know, he was blinking a lot on there, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said,
He was with the girl together, and then they said I was there.
yeah, but
They were
for a
questioned
long
apart,
time.
and they gave their statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
they lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No. I was never there.
Oh,
I was never there.
oh, okay, all right, I got something screwed up here from when I talked to you in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay, got it.
It's not only the defendant's mom who got things screwed up. The defendant got things screwed up. Because then she says,
There's a recording. John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say and hear what Christy says and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You hear it all recorded on his phone.
you can hear what I say. So she was there now. How many times do these stories change? Ladies and gentlemen, the truth never changes, unlike the defendant's statements. But again, there's still more. She has these numbers written on her arm. Part of what she testified to was that, well, the reason she ran is she didn't want to go to jail for the drugs. But then when they apprehend her, after she leaves Jeff Hayes' house, she has these numbers on her arm. And the reason she writes them on her arm is because she says, well, I expected to go to jail. I was just going to report. So when Joey's on the ground, his life literally hanging in the balance. Everything to avoid police contact. But afterwards, she just assumes it's going to happen. I argue that it goes to show, like that night, she's trying to get away from this. She's trying to distance herself from it because she stabbed Joey Karma. A few days after the incident, she's going to Wisconsin Rapids. She feels she's sufficiently distanced and she's preparing to go, and she has numbers on her arm, ready to go. And one of those numbers is from Greg Allen. Greg Allen, whose texts we have seen. I need a phone too. Can you get me one? An iPhone 15 Pro Max, please, too. I'm gonna owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. 3 days after she killed Joey. Now, she testified that other ways was, oh, I'm just gonna do some work for him. But you heard the call. You heard the call with her and Greg Allen. But they're talking about having a physical, sexual relationship 16 days after she killed Joey. No remorse. No regret. Doing whatever she needs to. Now, numerous things that she said were contradicted by the evidence. That she called John 10 minutes before. She played that call. We know that's not true. She said she was putting pressure on the wound. Her hands were covered in blood. No blood on the buzzer. Said she told John to go ahead and call the ambulance. That didn't happen. I have to get the fuck out of here when she says this. She admits it to the district attorney. When her attorney asks her, she says, no, I didn't say that. Just changes on who's asking her the questions. She said that laundry list of things happened in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit that's not reasonable. You noted that when she testified, she said she'd been convicted of crimes 14 times. That's something you can also consider when you're determining her character for truthfulness. And back to the truth. Again, the funny thing about it is it doesn't change. Because we also heard from Pam Pfeffer, John's mom. The day after this, John goes to her house. And she says that John is like she's never seen him before. He's crying. He's emotional. He is just distraught. He has seen the life go out of Joey's eyes. And there are some times where you can take the most hardened people, but they talk to somebody special like their mother, and they just tell them the truth. This is another excited utterance. But Pam knows things that only someone from the scene would know, unless she listened to the 911 call, and there's no reason she would have. Specifically, that the story was to say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife? How else does Pam know that if John doesn't tell her? John told her the truth. John didn't tell that to law enforcement, but he told that to his mom. He gave another story to law enforcement. That Samantha looked him dead in the eye and said, just tell him he stabbed himself. He said that happened right when he got in there. You didn't hear that. But he tells his mom, that was the story. What are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife. Only hear that in the 911 call and that recording. And Pam says something else. Pam says John told her that the defendant admitted she stabbed Joy. We know John is telling his mom. What he's telling his mom is corroborated by what we hear at the scene. And John says Samantha told him. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no reason not to believe it. Look at everything the defendant's done. She's testified contrary to the evidence, to times that don't match the facts. She persuaded John not to call 911. She noted it was her idea to leave. She suggested a cover-up before even leaving the scene. She fled before waiting those crucial minutes where Joey Carnot was dying on the floor. She fled and didn't call 911 on the way. She got rid of the clothes she was wearing when she got there. There's more. She called Officer Felmer. Numerous inconsistencies, both with what she told him and what she testified to you the past few days. Supported Jeff's actions of altering her vehicle. She sent that message to Joey to support that first cover-up story. Then she called him numerous times. She said she was calling to check on him. She didn't call him to check on him. She left him. Blood was gushing out of a wound by his lungs and his heart. It's all part of her alibi to deceive. She then worked to avoid being apprehended. You remember her hiding in the cameras? Even when that last time they got out, Jeff came out and he motioned her to come out. She didn't willingly go out. They're doing everything they can to avoid apprehension, even then. Supports Jeff removing stickers on the vehicle, all in response to a suicide? Ladies and gentlemen, that does not make sense. That is not reasonable. Especially for someone who wasn't suicidal. You're going to get a packet of jury instructions, the ones the judge read to you yesterday afternoon. One of them is jury instruction 140. Defines reasonable doubt. A doubt based on reason and common sense. Read the entire thing. I urge you to look through all of it. What it all boils down to is you're not supposed to search for doubt, ladies and gentlemen. You're supposed to search for the truth. That truth that never changes. That truth that shows beyond any doubt that the defendant caused the death of Joey Carnot and she acted with the intent to kill Joey Carnot. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take about a 15-minute break and then we'll come back in for the defense closing. So take your time getting comfortable back in the jury room and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. Okay, we're in adjournment till 9:20.
So we have our opening statements that have been completed, right? And I don't know if he made some very good points in regards to it. I did put out a poll if nobody has had an opportunity, excuse me, to look at it. Let's see where we're at. So if you want to vote, make sure you cast your vote. You know, of course, we do have our TiVo time. So we will TiVo through this break. And then we're going to go into the defense closing argument. And then we can kind of compare who did the better closing in this case.
We're going to bring the jury out in a few minutes. Another reminder to everybody in the courtroom, no reactions during closing arguments. There should be no electronics on. And nobody getting up and coming and going while the closing arguments take place. Any issues to bring up in this short break from the defense?
No.
From the state?
No.
Okay, we'll bring the jurors out. You could have water. You have water nearby. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. We're back on the record on State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. Allegheny County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. We're in the closing arguments. We had our first break this morning after Mr. Brody's closing argument. There's two defense attorneys. Mr. O'Bear is going to give the closing argument, and if he needs anything put up on the screen, I think the prosecutors have those things ready if he wants anything up on the screen. But go ahead, take your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Attorney Templis, Attorney Brody, thank you. I wanted to start off by echoing a sentiment here that I think you heard at the beginning of this case and part of what Mr. Brody led off with here, which is to acknowledge the importance and to thank you for your duty and your service to this case. I think you can tell that we in the United States of America, in our justice system, we rely upon a jury to come in and solve conflicts where people can't agree on things. And without your participation, without your dedication to this job, and we've asked a lot of you, you've left your lives behind, your jobs, other commitments that you have put aside to devote a lot of time and attention to this case. And I know that when we talked about all this in jury selection, we all acknowledged how important this is for both sides. Everybody in this courtroom hopes and expects that you take this obligation seriously. Now, I'm not going to give a rehash or a redoing of all the evidence in this case on a PowerPoint presentation for a couple of reasons. One is that we've done that several times already, maybe a bit too much, I don't know. But also you have access to all of the actual exhibits in this case. And if you want to view anything, examine it in any way, all you have to do is ask to see it. Now, we don't just send everything back there for you to pour through. We wait for you to actually ask for it. So just remember that you can do that. If you really want to look at something else. Again, you can do that. Now, along those lines, I always like to point out that there's a theory of how things work in our system, and that is that it really shouldn't matter what the lawyers say during opening statements or during closing argument. I don't know. I kind of believe that too. But that's why you're not taking notes now. And I just point out that if Mr. Grody got something wrong, or if I get something wrong and it's not how you remember it, that's what your notes are for. Because you observed the testimony, you saw the documents, you heard the witnesses. And that's the important part. So obviously, the lawyers get up here and talk, and there's some argument that happens, there's an attempt at persuasion and all that. But the point is, you as jurors have been paying close attention. So when you go back into that jury room and you finally get that opportunity to start talking about this case, we've taken up more than a week of your time, and you haven't had a chance yet to even share with each other what your view of the evidence is, but that will happen shortly, and you'll get a chance to do that, and that's where your notes come into play. Remember, at the beginning of this process, we talked about how it's important that the 12 of you that deliberate engage in this process, that you fully, completely scrutinize all of the evidence in this case and look very carefully at whether the state has, in fact, met its burden of proof. So again, I'm not going to have an elaborate, I'm not going to play these things over and over again. If you want to see them, examine them more closely, you're perfectly free to do so, and I'd encourage you to. Let's talk about the facts of this case. And I want to focus on the facts. A lot of this case has been innuendo, suspicion, and a lot of conjecture, speculation. The majority of what's happened in this case, the evidence that has been presented to you, has been primarily speculation. I want you to focus on the facts. Attorney Grody's entire closing argument here were all the things that, the dots that he wanted you to connect from his perspective, the argument that he wants you to make. But please, let's focus on the actual facts. There's an overarching issue here that Attorney Grody neglected to address. And just as a reminder, I only get one chance to talk to you. This is it. When I sit down, District Attorney Templis will have an opportunity to address you. So I'm doing my best to be thorough and to give this case the complete attention that it deserves because of how important this really is. But the overarching issue here that really hasn't been addressed is how, why, and for what reason would Samantha kill Joey? Attorney Grody talked about the fact, and there's an instruction in there that says the state does not have to prove motive. That's true. And there's reasons for that. Sometimes you just don't know. But they do specifically have to prove intent, the intent to kill. The deliberate, conscious decision to kill somebody, to end their life. That's where you combine that with motive if it's present and if it helps you, and if it helps you reach that conclusion. You've heard the old saying, motive, opportunity, intent, three things that we always look at in any case. And I'm going to keep coming back to that because that's what's completely missing in this case, is any reasonable explanation as to why. It makes utterly no sense. Let's talk about the relationship and the history that we did hear about from several witnesses. We know that Joey had his child, Kason, with Brittany. And there were problems in that relationship. Some of them had to do with Joey's ongoing drug use, as well as some mental health problems that he had. He made attempts at rehabilitation, and then he'd have relapses, and then he'd try again, and then he'd have relapses. Eventually, Brittany came to the conclusion that, or both of them came to the conclusion that this isn't a relationship that really could last forever. But they agreed to co-parent, and as you can tell from the testimony, Brittany had a lot of control over how that was going to work. And she had a lot of provisos, stipulations, really ultimatums when it came to Joey's behavior. And as we're getting closer and closer to July 18th, we see a number of things happen. We know from the VA notes that were testified about that Joey was having mental problems. And although Mr. Grody says he was not contemplating suicide, there are notes in there that he had in the past had suicidal thoughts. I'm going to pause for a second and talk about whether this is suicide or whatever it is. And I'm going to use the term self-inflicted harm because that is the term that was used from the actual forensic testimony and from all those other things. And the reason I use that term is because do we know for sure whether Joey committed suicide or in his state of being delusional and high on drugs, did he accidentally do this to himself? We don't know. So it doesn't have to be this thing where obviously he wasn't suicidal. Look at all these things. This was a chaotic situation for sure. And Joey was really, for lack of a better term, going into a downward spiral throughout this process. We know from testimony that there had been an incident where he threw himself off of a second floor balcony and had to be hospitalized. We know that he was acting crazy at a hotel and saying weird things that didn't make any sense. He was delusional. And I know there was some hype about whether we use the term mania or psychosis or whatever. First of all, what's the difference? I don't know. Well, let's just say delusional. It all means the same thing, okay? And there's really no dispute about that. That came from the state's witnesses, that this was a thing that was happening with Joey. He was deteriorating mentally. He was using more drugs. He got fired from his job. He was having problems. Now, let's be sure, Samantha is not going to be eligible for the Stepmother of the Year award. There were some things going on in her life she's not proud of. She was using drugs, okay? Joey was too. She's not happy about that. She's not proud about that, but she's been honest about it. She's an addict. She's been struggling. She's made some poor choices, no doubt. But that's not what this case is about. It's about whether or not Samantha intentionally killed Joey Carnot. Now, there's been some dispute about how close the relationship was. And in the same breath, Attorney Grody argues that things looked great that morning. He even mentions that morning, I can't wait to say I do. I can't wait to marry you. And like all relationships, we've gone through the fact that there were ups and downs. Samantha said some probably nasty things to him in the past. And like all relationships, things were said that everyone probably regrets. But we do know that, again, Joey had this history of things. It's not like this comes out of the blue. I understand that would be pretty hard to acknowledge that if somebody who was teaching school or a professor at a college or whatever would just all of a sudden have this breakdown and these problems that erupted in this problem, it might be hard to believe, but we do know that there is a history of this, and we see the progression of this leading up to July. We know, and it's acknowledged, that Samantha and Joey were engaged to be married. They were both excited about that. That was their plan. We talk about planning for the future. That's something Samantha was planning on as well. And there's no dispute about that. Now, we talked in the beginning of this case about how there's no ideal, perfect textbook response to a stressful situation. You can't look up in the encyclopedia and say, how does somebody respond to a stressful situation and have it all explained to you? Different people respond in different ways. Sometimes the way you might respond, but sometimes not. And really, this entire case is boiled down to the state really criticizing the way that Samantha responded to the situation, and therefore they want to infer, they want you to make that leap to say that she must have killed Joey because she didn't act the way that they want you to believe that a person should act in that situation. So again, as we talked about, when Samantha decided that she was going to lie about her whereabouts, and you saw the progression of things about that. She acknowledged that that happened. She told you that. She has reasons for that, and again, it might not be the way that you would respond. It might not be the way that any number of people would respond, but it's what happened in a stressful situation. Somebody that had been using drugs under the influence, and really a lot of craziness that was all kind of boiling down to it. Let's talk about some of the key points here. And we know from John Pfeffer's testimony, his immunized testimony, that he admitted to having engaged in acts of deception in this case. In fact, he's in trouble for it. But significantly, and the real important point here is that when the state called this witness, his testimony was that he never actually knew what happened. He never found out what happened. He never actually talked to Sam about what happened. That never happened. And there's no evidence that he did. And why would he come in here and say otherwise? Now, I know that the state likes to argue here that when John went and talked to his mother and he was in a state of distress, anguish, etc., that's the time when you tell the truth. But bear in mind, Pam's a nice lady. I get it. But we're remembering back to, this is something that isn't recorded close in time. This is months later. The police go to talk to her. And it's really third-hand information that contradicts the evidence that the state gave you from John Pfeffer. That's the only time you hear anything about Sam saying that she actually stabbed Joey, was through Pam. Months later, third-hand information based on her recollection. But that's not reliable. Now, we also know there's obvious things about this that probably raised an eyebrow, probably made you think, my goodness, this is a big mess. A lot of people doing drugs, a lot of people doing methamphetamine, a terrible drug, a thing that does terrible things to your body and your brain. And if you have mental health problems to begin with, and if you have childhood trauma, if you have bipolar disorder, if you have anxiety, that's probably the worst drug that's going to not be good for you. It's going to be not good for you under the circumstances. There's no dispute. We know this from the toxicology. We know from the testimony. We know from everything that happened. In this case, there is no dispute. Attorney Grody agrees that Joey was using methamphetamine. There's no doubt about that. We know that that didn't cause his death. That's never been in controversy. We know that it was something that from his past he had struggled with. And I'm going to disagree with some of the things that were presented to you just a little bit ago. Specifically that the evidence shows these tests, and by the way, let me just pause on that. It's fascinating that we live in such a surveillance society now. I mean, everywhere you go, everything you do is recorded in some way, some with audio, some not. This app that catches audio from phone calls, all these other things. I mean, this case has been packed with all kinds of stuff that they went out and gathered. And I commend the investigators for looking so hard and finding all this stuff. And that's a good thing, because when you look at it all it does is it gives us the opportunity to speculate, as they have done, and I'll get to that in a minute. But when we look at what they've tried to show you in terms of these texts, these calls, they're chipping away at all these other things in an attempt to make Samantha look like a bad person, a person that is just untrustworthy in any way. And none of that, whether you believe that or not, or whether you think that she's very reliable, not reliable, whatever, you still have to, like the old Wendy's commercial, ask, where's the beef? Where is the proof? This is just simply, in their opinion, somebody acting like they're defensive, like they're scared, like they know something's wrong. Well, there's no dispute about that either. She was on supervision, should not have been using drugs. John was on supervision, should not have been using drugs. Christy was on supervision, should not have been using drugs. Although Joey wasn't on supervision, he shouldn't have been using drugs either, because he had been fired from his job before. He's talking to somebody about getting clean urine so that he can fake a drug test and keep a job. So when we talk about whose idea was this? Who set the things in motion? And I saw what I believe is a great deal of manipulation of things. And although we did see a lot of text messages and phone calls and things like that, we know that that's not the whole story. There were other things that happened, actual conversations between human beings, people, things that were said, things that were done and you're just getting a glimpse around the edges, and it's incomplete. I'll give you an example. This, the forensic matching up, the crime lab video, and we heard about this, right? They have this audio captured off of John Pfeffer's phone from an app that will record phone calls, apparently. And the timing of that gets sent to the crime lab along with this separate surveillance video, and they're asked to match them up together. And first of all, I hope you noticed, and if you didn't, listen to it again. This recording sounds weird. It doesn't sound like it's contiguous. It doesn't sound like it's continuous. The background noises change. It sounds choppy. It sounds like it comes and goes. We haven't heard any testimony about how that application works, whether it's an actual true timeline, whether it's complete and actually captures everything, how good of an app it is, what starts it, what stops it. We didn't hear any of that. We just heard it matched up. One thing we do know about that timeline that is not complete and accurate is that all this time that Attorney Grody is here telling you, let's wait, the minutes are ticking. We know from other records that the state introduced, as well as the testimony of John Pfeffer, that he made 2 other calls during that time that do not appear on this recording. And that's not in dispute. He called Jeff and Chuck. Doesn't show up there. This is incomplete, if that's what they're relying on. Also, I'm sure you caught this, but if I play something and I tell you what I think it says, it's really up to you to figure out what it says. Don't take my word for it or Attorney Grody's word for it. How clear are any of these words? You can pick some of it out. But this is really important stuff here. And the state is hanging their hats on their interpretation of these mumbled words out of context. And again, we don't know if the timing of that really means anything. Here's what I mean when I say inviting speculation and how, again, this case very thoroughly investigated, lots of evidence. And a lot of it, there's ways that you can see what you want to see. I'll give you an example. All this testimony about pizza boxes, red cups, wearing a bucket hat, and all the significance we heard about that. We heard Detective Keither, when asked, did you see anything significant about when Sam walked 4 feet over by an ashtray? Yes, I thought that was significant. It was suspicious. Why? Because there was a car that wasn't a cop car, but could have been mistaken for an undercover cop car pulling in the driveway. And right at that moment, she walks over and puts out a cigarette. And then they walk inside. She's wearing a hat as if she's supposed to be disguising herself. What about her tattoos on both arms that are clearly visible? Who is she hiding from? You see, they gather this evidence, they piece it all together, and then draw little bits and pieces of it out to say, oh, she's wearing a bucket hat. She must have killed Joey. And there's a lot of examples of that. But again, it just shows what the state is trying to do here. They want you to guess. They want you to go beyond just what the facts are in this case. Because the evidence here does not support a conviction. They've really just talked about inconsistencies in what she said. She had something to hide. She was acting like somebody who did something wrong. Well, she did. She used drugs. It was a traumatic situation here. And if she didn't respond perfectly, like the way that you yourself, or the way you'd want somebody to respond, that's because people are different. Now, Attorney Grody didn't talk about the DNA evidence in this case, but I am, because as you know, we went through this and we saw that there's ways for inclusion, exclusion, and not informative. And all that shows is something that's not surprising, that somebody who lives in a house on a regular basis is going to leave DNA behind on items that you touch, like a knife. In fact, some of these items they tested had 4 unidentified people's DNA on it. There's nothing about that that shows Samantha stabbed Joey. It doesn't show that. That isn't what was elicited. That's not the evidence in this case. It goes nowhere. In fact, while we're talking about the knife, we also heard evidence from the medical examiner that there were no defensive wounds. You also heard him say something very significant, which is it's really hard to tell what happened in a single stab wound case. Why do you suppose that is? It's because it's not 10 stab wounds, it's not 20 stab wounds like you see in cases where somebody is intentionally seeking to kill another person. It's hard to tell. So when somebody is being attacked, it is common, as the doctor said, to see some evidence of the person either trying to stop it, backing away on the hands, somewhere else, not just one pop. We also talked about this concept of when somebody engages in that act, especially with a knife that doesn't have a blade guard, like we discussed. There's a tendency or an issue that can occur where the hand slides and is injured in some way because meeting the resistance. Now, we heard some testimony about it. These are these brand new knives. You saw the pictures of it. These are those knives that are like super, super sharp. Like you could cut yourself and not even feel it. It's that sharp. Those type of Timu knives that we were talking about. Now, so in terms of what happened, how easily would it have been for Joey in the state he was in? And again, they presented you some information, some of the stuff, but that's not everything. We know that's not everything that happened because people actually speak to each other and people actually engage in activities together. And no, they don't have any recordings of that, but we do have Samantha's testimony. And of course, it's very easy to pick apart some of these things, but again, this does not go to any proof that she actually stabbed Joey. That's missing. It's completely absent. They're asking you to make assumptions. There's also really been no dispute about the calls that were made. There's some dispute about the timing. But this is what we've seen, a theme, a persistent theme in the cross-examination of Samantha. And you heard District Attorney Template say things like, he's gushing blood and he's bleeding out. And, although Samantha did agree that initially there was more blood than later occurred because the bleeding had stopped, slowed down. She never agreed that I know he's bleeding out, but she said that 30 times in the process of cross-examining Samantha. I mean, I hope you notice that this feels like trying to put a square peg into a round hole. Trying to make things match is what it feels like. She doesn't have to testify. The defense doesn't have to call any witnesses. She can remain silent. She could just sit back and see if the state can prove their case. But no, she took an oath to tell the truth, and she got on the stand and admitted things that she had lied about. She's not proud of it. But just because that happened, and just because she is a drug user, does not make her a killer. That's the part that's missing here. Now, I want to talk about some of the things that Attorney Grody said, just because I want you to check your own recollection of what happened in this case with your notes and to be able to freely discuss it rather than just being fed this information. Where do we come up with the idea that Joey must not have been using meth when he's talking about having cravings? That's what he said. He hasn't used yet. He's, struggling, and Samantha supplied him the dragon that he's trying to run away from, or however you want to word it. How does that mean that he hadn't used before, like Samantha said? It doesn't. Fortunately, hopefully, we don't know that much about what meth users do, but just from knowing how drug abusers act, the fact that you might take a big old hit of meth and then 10 minutes later or half an hour later want more is not at all inconsistent. So again, assumptions that are being worked into this, ways to argue this in such a way that they are crafting the evidence in that way. this whole notion that if she had blood on her hands, it would be impossible for her to buzz in John and Christy. Wow. Okay. So the absence of evidence, the absence of something on a plastic thing on the wall means she killed Joey. Did we talk about which hand she used? Did we talk about whether the blood was still continuously there? She was asked at some point, was blood on your hands? And the answer was yes. They didn't say which hand, both hands, one, whatever. Again, they're picking things out and trying to get you to come to the conclusion that she's a murderer. Also, I want you to pay very close attention to a lot of the terminology that's been used here. We had an example from Attorney Templis saying, he bled out. You did this while he was bleeding out. Remember the testimony and remember the timeline, even according to the state's own evidence. There is no evidence whatsoever at the time when Samantha left that she would have known how seriously Joey was injured. Her statements about that are consistent with what John said, with what Christy said, and in the own recording that they played for you. By the time all those things are happening, and by the time that John is calling 911, Joey's still breathing. He's still conscious. He still has a pulse. So Sam's long gone at that point. Now, does it bother you that she left the scene? Yeah, okay. Not a good idea. If she could do it all over again, I'm sure she wouldn't. It was a bad choice. It was poor judgment. But it wasn't murder. She shouldn't have left. It was dumb. Really dumb. She'd been using meth. And what she talks about, I think you're all smart enough to know that if Joey had been acting this way, especially with this hearing coming up, where Brittany was trying to take away custody of Casey. And Joey's getting worse. His mental health is deteriorating. And again, we heard testimony from his own coworkers about how when he's off his meds, he's delusional. It didn't just come from Sam. It came from people who know him and work with him. And by the way, this whole thing about threatening to stab, this is another example of the terminology that the state is choosing to use. When did you ever hear Sam say, yes, I threatened to stab him? There's a phone call, and you heard the whole phone call, not just the little part that they wanted to hear. And what Sam is talking about is how she didn't do this, and how ridiculous it is that this statement, whether it was made or not, somehow means she did it. I mean, it's almost comical that they would pull something randomly. And why, by the way, why would someone do that? If someone is going to intentionally kill somebody, whether they plan it or not, are they going to go around telling people, hey, guess what? Someday I might stab my husband, or I might stab Joey. Why would you say that? And even if she did, you know that doesn't mean that she did. That's silly. That's just silly. Sure, if she said it, she regrets it, I'm sure, because now it's coming up as an issue. But think about the logic behind that. That at some prior point, she may have said something that somebody else overheard, and that means she actually stabbed Joey? It really doesn't make sense. But threatened. We saw it on the slides there. Use the term threatened. She threatened. Is that really what was said? It's some editorial on what the state wants you to believe. And another thing, I'm sorry, it's not supposed to go off. It's supposed to be on silent. I was talking to myself though, like you wanted me to. So when we're talking about the recording, and again, like I said before, when Attorney Brody says, listen, this is what he's saying, this is what the words are, and that means so-and-so. This, you stabbed, or you stabbed, or whatever is being said. It's very unclear and it's a mumble. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Another thing that Attorney Brody really focused on here, he used the term fleeing the scene. Okay, she left the scene. We know that. Did she flee? Did she jump in her car and drive to Kentucky, never to be seen again? She drove 8 minutes away to a friend's house and didn't go anywhere for a few days after that. Attorney Grody thinks it's incredibly significant here that she changed her clothes at some point. Again, it's all these little things that they're focusing on because the evidence of her actually killing Joey is absent. There's also, they want you to hear that whether she needs to get the stuff out of here or the fuck out of here, and Attorney Grody hears it a certain way. Point is, this is right in response to John asking her about drugs, and the first thing she says is, whatever, out of here, okay? Again, we're asking questions about things that could be wrong, things that could be interpreted in a number of different ways. It should also be clear to you, and I hope you caught this, but all of the evidence that the state put forth to you supports the notion that Samantha did not know that Joey had passed until well into the next day. They presented nothing to you that would suggest otherwise, other than how she was acting, other than a critical view of her not acting the way that we imagine one might act in that situation. When we're talking about stories changing, I also want you to pay very close attention to that exhibit that they put together. That was basically, a narrative of what the state thinks the significance of the stories mean. Of course, that's not evidence, it's just their view of it. And as we discussed on cross-examination, it doesn't include some other things. But look, a lot of this has to do with a conversation that Sam had with her mother or somebody else, and knowing that it's being recorded, which she admitted to, she's just talking about stuff. And it's to another person. It's not in court. It's not in front of any significant witness. It's not like she's saying this is exactly what happened. And, truth be told, if she was nervous about what to say, that's understandable. So let's talk about what this is really all about. We've talked about it many times. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What does it mean? We give you some guidance in this jury instruction. It gives a lot of different examples of ways to think about it, but the reality is there's no mathematical formula. We can't say you need to be a certain percent convinced. It's really supposed to be something where, if you follow the law, like we all agreed we would, if you follow the judge's instructions, and if you do your job properly to look at this evidence carefully and scrutinize it and come to only logical conclusions, the answer should be that Samantha is not guilty if we follow the law. In fact, it must be. Reasonable doubt, we talk about this all the time. It's one of those concepts that, again, it's very hard to define. But when we say beyond a reasonable doubt, and we use that term reasonable, what we're really talking about is don't imagine something that wasn't part of the evidence in this case. There was no testimony about Martians beaming down and killing Joey. No evidence of that. What it means is look at the evidence, look at the facts. You find the facts from that evidence. You don't imagine things. You don't speculate like they want you to. I'll tell you right now, here's how it should be impossible to find Samantha Krebs guilty of this offense. And it comes from the state's own witness, Dr. Kelly. This is the single most important fact in this case. When he took the stand, this is a man who is a forensic pathologist. He does autopsies. He's been doing it for decades. He's the deputy chief examiner, medical examiner for Milwaukee County. He was asked, and he testified that it is reasonably possible that this was a self-inflicted wound. His testimony has established reasonable doubt in this case. Right there. The state's own witness. In other words, there is nothing about the autopsy, nothing about that examination, nothing about the characteristics of the wound, nothing about anything that points to this being an intentional act. There can be things that would point to an intentional act that are absent in this case. Dr. Kelly told you this could very well have been self-inflicted. Now, there's part of that instruction that says if you can reconcile the evidence with any reasonable hypothesis consistent with innocence, you must find the defendant not guilty. And that is that reasonable hypothesis right there from the mouth of Dr. Kelly. Now, the state's done a lot to make Samantha look bad. And they've been somewhat successful in that regard. She's got some problems. I agree. She probably was not prepared to be a very good stepmother at that stage in what was going on. Didn't look like an ideal home for a 4-year-old or 5-year-old. Get it? That's all true. But if these things all add up, and with what the state is telling you, makes you come to the conclusion that it's possible Samantha killed Joey. Is it possible in your mind? And if that's what we're saying, it's possible. That means not guilty, because it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're thinking it's probable from everything they've done that Samantha is guilty, that still means not guilty. Probable means not guilty. Although it's hard to define reasonable doubt, we do know that it's the highest burden that exists in the world. It's a high burden. And it's that way for a reason. And this case is a perfect example of why we have that high burden. Because it's very easy to make assumptions, draw conclusions, form opinions about things, about someone's character, or if you like them or not, but you have to focus on the evidence itself, not bucket hats or pizza boxes. Even if you think it's highly likely, based on what they've shown you, that Samantha killed Joey, that's still not guilty. And I'm not being defensive here when I say that. What I'm telling you is that they have a high burden to overcome. And even if they can score some points by making her look bad, that doesn't mean she's guilty. It's the reality of life. There's another instruction in there, and I just want to address this briefly because in these cases, we all observe the anguish that has gone on, the very unfortunate and tragic death of Joey Cornell that everyone knows. And I told you at the beginning that's something that is going to be part of this case. At the same time, we also promised at the outset that you're going to find facts based on the evidence. It is not for you to consider what happens afterwards. It would be wrong and contrary to the law to find Samantha guilty because you feel bad for Joey's family. I feel bad for Joey's family, but that's not a reason to find her guilty, and you know that. The judge will tell you you are not to be swayed by passion or prejudice. You are to look at the evidence carefully and do your duty, which you've promised to do, and we all appreciate. Folks, Samantha Krebs is not guilty.
Okay, thank you, counsel. About 40 minutes. And stand and stretch for about 2 or 3, or if any of the jurors think we should take about a 5-7 minute break if you think you need any restroom. All right, we'll take about a 7-minute break. We'll try to make it quick, but take care of what you have to take care of, and we'll be back in about 7-8 minutes for the rebuttal.
Well, I know the judge can't be mad at nobody for taking overtime or anything like that, considering he is the same person that takes 5 minutes to say a word, right? The way he drags it out. I don't know if he did. Just so we are aware, they are currently deliberating. They have been deliberating for 49 minutes and, well, 49 minutes, right? Which is fine. Maybe they'll be back with their verdict by the time we get through our closing arguments, which will be perfect. So I am going to TiVo us past this portion. Um, So I'm gonna TiVo us past this portion so we can go back in the courtroom. I am keeping an eye on the verdict. If you happen to see the verdict before we get to the verdict, no spoilers. We will definitely go, into the verdict ourselves. Once we are finished with our closing arguments and things here. But I am watching the verdict clock, and we are at 50 minutes and 52 seconds right now that they have been back there deliberating. So I think that we'll get a verdict today. It's really early there. I can't imagine that they have a lot to go through. So, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm going to take us back into the courtroom. Hey, Allison. Yeah. Yeah, Maddie, I don't think anybody's leaving. Okay, so I would let you guys know, but I think that we'll be fine. I don't think they'll come back in the verdict. I say no more than 2 hours. I think they'll be back there at least 2 hours. And so we're at 51 minutes that they've been back there. And I can't imagine this rebuttal is going to be that long. So let's get to it.
Yeah, they're all set. We'll bring them back down here. What's that?
May I?
Yes. Is your phone silenced?
I don't have one.
Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back on the record in the case of State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. It's 10:15 a.m. We're going to shift into the rebuttal argument of the state. So I kind of mapped out. They have the burden of proof, so they go first. The defense gives a closing argument second, and then the rebuttal is set up to focus on responding or reacting to the defense closing. It's not a whole repeat of the first part. So Ms. Temples, go ahead.
Thank you. This is not about trying to make someone look bad at all. This is a pursuit of truth. You have heard a lot of evidence beyond just those moments when Joey was dying, in those moments ahead, in that day, to be able to understand and make your decision. And you need to understand all of it. And when defense talked about trying to make someone look bad, that's not what we're trying to do. But what I am trying to do, and what Attorney Grody is trying to do, is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to you that Samantha Krebs killed Joey Karna. Let's talk about Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly talked about different manners of death. You could have suicide. You could have accidental. You could have homicide. You could have undetermined. He talked about those. And what he specifically said is he did not, well, let's talk about what he did not say. He did not say it was a suicide. He did not say it was a homicide. He said there is a single stab wound that killed Joey Carnut. And what was required is for the investigation to look at all of the facts and to bring them all forward and present them. And when you look at the investigation with that one stab wound, that is how we know. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your job. Because Dr. Kelly said he couldn't say that it was a suicide. It can be a homicide, but we have to look at the investigation. And that is why we are here. Now, there was a conversation during defense's closing about, well, there wasn't any hand slippage. There was no cut on her hand. She couldn't have done it. There was no cut on Joey's hand either. It just didn't happen. And what Dr. Kelly said is that sometimes there is none. If it might be a multiple stab wound and you have a lot of blood and somebody is stabbing someone multiple times, there could be that slippage, because I think we can all use our common sense to understand with that much blood gets around the knife, and certainly it could get slippery. But what we know is this is a single in and out. What he also said is there were no defensive wounds. I think that's super interesting. The reason I think it's interesting is because Dr. Kelly said that sometimes people have cuts on their hand. If you see someone coming at you with a knife, and you might try to protect yourself and you might get cuts on your hand. Or if you're being stabbed multiple times, you feel a stab wound, and then you're starting to try to prevent other stab wounds, and you get those defensive wounds. But there are no defensive wounds. His stabbing wound on those photos, right under his left breast, his left nipple, right into the cartilage of the ribs, off to the side. And an easy way for someone to have a knife and just stab in and out. No slippage, no defensive wounds. Someone who is mad. Someone who has been smoking meth all afternoon. Who has been smoking meth that night. There is so much focus on Joey, and rightly so. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not here today to just focus on his actions, because the determination and the actions of the defendant, Samantha Krebs, are what matter today. So there's all this conversation about Joey. And what do we know about Joey? We know that he was seeking help at the VA, that he was a walk-in, that he chose to go for help, that when he missed his appointment on the 8th, he went on the 10th. Someone who is consciously trying to follow up. I don't know why he missed the 8th. Maybe he had a job interview, maybe something came up, but he rescheduled and he was there on the 10th. Someone who wanted to get better. Someone who had done this cycle before, had hit the bottom and knew that he had to get treatment and come up. And one of the last times he did it, he was not well. He went to Nova. He got better. He came back. He lived a really good life with Brittany. And they had Kaysen. And he was able to be involved in Kaysen's life. And he was a great dad, according to Brittany. When he was clean, he was responsible. He showed up for all of the visits and was engaged. They could even go trick-or-treating together. That says so much about two people who share a child and can co-parent like that. That they're still able to have that relationship before she comes in the picture. So Joey knew that if he got treatment and if he worked hard, that he could overcome that demon. And he was back there again. But you heard testimony from Brittany that throughout that time that he was struggling with his use prior, and as she knew him for almost close to, I think she said 9, maybe 10 years, something like that, close to a decade, that she had seen him cycle through. She had seen him come back and to do well. And what was even more important is she said he was never suicidal with her. He was never self-harming. He was not harming others. That's what she said. In 2019, we heard, saw a small snippet in the VA that he had suicidal thoughts. He got treatment around then, and he moved his way up. That's not a plan. That's not an action. It was a time he was struggling, and then he got help. And then we see him here going to the VA on the 10th, 8 days before going to his appointment and getting help. But they want you to concentrate so much on his meth use, on his issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Samantha Krebs testified. She said she has 14 convictions. She's using meth all day. She has issues. She has struggles. Just because someone has mental health issues and struggles with childhood trauma, and he goes to the VA clinic, so he was in the military for a period of time. Just because he has those mental health issues does not make him suicidal. Samantha talked about being engaged to him. And I asked her on the stand yesterday about how if you're engaged to someone, you want them to be their best self. And she has created this lavish story of how manic he was and how crazy he was. But she can never give any examples of this. He's talking crazy. He's talking about his mom and this angel person. I don't know what's true. It doesn't matter. Like, sure, he says he has some childhood trauma. Maybe something is processing in his head that she doesn't get. Doesn't mean he's delusional. But she doesn't give any specifics, even with Officer Felmer on the call that night. She's like, oh, he gets manic and he gets delusional. She doesn't say, tonight, while I was home, before I left, he was experiencing delusions. And here is what those delusions were. Here is what that behavior was. He just says, oh, when he gets manic and delusional, he thinks I'm having an affair. He thinks I'm doing whatever the case is. But there's no specifics in what she says because there weren't specifics because it didn't happen. But we talk about wanting to get better. If she is engaged to him to be married, and he has truly stabbed himself with a knife, according to her, she doesn't want him put on a mental health hold because that's going to impact his court hearing about Kasich. That's where the common sense, we want jurors with common sense because that makes no sense. If someone that you love stabs themselves in front of you and wants to die, if that's in fact or accidentally stabs himself or whatever the case is, you want that person to get help. And if that requires a mental health hold and some help, by all means, please. In fact, in those VA records, he said, fiance supportive. So you would think that she would be supportive this night when he is having the supposed mental health crisis, right? But she doesn't. She doesn't at all. In fact, she begins to just hide the truth. This would be an opportunity if he is struggling so hard and doing so poorly, according to her. This is the opportunity she would have to say, oh my gosh, we have hit a place where you just have to get help because I love you and I care about you and I want the best for you. Because I know that he struggled. And she would tell JP right away, oh my God, JP, he just stabbed himself. That would be the response when he walked in. Sure, we all respond differently, but that's that excited utterance where you're like, oh my gosh, he just stabbed himself. But that is not what she says. It's not. Because it isn't. Because she stabbed himself. And she immediately has to start creating her stories. And she immediately has to be able to have a different version. And if law enforcement comes and she's there, that's going to create a problem for her because she doesn't have all the answers yet and she has to think about it. Because if it's really a suicide, all she has to do is go flush the meth down the toilet and have JP throw the meth pipes away. Take them outside, get them out of here. Call 911. That's what you would do. You can flush the meth and you can get rid of the pipes. But she has to think about so much more than that because it's not about the meth. It's about what she just did. And she knows what she just did. In fact, coming back to this story she has, he's manic, he's delusional, he's crazy. Those neighbors heard nothing. Nothing. The ones right connected to his apartment who said if it would get loud, you could hear. They heard nothing. She talks about this 10 minutes, but we know that those phone calls came from John Pfeffer. And we talk about the recording and the question that defense brought up about the recording, and we don't even know what it is. We know that he has this app on his phone that records when he has a phone call. So we know that when he tries to answer Sam's call, one of her calls, as he's getting out of the driver's seat, we hear the beeping of the car door and he's walking, and a couple seconds later, he makes the call as he's walking in the apartment. That is not 10 minutes for all of that other stuff to happen in the bathroom, with the argument, with him being delusional, with him getting some pizza, with him grabbing a knife, with him throwing a sheath, with him stabbing himself, and all of a sudden being on the floor. There is not enough time for her story. And what happens is that she can't remember all the different facts. And so she says that's 10 minutes before, and it's not possible. That recording records his call that he receives. So he calls her as he's walking up the apartment complex steps, says, Sam's just calling. We hear some different beeps, we hear some things, and we hear a recording. And that recording is what gives us this piece of evidence that we have now. We know that when she talks about how he acts manic, it is these generalities, that it doesn't provide facts about what is actually happening because he wasn't doing anything wrong. Defense says they don't want to put a square peg in a round hole. But that's exactly what she's doing when she keeps trying to change these stories and fit the facts. There is a round hole. And the round hole is the evidence. The things that are uncontroverted, because you can't just get these text messages and you can't get the 911 call. You can't get all of these pieces and change that. That's out of her control. So it exists. And now she has to take her various stories that she's had, and there's a lot of them, and she has to figure out, how do I fit them in here when they don't really fit? And when she's on the stand and when she sits here, you take in her demeanor. On it's Thursday, Tuesday, when she was testifying for defense, she's sobbing about what happened. And what happened is awful. Awful for everybody. She's sobbing. Yesterday, her demeanor, very different. Talking about the same things, but very different. That is part of what you can assess in credibility. Defense talked about how she didn't know how serious this was. That when she left, he was still breathing and still alive. Again, that common sense. You hear Jen, snap to it, buddy, snap to it. He's out. Christy, for all the different things Christy says, she's like, at one point he kind of gets up and he's back down and he's out. He's unconscious. And she said he was unconscious. And Christy said he was pale, consistent with what Dr. Kelly said. And his pulse, it's faint. It's not coming through strong, which makes sense according to what Dr. Kelly said. And supposedly, if she was rendering aid, she would know that the pulse wasn't very strong and that he was losing all of that blood. And so when that's happening and when she's walking out, it is dire. She says, well, I thought John was on the phone with 911. And then she says, oh, but I didn't think it was that serious. But then she talks to Officer Felmer and she testifies, contrary to the video, but testifies like, I thought he said he had a lung collapse. Oh my gosh, then how much more serious does it get? When I didn't use the word gushy, I did use the word gushy, but that word came from her. Because at the time, there definitely is blood there. At the time, there probably was, right when she stabbed him, there probably was, as she got him down on the ground, a decent amount of blood that came out from when he was standing upright and she stabbed him. And then she says she gets him on the ground. He gets on the ground, whatever that happened. And then you think about somebody's blood pumping through their system as they're moving and as they're kind of collapsing to the ground when he first got there. Is that how the blood ends up kind of splashes up on the side of that wall in the kitchen, between the kitchen and the living room? After that, when that happens? Ladies and gentlemen, the state doesn't have to prove motive. But we have somebody who's been using meth all day, who says when somebody else uses meth, it's really bad. There's been no discussion and no testimony about what her behavior is on meth, but she's been on meth all day. And so she is obviously in a place where she is also not sober. So why? We know they've had arguments in the past. She says that they have had issues in their relationship. We see some of the messages that we have seen that she has sent him. We know about the prior threats to stab her. We know 2 separate people on different occasions and multiples of them have heard her threaten to stab. That is a very specific threat. And it is not ironic that that is in the end what he dies from. And when defense says it's almost comical about that threats and that phone call a month after Joey's dead from a stab wound, there is nothing comical about any of it. Any of it. And when she cackles like that, it's not even just a light laugh, but that cackling that I hear after she said, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend? If that was ever funny, that is not the time. I want to tell you about a jury instruction that hasn't been brought up yet, but is important. And we talked about it in jury selection. We talked about we live in Wisconsin, it snows in the winter, and all of a sudden you wake up and you didn't see it snow and you didn't know, but it snowed. Okay? This has circumstantial evidence. And the instruction reads, it is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experiences. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than the direct evidence, and either type can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt. So when we talk about those moments, I don't have to prove the why, the motive, but there's definitely something that occurs in those minutes before John is ever called where there is some type of argument. And she's mad. And she stabs him. And from that point forward, it moves us to another instruction. And that is 172, circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, or concealment. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters for you to decide. So when we talk about all of the evidence that we show, and we spent a lot of time talking about those days after, minutes after, hours after, days after this incident happened, that is her process of concealment, to try to conceal her involvement, to try to conceal what she did, to try to conceal other behaviors. And ladies and gentlemen, it just continues through months. Some of those calls that we had, there's times where her mom has no idea what she's talking about because she thinks one set of facts and all of a sudden Sam's telling her a different set of facts and her mom is confused. Because nobody does that to hide a suicide. And nobody does that to hide meth. And nobody does that to prevent somebody they love from getting mental health help, if in fact that's true. They talk about, well, there's no blood. We don't know how she pressed the buzzer. She said her hands were covered in blood and she presses that buzzer. There should be something there. But that is only one of many, many untruths. Only one of many things she says that don't match the actual evidence. There is nowhere in those excited moments of John's first arrival that we hear anything about suicide. What we do know is at 8:50, he says that his cravings are skyrocketing. You know this is hard enough. He is doing what he can to do the best he can. And the love of his life, she's not helping it. She's smoking meth in the living room when Johnny Boy's there, when Chong's there. She's smoking meth. My cravings are skyrocketing. You know how hard this is. All those messages that he sent during the day, there's someone who loved her. He loved her. Even with her faults, he loved her. But their relationship, she says, wasn't always good. And when you have not a good relationship, and you have somebody who lies through all sorts of stories to keep making it up, she said, that was a lie. That was a lie. Ladies and gentlemen, she is doing that to cover up her behavior. This is a search for the truth. And the truth doesn't change. Only she changes. And just because the defendant said that a meth user isn't a killer, someone who's using meth doesn't commit suicide. And someone who's using meth can commit a homicide. And someone using and struggling can still also be killed. And I believe that when we look at all of these stories from Sam, someone with 14 convictions, who has that conversation with Greg Allen 16 days after Joey is dead, talking about having kids with him. And he's saying how you always talk about pulling out, and you're not going to be able to do that with me. And he's looking forward to having her kids. And you have that message from her saying, right after the homicide, I just needed to hear your voice to calm me. And you hear that message or you read that message that she goes to him in search for money for a phone. She wants him to buy her the new best Apple phone. And she said on the stand on redirect that she didn't mean it, but he has money and she will do whatever she needs and say whatever she needs to and be in whatever conversation she needs to get what she needs. So that disgusting conversation with Greg Allen, a 70-year-old guy who's married, who she's having that sexual conversation with 16 days after Joey is dead. She's just doing it because that's what she needs to do. That is manipulation. That is someone who will say and do whatever she needs to do, which she also said on the stand for herself. And that is to try to avoid accountability, like she has done from the beginning, where she has always focused everything on Joey and all of his issues without focusing on her behavior and actions. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where that has to stop. Whereas we pursue the truth is she's guilty. And I ask you to return that verdict today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, there's a few more instructions I need to give to you. And then I'll explain the alternate process too. All right, members of the jury, the duties of counsel and the court have been performed at this point. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law, which should govern you in your final deliberations. The time has come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence, and I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind, and as upright citizens, render a just and true verdict. Now, this instruction also has an important caution about the scope of your role. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged. Any consequence of your verdict are matters solely for the court to judge, me alone to decide, and must not affect your deliberations. When 12 of you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you're going to get not just a packet of instructions, but also a verdict form. It's a one-page separate document. And the form of the verdict reads as follows. So, quote, we, the jury, find the defendants Samantha Krebs, and then if there's a blank space to fill in either guilty of not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide is charged in count one of the information. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of that offense charged. And once again, this is a criminal case, not a civil case, and therefore the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received only if the verdict is reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room in the next few moments, I'm going to have you select one of your jurors to be what's called the presiding juror. Sometimes they refer to that person as the foreperson. Now that juror is not entitled to any greater weight, or their vote is not entitled to any greater weight of any other juror. They're mainly positioned to be more of an administrator for you on behalf of all 12 of you. When you need to communicate with the court while you're deliberating, your foreperson should send a note to us or to me. You can have the foreperson, the presiding juror, take a sheet of paper off their notebook, write out the question, whether it's a legal issue or something requesting exhibits. Print that out, have the person sign their name, put their name underneath their signature. When that's provided to the bailiffs outside your door, they'll send a note to me. It may take some time for me to talk about the notes with the attorneys, and we'll give you a written response. If it's something we think we need to bring into the courtroom to listen to a response, that's an option too. The court, in most cases, will answer the questions in writing. It may take some time, so in the meantime, continue your deliberations. As I said earlier, if you have requests for supplies such as food or drink, beverages, that can just be a simple knock on the door and talk to the bailiff outside the door, and they can do that. You decide when you want to order food for lunch, and we'll leave that up to you. That's decided by you as a group, as a whole, not just the presiding juror or the foreperson. As you continue your deliberations, at some point, if you reach a verdict that's unanimous, the presiding juror should fill out the verdict form, sign it, and date it. Notify the bailiff that you've reached a verdict. At that point, the bailiff will be in communication with me or my staff, and we will assemble the people in the court.
Hey, I just paused it right here. SD, I see that you wanted me to fast forward it. I'm just gonna let it play at the normal speed, only because they are in deliberations. They are still back there. So they're back there. It's been an hour and 26 minutes and we don't have a verdict yet. So this way, you know, we can take our time unless there's some testimony that that y'all have in mind that y'all want to rewatch. But other than that, I might as well let it just play at normal speed because they're back there deliberating. Would you say patience? Yeah, they're back there. So they've been back there an hour and 26 minutes.
Courtroom. When everybody's in here that we need to have in the courtroom, we'll bring you in. The verdict form and the other documents will be handed back to me, and I'll read the verdict into the record. There may be a polling process as part of that. All right, we have some bailiffs that are going to be assigned to monitor and your situation, so we'll have them come over and be sworn in as bailiffs. They can come up to my left.
You do swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep all jurors sworn on this trial together in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court, until they have agreed on their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon, so help you God.
I do. Okay. Bailiffs can remain there and face the jury. We have two alternates that have been selected. The decision to keep alternates is a safety net. If we started with 12 and somebody got sick and we can't proceed with 11, so it's a safety net. The flip side of that is when we make it through with all the alternates, only 12 can deliberate, so there's one or two people that sometimes wind up listening to a case and not necessarily participating. The role of the alternate, I'll explain to the alternates separate. We're going to have them step out first. But there are some reasons to keep the alternates sequestered, just like you were overnight not communicated about the case. If the alternates are not needed for anything further, we'll make sure we have their contact information and get a hold of them and let them know. So we designate one juror as a first alternate and one then as a secondary or backup alternate. Alternate number 1 is juror number 5. And you can stay right there. Alternate number 2 is number 14. Okay, what I'm going to do is have those 2 alternates step out with Dean, go collect your notebooks and any personal belongings. He's going to take you down to jury room number 1, where I'll visit with you with a clerk to get some contact information and let you know the scope of your role, so we can do that now. We'll wait, the other 12 will wait until they're cleared from the branch 6 jury room. All right, as you know, it's about 10:50, so you decide when you go back when you want to do the timing of your lunch, things of that sort. It doesn't have to be noon, it could be a little later. I know you have some other snacks and drinks back there. The selection of the jury foreperson or presiding juror is on your shoulders. It's not something where the judge points at somebody and say, hey, I think you'd be a good foreperson and you're assigned. That's not how it works. So you go back there and you have a discussion, see who is the best fit to do that. I don't know how that all has happened in the past, but you decide on your own. Occasionally, it's the first person that goes into the bathroom and the other 11 vote for that person. So keep that in mind when you go back too. So, but as I said, that person doesn't have any more importance other than they're filling out the paperwork and communicating with the court just on legal issues and exhibit issues. I'll give you the exhibit list. I'll also have the stipulations that will go back to you. So if at some point early on you say, you know, there's some of these we want to look at, put it on a piece of paper. Some of them I may not be able to send back to you. There's input from the lawyers, but you know, if there's something that you think is important collectively as a group, we'll send that back and you can view those. If it's something that can't be sent back and needs to be viewed in the courtroom, the arrangements would be we'd bring in, show you something if it's a recording or a video that you think you need to see. If we bring you into the courtroom for anything to view, we can't have a conversation with you when it's going on. So if you say, we want to see this and we want to see it played 3 times, then we bring you in there. If you say you want to see it twice, we play it twice, and then we send you back out. It's not like, hey, Judge, we want to talk to you about zooming in on something or enhancing something. There's no dialogue in the courtroom between the jurors, the attorneys, and the judge. Are the 2 alternates in the other room? Okay, I'm going to have Kevin take the paperwork here. It's the packet of instructions, the verdict form, the exhibit list with the stipulations. All right, with that, we'll excuse the jurors to deliberate at this time. It's about 10:54 a.m. and I'll rise for the jurors. All right, everybody can be seated. All right, in the next few minutes, I'll instruct alternate number 1, who's in seat 5, that the scope of her role, alternate number 2 probably won't be needed, but I'll take care of that in their notebooks, would be maintained by the court staff. The instruction would be that they're allowed to go home. They're sequestered from talking to anybody about the case. We'll have their contact information. Let them know when they're released from being sequestered alternate jurors. That was based on agreement by the attorneys on both sides. Is that correct from the state?
Yes, sir.
Correct from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. From the state's perspective, any objections you need to note regarding the final reading of the instructions or the closing arguments?
Nothing.
All right. Any from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. When we go into break in the next few minutes, the court's preference is that you linger either in the courtroom or in the hallway or in close proximity. Not always, but often. There's some early questions regarding exhibits and things of that sort. At this point, continue to look at the exhibit list. There are some that may be pretty easy to respond to and just send back, photographs and certain things. But when we get into documents that have extra things in them, then we get into an issue of if we have to excise or black out things. Obviously, there's audio recordings and video recordings. I'm not going to send a laptop back there. I'm not going to put them in the control of anything electronic. If they want to hear something again or see something, as I said to them, it's going to have to be done in the courtroom. There should not be any dialogue between the attorneys, the judge, and the jurors. Simply bring them in, play whatever the request is, whether it's one time or more, and then send them back out. Any problem with that from the defense?
No, Your Honor. In fact, I'm aware of a case where a judge did send a laptop back and that was deemed improper. So we don't want that to happen.
It was inappropriate, you mean?
Inappropriate.
Okay. And stage, if they request to hear something or see something from the technology exhibits, the jump drive in particular, exhibit 1, want to make sure your device is still plugged in to play that. But I don't want anything where one juror says, Judge, can you replay that or go back? Or they need to put that in writing ahead of time, just so there's no dialogue and there's no suggestive comment by the judge or anybody else in the courtroom. So you want me to turn that part up for you? Drawing attention to a portion of an electronic exhibit. Any problem with that from the state?
No, we understand it.
All right. Once again, I need you to stay nearby. You don't have to stay in the courtroom. Both sides should have cell phone contacts with the deputy clerk Marina that's here. And then I'm going to ask the deputy Ryan to come with me to talk to the alternates and maybe walk them to their cars, just so they know their role and nobody's to be talking to them. Any problem with that process from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else before we go on break?
None. Nothing.
Okay, we're in adjournment at 10:58 a.m. and we'll let you know when we get a first message.
All right, so it's official. We are in verdict watch. Now, everybody else, they've been in verdict watch for almost the clock. They on commercial. So as soon as they come back from commercial, I'll be able to see where the clock is at. So what do you guys think? Did the prosecution put a nice little bow on this and tie it up for us? I think they did. I think they explained. They also provided great details on why it's not what she said it was, because a normal person would not react like that. I guess my bigger thing is, I guess in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, maybe she was the one that was aggressive and high on the meth and all of that. That caused it. That makes her. Crazy. I'm listening to the other trial. Yeah, so I'm thinking that they did wrap it up and put it together because normal people wouldn't act that way. And so I'm thinking in my head that she guilty just based off the fact that if you did do these things, why wouldn't you? It was like she was trying to play it off. But my other thought is that I don't know why. Why would she unalive him? It wasn't like he was, at least from what I remember, like he was cheat. I can't imagine that she just wanted to leave him for another meth buddy. But I have no clue why she would unalive him. Do anybody have any ideas or thoughts in regards to that? Well, Maddie's theory is not so much that she unalived him. Maddie's theory is that he was back there fiending, going through withdrawal. He came out there and had some and overdosed, and she didn't want to be caught with it, caught like she, with her being on probation, because it comes out in testimony that she was the only one that was on probation, quote unquote. So if she's the only one on probation, he comes out and he gets, sky high and ODs and he's laid out. Maddie's theory is that because he had, OD, she kind of like stabbed, to make it look like he did it himself, high off the drugs and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that was Maddie's theory, and I still believe that's part of the theory. So like she just basically did something that she didn't really have to do. Pretty Brown Girl says, I think they got into a heated argument and maybe they both were high. That could have made the whole situation worse. Yeah, absolutely. She said, yes, maybe we could beat it into YouTube. She's so funny. Okay, yeah, Maddie says that she tried to cover up his unaliving while he was still alive. So, although he was maybe on drugs, he had got too high. She thought he was dead and decided, hey, I'm not going to sit here with this dead body. Who knows? Patty said, who knows? It's impossible to know what truly is going on through their mind, right? I agree. She Wolf says, I feel she was threatened by his ex and was afraid he would go back to her when he got clean. Oh, really? I never got that out of that. But I can see it coming from a different angle. I didn't feel, I don't know if I felt like she was, I don't know, because it seemed like he was pretty much into her. Like, it just seemed like she was very, very bad news for him. Very bad news. Very bad news. So let me see who else I got in here. Pretty Brown Girl says, why would he stab himself? It's such such a weird spot. Yeah, I don't believe that he did that to himself. I mean, only because like it don't even make no sense. Maddie says, I don't know if that girl ever would have taken him back. Yeah, I don't think his girlfriend would have taken him back either. I think she just hurt because he went and got with the wrong one. OnlyFans said, I doubt it. It's even physically possible for him to do it to himself. Yeah, I don't know. That seemed kind of. Yes, he was into her, and I'm talking about her and the way she thinks in her mind. I feel she has issues. Yeah, I do. I think she does too. Merelda says the fact that she said to John, must we say he fell on a knife is it for me? Yeah. Hearing that in the background, right? She was probably off her trolley and lashed out. Yeah, he was probably bothering her while she was trying to get so high, right? Like, get on out of here. Talk about some. I'm getting a bowl of ice cream. Y'all know what that is. That is probably a different word for ice. Not ice, like you know what they call some kind of drug. I think they call some drug ice. I don't know. Yeah, I really think that I don't think the jury should have a hard problem with this one, but who knows? I think what's gonna happen, y'all. This is okay. So they are providing them lunch. If they were smart like me, the jury will not come back with a verdict until after they have their free lunch. They're gonna wait. They're gonna wait and have their lunch first because they had to go back there. They picked their fourth person, and then they did their first vote. Everybody was like guilty, 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 guilty. Then, you know, they get to collectively decide what they want to eat for lunch. So then they started working on a lunch menu. So they started working on a lunch menu, and now after lunch, we'll get it. I'm gonna see when the clock gonna stop because that'll kind of tell me when they go to lunch. Misbehaving says, sorry, don't believe any woman who says they are going to have a bowl of ice cream unless it was a mixed bowl. Right? So the verdict watch is still going at 1 hour and 48 minutes and 28 seconds. So that's what we have there. Oh shoot. Give me 1 second. So we do have our so just so everybody aware, we do have our take it to trial after dark schedule is for tomorrow. We are gonna do the fetish trial. even though I'll be trying to do we typically there for about an hour. The preliminary hearing for that one is an hour. I do have some games scheduled that surround that fetish trial that I am currently working on. So that should be pretty fun for us tomorrow evening if anybody wants to come hang out. I did send out the notification for that. Also, what do we have? Depending on where this case is at, if they do come back with a verdict today, guys, we'll cover our next day for our preliminary hearing for Jarvis Butts tomorrow. So depending on if we come back for a verdict. So we have, we'll do Jarvis in the morning. Oh, Marilda. You say you be fast asleep. I know. So yeah, we will do that. Hey Patty, we'll do Jarvis tomorrow. That's wait time for you? Okay. So we'll do Jarvis Bus tomorrow if this is not in if this is done. If it's not done, then we'll open up a room for verdict watch and we'll replay testimony. Y'all say sounds of it. And yeah, and then we'll do the trial after dark. I think the preliminary hearing for that is about an hour. We'll start that at probably about 6 or so. Mountain Standard Time. Yeah, well, y'all definitely Marilda misbehaving. I have it scheduled for I think 6:45, like we did the last time. Give me a second, I'm gonna look. I'm almost sure I did it for 6:45 like we did the last time. 6:30. Yeah, sure, Baka. I can get that pulled up for us. Yeah, so we'll do it tomorrow about 6:30. It'll probably be from 6:30 to probably like 8. The testimony is about an hour. The preliminary hearing, it was only about an hour. And then we can play some games and, do some stuff like that afterwards. Give me a second. Do you want to see first her cross or do you want to see the entire testimony, Baka? Okay. Give me a second. Let me put that up here. Nope, didn't want to do that. Hold on a second.
assist the defendant, you can have a seat up at the witness stand.
Okay, it looks like they're gonna be bringing the jury back in. They are gonna rest. It looks like she gonna wobble. She about to wobble with her shackles up to the stand, one leg in front of the, okay, got a little wobble.
All right, you can have a seat.
Got
Ms.
her
Krebs.
tissue up there. That's a good sign.
Okay, when the jury comes out, you should stand, and then then you can sit when I give the chance for the state to rest, and then you'll stand again to get sworn in, and then I'll give you the same instructions I gave the other witnesses. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we bring the jury back out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
Okay, you can bring the jury out. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Back on the record in the courtroom, State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. All the appearances are the same. And at this point, is the state going to call any other witnesses?
Rest, and I believe all of the exhibits have been received by the court, and then we also discussed the additional stipulations regarding the evidence.
Okay, and then the defense is now available to call their witnesses. And who's your first witness?
Samantha Krebs.
Okay, we'll have Ms. Krebs stand and face my direction and raise her right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. Like name for the record.
Samantha Krebs, SAMANTHAKREBS.
Okay, Ms. Krebs, similar to some of the things I've told the earlier witnesses, I'm going to go through the same with you. You're obviously a witness here under oath, so you're going to get questions from first your counsel and then from one of the prosecutors. We're not in a hurry. Take your time. Whether we get through your testimony this afternoon or if it spills over to tomorrow, don't worry about that. We've got plenty of time, and we don't want to be in a hurry. So don't feel rushed in any way. When you get a question, listen closely to the question. Make sure that it's fully out before you answer. When you get the question, only answer within the scope of the question. Don't volunteer anything extra. If the attorneys on either side want anything extra, they'll ask you a follow-up question. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As I mentioned to the other witnesses, the chair you're on is on wheels, so you can move back and forth to stay close to the mic as needed. The mic is flexible, just like mine. As you kind of notice at times, sometimes there's a little pause if you drift away from it, or you can't hear your voice project through the mic, through the sound system. You may have to repeat your answers. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If at any point there's an objection, hold off on your answer until I rule on the objection. How I rule on the objection may dictate whether or not you have to answer or not. At any point, if you need any additional water beyond the bottle of water you already have, the bailiff to your right, who will be back in his seat soon, will give you an extra bottle of water as needed. He'll bring that over to you. You notice during some witnesses, they were presented with documents, or sometimes recordings were played during their testimony to refresh their recollection and remind them of maybe some things that happened months or years ago. Not sure if that's going to happen during your testimony, but if it does, when something's presented to you, take your time and review it, whether it's a document or of audio or video. And then the attorney is supposed to follow up and ask you if that refreshes your recollection. So don't read anything out loud off the documents unless the judge directs you to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All your answers need to be verbal, not any shaking of the heads or nodding of the heads. And do you have any questions for me?
Not at this time, sir.
All right, so I'm going to have you direct your attention over towards Ms. Rock. That's where we're going to start with, at least to start the afternoon. And then at some point, I'll have you direct your attention over to the prosecutor's table. Okay, Ms. Rock, go ahead with the witness, Samantha Krebs.
Thank you. Samantha, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
We've heard a lot throughout trial talk about methamphetamine and drug use. It's true that you are an addict.
That is correct.
And have you struggled with addiction for some time?
That is correct.
What has been your drug of choice?
Methamphetamine.
And we've heard a lot about Joseph Carnot.
That is correct.
And you knew Joey, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you recall when about you first met Joey?
June of 2023.
And you developed more than just a friendship with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
You eventually were his fiance.
That is correct.
And your relationship with Joey, was it always good?
No.
We've heard that you've struggled with addiction. Did Joey have those same issues?
That is correct.
Throughout the time of your relationship, were you struggling with addiction?
On and off, yes.
And what about Joey?
Same.
Were you aware of what Joey's drug of choice would be?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was methamphetamine.
Were there often times where the two of you would use together?
Yes.
And were there times where the two of you would use separately?
Yes.
At some point, did you move in with Joey?
Yes.
When was that?
Like a year and 6 months ago, or 6 months before the incident.
So fair to say beginning of 2024?
Correct.
And if you recall, when did you and Joey become engaged?
I would say after like 7 months of being together.
So prior to you moving in?
Yes.
And when we say you were living together, that's at the apartment, this apartment 5 that we've heard a lot about, is that right?
That is correct.
We've heard that Joey had a son. Are you familiar with him?
Yes, he had a little boy named Kason.
And were there times where you would spend time with Kason?
He thought I loved Kason.
And Kason was important to Joey?
Very important.
Was it your intention on being a family with Joey and Kason?
Yes.
After you had moved in with Joey, or really at any time, did there begin to have issues with Joey and his custody with Kason?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. At some point in your relationship with Joey, were you aware that there were issues with his custody of Kason?
Yes.
Can you kind of tell the jury about those issues?
Yes. Joey was going kind of from job to job because he was struggling with addiction, and his mother of his child, Brittany Hippis, she decided to take him to court for custody.
Joey was upset by that?
Perry.
Were you upset by that?
Perry.
Now, you've talked about how Joey was struggling with addiction, and so are you. We've heard that you were on probation at this time. Is that true?
That is true.
And have you been convicted of a crime?
Yes, 14.
And so you were on probation in July of 2024, is that right?
Correct.
Specifically, on the night of July 18th of 2024, you were on probation.
That is correct.
And were you using around that time frame? So let's focus on July of 2024.
Yes.
What about Joey?
Yes.
You were aware also that in addition to struggling with addiction, Joey had some mental health concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were aware of his diagnoses.
Yes.
And what were you aware of those to be?
He had ADHD, childhood trauma. He had major brain injury, and also bipolar, manic, and depression, anxiety.
And as part of being in your relationship with Joey, did you witness him struggling with those issues?
Yes.
What types of things did you witness?
I would witness him use and then become delusional, or say and do things that he didn't mean. Like, he would definitely take it out on his mother, I would say.
When he was delusional?
Yeah, if he would be on the phone with her, he would say things that later on we discussed that.
So just real quick, I'm just popping in to let y'all know that they are still in deliberations, but the jurors asked to see photos of the scene and the defendant. I'm not sure if they're going to take us live into the courtroom, but if they do, then I will take us in there. But right now we're at 2 hours and 7 minutes and 18 seconds. So I'm not sure if they just take the photos back there or if they bring them in the courtroom and decide what photos they can see. Okay. All right.
We had no idea what he was talking about.
And were there times where you were aware of Joey being delusional and the police actually being called?
Yes, we were at a motel in Wisconsin Rapids.
When was this?
It was in the summer.
Of which year?
2024.
Do you think it was pretty close in time to the night at issue here?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you recall about that incident?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think this is beyond the scope of the trial that we're on.
All right, I'll visit the attorneys at sidebar. So the jurors can stand and stretch while I visit with the attorneys at sidebar.
Correct?
That is correct.
And during that incident, you were able to observe Joey acting delusional. Is that fair?
Yes.
And he was knocking on different hotel room doors and ultimately jumped over the front desk. Is that right?
Yes.
And that odd behavior, that delusional behavior from Joey continued after the hotel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Joey had gone to your grandmother's residence. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you were aware of him acting delusional at that point in time as well?
Correct.
And in fact, after that incident at your grandmother's house, your family had some concerns about Joey's mental health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after that, your mother actually would not allow him to come inside her home any longer. Is that right?
That's right.
And this was within a short period of time frame from when Joey ultimately died. Is that correct?
Yeah, just adjust your microphone a little bit.
That is correct.
Around the time frame that these incidents are happening where you're witnessing Joey be delusional, he's also consuming methamphetamine on and off. Is that right?
Yes.
And he has finally sought help through the VA. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes.
And were you in support of that?
Yes.
And some of Joey's closest friends were aware of that as well. Is that right?
Correct.
One of the close friends that you and Joey would often spend time with was Jeffrey Hayes.
Yes.
Can we just have direct questions, not leading questions now?
All right, if that's an objection, it's sustained.
Was Jeffrey Hayes both of your friends?
Yes.
When did you meet Jeffrey?
I'd say like a month after I moved into Joey's.
So somewhere near the beginning of 2024?
Yes.
And were you with Joey when you met Jeff?
I met Jeff and he came over and then Joey met him that same day after work.
And is it fair to say that the three of you developed a pretty good friendship?
Yes, we were all close.
And how often would the three of you spend time together?
Every day.
Do you know when Joey first started seeking help through the VA?
He had told me about seeking help through the VA for his flat feet pain from the military. And then closer to the incident, he was seeking help for mental health and childhood trauma.
And as part of that help, you were aware that he was put on medications. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And as his fiance, would you ever help remind him about his medications?
All the time.
And were there times where you were aware that he was not taking his medications?
Yes, they were coming in the mail. And so when they didn't show up in the mail, me and Jeffrey Hayes went to the VA and got him for him while he was at work.
Were you aware of whether in the days leading up to the incident, if Joey was taking his medication?
No, he wasn't.
Do you know how many days that had been for?
I'd say at least 72 hours.
In the days leading up to the incident, are you regularly consuming meth?
Yes.
And are you aware if during the days leading up to the incident, Joey was regularly consuming meth?
Yes.
Was that something that the two of you were doing together at that time?
Yes, we were.
At the time of the incident, what was the custody status that you were aware of that Joey had with Kaysen?
He was supposed to see him every Wednesday and every other weekend.
Was that happening?
No, she had stopped all visits despite the court order.
Were you aware of there being any upcoming court hearing to address the custody issue?
Yes, we were getting ready for a custody hearing.
Do you recall when that hearing was supposed to take place?
I had bought a dress already, so I figured it was within a week or two.
Now, Samantha, I want to talk about July 18th of 2024, okay?
Okay.
I want you to start by walking us through what you recall taking place that day.
I remember Joey being at work. He hadn't slept the night before. He had been up all night and went to work anyways. Our friend John, Joey called Johnny Boy, was over at our apartment. He was from Wisconsin Rapids. He was over waiting for Joey to get done with work so that he could talk to him about these speakers or speaker amp that John wanted to buy from Joey. And we had gone to the gas station.
We being who?
Me and John.
Okay.
And when we returned, Joey was home finally.
Do you have any idea as to what time that might have been around?
No.
Are we talking morning time, afternoon?
I would say late afternoon, early evening.
Okay, so you and your friend John get to the residence and Joey's there, is that right?
That is correct.
What happens next?
We consumed some methamphetamine.
Who was consuming meth?
Me, John, and Joey.
And what happens after that?
Joey was starting to get really irritable because he wanted more. John had left at that point, and Joey went into the bedroom. I remember our friend that usually stopped by, so it wasn't a weird occurrence. His name was Chong. He stopped by, and Joey was repeatedly asking him if he could purchase some more meth from him.
So at this point in time, now your friend John has left and it's you, Joey, and Chong at the apartment.
Correct.
If you know or have an idea about what time is it at this point?
I think it's around supper time.
And at this point in time, or do you recall when you would have first spoken to John Pfeffer on that day?
I had talked to John earlier that day.
And at this point in time, John Pfeffer is a friend of yours, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Was he also a friend of Joey's?
Yes.
The three of you would often hang out together, is that right?
Yes.
Was that primarily to use drugs?
Yes.
So you spoke to John Pfeffer earlier in the day on July 18th, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that point in time, what are you talking to him for?
We made plans for him and this girl he was picking up, I think around Hancock, he said. He said he on again, off again had dated her, and I said I didn't want to meet anybody new. And he insisted that I meet her, that she's a good person. And I said, okay, bring her over. We could play some cards.
So now let's fast forward to this time where it's you, Joey, and Chong. Tell us what happens.
So I think Joey was on the phone with his uncle, or I'm not sure if he purchased some meth before he got on the phone with his uncle, or if he talked to his uncle and then purchased the meth. I'm not sure how that went. But he started in on texting me weird things.
So you are both in the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And he secludes himself in the bedroom.
And just a reminder, Samantha, you have to say yes, not mm-hmm, okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, so Joey's in the bedroom?
Yes. He gets really paranoid when he gets high. So he automatically thinks that people are trying to set him up.
And so if Joey's in the bedroom, where are you?
I'm in the living room telling Chong that he probably should leave.
And did he leave?
Yes, he did.
So at that point in time, it's just you and Joey at the apartment?
Yes.
Do you have an idea as to what time it might be about now?
It's getting to be dark.
Did you have an idea as to what time John Pfeffer might be showing up at your apartment?
He said he was going to come over, but he always takes the scenic route.
So he's always a bit later than expected?
Always.
So on this evening now, Joey is texting you from inside of the bedroom. What happens next?
Basically, he was texting me that he wanted me to split. I think he kept saying a bowl and split, and I was confused by that. So I asked him what he meant. He wanted some of my prescription Suboxone, and he would often, if I didn't give it to him, he would just steal it from me anyways. So
Where did you keep your prescriptions?
under my side of the bed.
So in the bedroom that Joey was in?
Yes.
And so you're still in the living room, is that right?
Yes.
And fair to say you don't know what Joey was doing inside of the bedroom?
No.
Besides texting you some things?
Yes.
Tell us what happens next.
So he comes out of the bedroom and he's obviously high. He's really super hyper at this point. And he was saying how he's going to go to the bar to meet Ba, which I think he says when he's actually going to go receive Ba's pee so that he can pass a UA. And then he was going to go do something and give his Uncle John a ride.
Did you want him to meet up with his uncle?
I told him that I thought it was a bad idea that he leaves the apartment with the state he was in.
And what is your main concern at this point in time?
The hearing coming up for custody.
So you were concerned about Joey maybe losing custody if he did something stupid?
Yes.
Do you tell that to Joey?
Yes.
And then what happens after that?
John calls and he tells him that he's not going to meet up with him.
And we've got a lot of Johns involved here. So when you say John calls,
John Carnot.
And that would be his uncle?
His uncle.
Okay. And just so we're all clear, so John the uncle calls and Joey says he's not going to meet up with him.
That's correct.
Okay. So what happens next?
So I was in the bathroom and Joey burst in and kind of like startled me, pushed me back a little bit. And I was always knocking over this waist high shelf. I just put it in a bad spot. And he was saying things like accusing me of using without him and that he thought I had drugs stashed somewhere in the bathroom. And I was like, that's not true. You're the one that has the drugs right now, you know? And he's like, well, I have to use the bathroom. So I was proceeding to leave the bathroom. And I was like, wait, I need to grab my phone. And he already had slammed the door and my hand kind of caught in between the door and the door frame. It wasn't on purpose or anything. But.
Okay. So do you ultimately retrieve your phone?
Yes.
And what do you do next?
After I hear Joey start talking about his mom, which he usually brings up, this angel person that doesn't exist that I know about or have heard anything about. He is convinced that his mother has slept with this angel person and that is his real father. And he's really upset and emotional over the fact that his real dad isn't his real dad. And he goes into like this cycle.
So fair to say you were starting to observe behavior that you have observed in the past?
Yes.
And this would be the type of delusional behavior you would witness?
Yes.
And fair to say you would witness this when Joey was high?
Yes.
Would this type of behavior be more common when Joey was not on his prescriptions?
Yes.
So you start noticing this behavior, it's becoming obvious. What do you do next?
I go out in the living room and I sit on the couch. I try and call John Pfeffer about 4 times because I know he's on his way over. And I'm obviously not going to invite people over if Joey's acting this way. It's not going to end well. So I try calling him. I probably called him like 3 or 4 times.
Did you ever connect with him?
No, he never answered the phone.
And let me just ask you, Samantha, Joey's acted like this in the past, is that correct?
Yes,
Were there times where he would start acting like this and you would decide to leave the apartment?
often.
And did you make that decision to do so that night?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get a hold. Yes, that was why I was trying to get a hold of John Pfeiffer, because I was going to have him just pick me up instead of them come in.
So we know that you aren't able to get in touch with John Pfeffer at that point in time. What happens?
Joey carries on. I told him he should go in the kitchen and have some pizza, thinking maybe it would sober him up a little bit. He's continuing to talk about how he's going to lose this job. He talks a little bit about his childhood trauma that he had, and his fear of how the same trauma was being repeated to his son by his mother of his son's boyfriend. And so I was like, after I heard these same loops that he starts to go into, I know he's just going to get more agitated and more crazy. So I told him, Joey, I'm too tired for this today. I'm leaving. I'm going to go over to Jeff's. You can meet me over there if you decide that you're going to calm down, because I'm not dealing with this tonight. I've dealt with this over and over, and these psychosis or manics, whatever episodes that he would have, would last anywhere from 12 hours to 72 hours. And I was just at the point where I just separated myself from him at that point. I didn't know how to calm him down.
So at that point in time, Samantha, were you able to leave?
No, I was actually putting on my sandals when he threw something across the living room at me.
So you're in the living room at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay, where in the living room are you?
I'm sitting farthest on the couch, closest to the lamp, facing like where the TV would be.
And would that be farthest from the kitchen area?
Yes.
And where's Joey?
Joey's in the kitchen.
Okay. So you're putting on your shoes. Tell us what happens.
Joey told me that if I leave, that he's gonna kill himself. And after he threw the knife sheath, I was like determined to leave. But when I was gonna leave, he turned around and came into where I could see, because the kitchen is like half wall. He came into view and he was holding his side and he had blood between his fingers.
At that point in time, what do you do?
I'm like, oh my God, Joey, what did you do? And he's running towards the door at this point and then running back towards the sink. I didn't know if he was confused, if he wanted to run out to his car or rinse it off. I didn't know what kind of damage at this point. So I tell him to lay down, and he lays down with his head towards the sink, his feet towards the door, and I grab as much paper towel from underneath the sink and I start holding it on where I see is a cut.
And let's talk about that, Samantha. At that point in time, Joey's wearing a shirt, is that correct?
A blue shirt, yes.
What actually are you able to observe?
Just blood on the shirt.
Was it a lot of blood?
Yes.
Did it appear to be gushing out of him?
Yes.
And you have him on the ground, is that right?
Yes.
Are you actually able to observe the wound itself?
I actually didn't observe the wound yet, because right when I had him down and was holding pressure on it is when my door buzzer rang.
So you get Joey down on the ground and you're holding pressure. Your door buzzer goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Why don't you call 911 at that point?
Because John had gotten there and I thought that when he buzzed the buzzer that he would be able to get him to the hospital faster.
Did you have your phone on your person?
No.
Did you know where it was at that point?
I think it was still in the living room.
And in order to buzz John into the apartment, what did you have to do?
I just have to hit a button by the door. So I hit the button and I opened the door and I went back to Joey.
Did you hold open the door and wait for John to get in?
No.
So you go right back to Joey?
Yes.
At that point in time, you said you saw a lot of blood. Is that fair?
Yes.
Are you concerned about his wound at that point?
Yes.
So why are you not calling 911 still?
John had came into the apartment and said, "Oh my God, Sam," on the recording. We all heard. He's said that he should call the ambulance, and I told him to go ahead.
Now I want to talk about this recording, Samantha. We've all heard it. Do you have any independent recollection as to what was specifically stated between you, John, and Christy that night?
My recollection was I was trying to keep Joey calm. So I was trying to speak to him in a very calming voice. John didn't know what had happened. And I was just trying to kind of see, like, in the hole of the shirt, like how bad it was. I couldn't tell at that time how bad it was because all I could see was the outer. And I remember Christy getting down and saying, "I'll help, I'm a nurse." And so she started these extreme rubs that you would see on somebody doing to like a heroin overdose. And I was like, wait a minute, you know, don't do that. You're probably gonna like hurt his cut more at that point. And I just remember John saying, "Is there drugs in the house?" And me having this realization, yes, there's drugs in the house. And he's like, "You need to get them out. You need to leave." And I just remember rushing as fast as I could into the bedroom and grabbing the drugs. And John was on his phone, John Pfeiffer. And I thought he was on the phone with the ambulance. And so I ran out of the house because he kept yelling at me, "You need to leave. You need to leave before we all get in trouble."
So let's break that down a little bit, Samantha. You said that you were trying to keep Joey calm. Is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
When you go to buzz John Pfeffer into the apartment, is Joey still awake?
Yes.
Is he still breathing?
Yes.
Was he talking to you at all?
No.
But you can see that he's still alive.
Yes.
And at that point, do you have any concern that this is a life or death situation?
No.
And what are you thinking at that point in time?
I'm thinking that the ambulance is going to show up and he's going to get stitched up and be in the hospital probably for a little while.
So when John first walks into the apartment, he says something, and you recall telling, or when John walks into the apartment, do you recall him saying he should call 911?
Yes.
And you told him to go ahead?
I said, go ahead.
And around that same time, Christy is doing something, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, are you still over Joey?
She had taken over the compressions.
Before she does, are you over Joey?
Yes.
And so when she goes to take over, you kind of tell her, hold on a minute, it's right here.
Yes.
Do you recall saying that you didn't believe it went through an organ?
From what I saw.
And so that's what you would have reported to Christy or to John?
I think both.
Now, you said that's when you hear John ask you about the drugs being in the apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
When you remember that there's drugs in the apartment, what are you concerned about?
Joey losing his son, all of us being on probation, the cops coming into the apartment.
A lot of different things, fair to say?
A lot of different things, yes.
Now, you said your intention was to continue to keep Joey calm.
Yes.
And when you left the apartment, Joey was still breathing.
Yes. He seemed like he fainted, is what I thought. I'm not a nurse.
And at this point in time, are you aware of everything that Joey might have consumed as far as substances that night?
I know for sure he had Adderall in his system. I don't know how much. He always took more than he was supposed to. Meth. Probably Suboxone.
But you weren't sure about that, is that correct?
Yeah, I wasn't.
You just had a concern that he may have.
Yes.
And when you've witnessed Joey take your Suboxone in the past, what really happens to him?
When Joey takes my Suboxone, he nods out like somebody would on an opiate.
Now, Samantha, the one other statement that we've heard a lot about is a statement of somebody on that recording stating, "What do we tell the cops that he just fell on a knife?" And those might not be the exact words, but do you recall hearing that?
I recall hearing that, yes.
Do you personally recall stating that on that night?
No,
If that was you that stated that, why do you think you would have said something like that?
because the last thing I wanted to do is make Joey think that I was gonna get him in any trouble, like where he get locked up,
What,
like in a mental facility.
so you had concerns that if you had reported what happened, Joey might have some type of consequence for it.
Yes, but then I changed what I said, and I told John Pfeffer to tell the police that he did stab himself.
And would you have said that right before you left, or when did you say that?
Yes, right before I left.
Now, before you leave the apartment, are you having any type of conversation with John Pfeffer where you are asking him to do anything for you?
No,
Did you know at that point in time that John Pfeffer was going to report to police that you had not been at the apartment?
no,
Was it ever your intention for him to do so?
no.
What was your intention by leaving the apartment that night?
My intentions were to get the drugs out of the house and then to call John's phone and meet Joey at the hospital.
And why did you think that Joey would be going to the hospital?
Because JP, should I just call him that? Is that okay?
And that would be okay. So if you say JP, you are referring to John Pfeffer?
John Pfeffer.
Okay.
Because JP said that he was calling the ambulance.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you right. When you leave the apartment, you had seen JP on the phone with somebody.
Yes,
Did you know who he was on the phone with?
he told me the ambulance.
And that's what you believed?
Yeah, I trusted him.
Now, when you leave the apartment, where do you decide to go?
To Jeff's.
Why did you make that decision?
Because Jeff has been an advocate for Joey's mental health ever since they met, because they're both military.
Fair to say that you thought Jeff might understand what was happening?
Yes,
Did you go there with the intent to have Jeff cover anything up for you?
no,
Did you ever ask Jeff to cover anything up for you?
no,
When you first get to Jeff's house or when you're going there, did you have any intention of staying there?
no.
What was your plan for that night?
That I was gonna go meet Joey at the hospital.
Now, at some point after you leave the apartment, do you recall calling Joey?
Yes,
Now, if Joey was passed out on the floor, why did you call him?
I called his phone because I figured either JP or Christy would answer.
And did they?
No, nobody answered.
After you leave the apartment, you make other phone calls, is that correct?
I called Jeff,
Why did you call Jeff?
so that I wasn't like disturbing him because I was coming over abruptly.
And was it common that you would do that?
Yes,
Would it be common that you would let Jeff know that?
yes,
Now, do you recall arriving at Jeff's place?
yes.
Can you tell us what you did when you got there?
I told him that I had some pretty intense news, that we should talk inside, and then I don't remember what he said to me, but we walked inside.
So when you're outside of the apartment, are you sharing anything about what happened that night?
I might have told him that it was serious. It had to do with Joey.
But you had asked to go inside.
Yes.
And at some point when you are inside, do you make other phone calls?
Yes, I called JP
And why did you call JP?
because I wanted to see if Joey was on his way to the hospital.
And did you make a connection with JP?
Yes, he answered his phone.
And what did you learn during that phone call?
He told me that the police were at my house, the fire truck, the ambulance, the police officers were all there. He told me that he had told them that I was at my friend's house or on my way to my friend's house, that I hadn't been there.
Prior to talking with JP and him telling you that, did you have any idea that he was going to report that you were not there that night?
No.
At that point in time, are you also learning, or is there anything else you learned at that point in time?
No, he had to let me go because he said he was busy talking to the police officers.
So when JP tells you then that the police and the fire individuals are there, why do you not go back to the apartment?
I was waiting to see Joey at the hospital because JP told me that I would be the #1 suspect.
So at that point in time, you have some concerns
I was terrified.
and you still believe that Joey's going to be at the hospital.
Yes.
Do you make any further phone calls after that?
Yeah, I called JP's phone again in a little while
And what was the point of that phone call?
to see what was going on because I had no idea his state, what had happened.
And during that phone call, are you talking just to JP?
No, he hands his phone to Officer Felmer.
Did you know that it was Officer Felmer at the time?
He had stated his name, yes.
And we've heard that phone call. Do you recall hearing it?
Yes.
Do you recall the statements you made during it?
Yes.
During that phone call, you tell the officer that you weren't there that night. Is that right?
That is true.
You tell him that you had actually left much earlier in the evening.
Yes, I made that up.
So you were lying to the police at that point.
Yes, I was.
Why?
I was following JP's lead because he had already told the officers.
And you learned that during that first phone call with him, right?
Yes.
You also, we've heard during that phone call that you are questioning the officer as to what kind of state Joey is in. Is that right?
Yes.
And you asked the officer whether he had taken something.
Yes, I was referring to my Suboxone.
Why did you ask that though, if you knew that Joey had stabbed himself?
I wanted to let them know without telling them, kind of like asking a rhetorical question, pretty much.
So is it fair to say that you had a concern about what he had taken?
Yeah, I know that Suboxone is an opiate blocker. So if they were trying to give him anything for the pain, it wouldn't have worked. If they were trying to keep him awake, that it would be harder because he would be on the opiate blocker.
Now, Samantha, do you remember hearing that call and there's a point in time where you audibly gasp?
Yeah, I was confused on what the officer had said. He said that I listened to it again, and he said that he had collapsed. But at the time of the phone call, I had 4 people in the background talking to me about everything going on. And I thought he said his lung collapsed.
So when you gasped, that's because you heard the officer say that Joey's lung collapsed.
Yeah,
And if that had happened, that would have been news to you.
yeah,
And it would have caused you some concern.
yes.
Now, we also hear you say in that phone call, or you ask the officer in that phone call if you should meet at the hospital.
Yes.
And why are you asking him that?
So I could find out where Joey was.
Did you learn in that phone call what Joey's true state was at that point in time?
He wouldn't let me know, no.
Did you have any idea that Joey was facing a life and death situation at that point in time?
No.
At any point that night, Samantha, did you learn that Joey had passed?
No. We just kept calling all the hospitals.
So you were trying to find Joey.
Yeah, I had Chuck and Chris Putnam helping me.
And at any point in time, were you trying to find out more information from JP?
I think I might have called his phone, but no answer.
So after that phone call where you're passed over to the officer, did you have any further contact with JP that night?
No.
When was the next time that you saw him, if you recall?
He showed up at Jeff's house
When was that?
the next day.
We've seen as part of an exhibit, Samantha, a text conversation that you had with somebody named Peyton.
Yes.
Who is Peyton?
Peyton would be Joseph's cousin.
And in that conversation, are you telling Peyton the truth?
No.
Do you recall what you told him?
Something about a cut and Joey's state of mania and the cops being there.
You recall telling Peyton that Joey had been manic?
Yeah.
Do you recall telling Peyton that you had left because of that?
Yes.
And that you were told that he had cut himself? Does that sound right?
Yes, but that's not true.
So why did you tell Peyton those things?
I was under the influence, first of all, and second of all, I was following JP's lead on the lie that I wasn't there.
At that point in time, so going back to you get off the phone with Officer Felmer.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'm just going to wait by my phone and either JP will get a hold of me and let me know or Joey will call me.
So you still think Joey's going to be okay? You're still trying to look out for him?
Yes.
Your main concern at that point in time is Joey's custody situation. Is that fair?
Yes. I just knew that if he lost his son, it would ruin him.
And is it fair to say that a secondary concern was your probationary status?
Definitely.
Were you concerned about having to report any type of police contact with your agent?
I was, yeah, that and having a dirty UA, yeah.
Was it your belief that if you reported police contact with your agent, you'd have to meet with her?
Yes.
And if you met with her, what did you think would happen?
Well, typically, if they don't know about a scenario, they have in the past put you on a hold while they investigate.
Were you also concerned that you would have to give a UA?
Yes.
And that would have tested positive?
Yes.
Which would have gotten you into trouble. Is that fair?
Yes.
At that point, you'd also then have to report about drugs being in your apartment. Is that right?
That's correct.
And part of your concern there was the impact that would have on Joey.
Yes.
Now, I want to be very clear. When you go to Jeff's apartment that night, are you asking anybody to help you?
No.
Specifically asking anybody to help you with covering anything up?
No. I might have mentioned that JP had, led me to lie to the police.
So you might have mentioned that JP had told the officers that you weren't there that night.
Correct.
And you had decided to go with that story.
Yes.
As of that time frame, so not thinking now, but thinking back in July of 2024, did you think that JP was a person that you could trust?
Yes.
Now, would you have trusted him?
No.
At some point the night of this incident, you're at Jeff's house, you're under the influence. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Are you using any substances while you're at Jeff's house at night?
Yes.
Do you eventually go to sleep?
Yes.
And let's talk about the next morning. So the morning of July 19th.
Okay.
At some point you wake up, is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know at that point in time what happened to Joey?
No.
Do you try to communicate with Joey?
Yes.
What did you do?
I wrote him some message asking if he was okay, if he went to work, if he's out of the hospital. I didn't know if he just got stitched up and he was sent home. I didn't know where he was.
Was that message that you sent to Joey supposed to be deceitful in any way?
Yes.
How so?
I knew what had happened, but I was making it look like I hadn't known.
But to be clear, you didn't know at that point, or did you, if Joey had passed?
No, I did not know.
And tell me when you found that out.
So JP and Christy knocked on Jeff Hayes's door and they came in and he told me that they had been in the investigators being investigated all night long and they were told that Joey didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
It's okay. So the first time you heard about Joey's passing was through JP.
Yes.
When JP came over to Jeff's that next morning, Samantha, was he looking for anything?
Yeah, he asked me for some meth right away.
And did he ask you for anything else?
He made me feel guilty that the investigators had taken both their phones. So at that point, I didn't really care. I was like, take mine. You can use it till you get yours back.
So when you gave your phone to JP, did you do that with any deceitful intention?
No,
That was more so because he didn't have a phone any longer.
that is correct.
Did you think that you would never see your phone after that date and time?
No,
Before giving your phone to JP, did you delete anything off of it?
no.
Would there even have been anything that you would have been concerned about on your phone?
Oh yeah. I didn't want JP to see inappropriate videos of me and Joey, like sexually.
And was there any content on your phone relating to drug use?
Yes.
But again, prior to you turning that phone over to JP, you didn't do anything to it.
No.
And just to be clear, you said it was your belief that you were going to get that phone back.
Yes, when he got his back, he was gonna give mine back.
To be very clear, Samantha, at any point, did you ask JP to delete anything from your phone?
No, never.
Did you know when you gave him your phone that he was going to do anything like that to it?
No.
When did you first learn that he had done anything with your phone?
He messaged me on Jeff's phone and said that he wiped it. Because that was his way of getting into his cloud. He had a factory reset it or something like that.
Did you have any concerns about him having done that?
Yes, I didn't have any of my contacts.
Did you express that to him?
Yes, I messaged him and said that I needed my contacts, and he said that he had saved all my stuff into the cloud.
And at some point, do you find out or do you believe that JP had destroyed your phone?
Yeah, he messaged me that he destroyed it. I didn't know how.
We've seen at least one other message, Samantha, where you're using Jeff Hayes's Facebook account, I believe it was, and you're telling a Caitlin that your phone was run over or damaged. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Why are you telling people that your phone was damaged if it was JP that had it?
Well, he said he had destroyed it. I basically was just giving her some lie so that I didn't have to go into the whole explanation of like what had happened and why JP had my phone and why he would wipe it. And she's nosy, so I just didn't want to tell her all my business.
So fair to say you're just bypassing the explanation of why you'd be using Jeff's account?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, sorry.
Now, we know that you're at Jeff's apartment on the 19th and that you're still there when you're ultimately apprehended on July 22nd. Is that right?
That is correct.
Had you stayed at Jeff's that entire time?
Yes.
Had you left at all?
I went to the gas station.
So you're at Jeff's house. What's your plan?
My plan is to go have my friend Missy Kane drive me to Wisconsin Rapids to see my probation officer and give her my side of the story.
So when were you going to do that?
Monday when she was in the office.
And we know that you're apprehended on Monday. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you're apprehended once you're walking outside. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Where were you going at that time?
I was walking out to Missy's van.
And what were you going to do?
I was going to tell her to come in while I got ready to go.
To go where?
To Wisconsin Rapids, to my probation office.
Now, we saw a couple of photographs of yourself when you were, prior to photographs having been taken of you. Do you recall those?
Say that again.
We saw some photographs of you
Mhm.
prior to when some invasive type photographs were taken of you.
Yes,
And were you able to observe the photographs where you had phone numbers on your arms?
yes,
Were those phone numbers already on your arms prior to you being apprehended?
yes.
Why were they on your arms?
I was preparing to go to jail.
After you had talked to your agent, is that right?
Yeah, I figured she'd put me on a hold because of my drug use and so that they could investigate and make sure of my innocence.
Did you still have some concerns at that time about having a dirty UA?
Yes, slight.
We know that you had at least used on July 18th going into the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you are at Jeff's apartment, are you doing anything in preparation for this meeting with your agent?
Yeah, yes, I wrote down to my recollection the events from the night before so that I could have an accurate description so that I could tell her what really happened.
Why did you feel the need to write that down?
I think my guess would be so that I didn't forget anything.
Were you trying to write it down in a fabrication of anything?
No,
Did you have any deceitful purpose behind writing your statement down?
no,
It was essentially your intention to provide that to your agent. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And as part of being on probation, is it normal for you to give statements like that to your agent?
Yes, it's, yes,
It's normal?
yes, it's normal.
We've heard and seen a lot about what people believe your demeanor to have been like in the days after this incident, Samantha. So when you're at Jeff's apartment, tell us for yourself what you were feeling in those couple of days.
Your Honor, in terms of relevance.
All right, well, the court's going to overrule it. We've covered on other witnesses, her actions afterwards and her state of mind, so we'll let her supply her version.
I felt numb, disconnected, depressed, and just was going through the motions.
Now, Samantha, when you first get to Jeff's that evening, are you bringing anything there with you?
I think I had a bag, my phone, the drugs, my cigarettes, a vape.
What about clothing items?
No.
It's true that when you're at Jeff's, you do change your clothes. Is that correct?
Yes, I had really short pink shorts on and I was surrounded by men. So he gave me some longer to feel more comfortable in.
And eventually your top changes too. Is that correct?
Yeah, he gave me a big t-shirt so I could sleep in it.
Do you know what happened to the clothes that you were wearing when you got there?
To my recollection, they went in the dirty clothes hamper.
And is that the last that you would have seen them?
Yes.
As far as these sandals that we have seen, are those the sandals you wore when you arrived at Jeff's place?
The pink Nike ones?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that for the most part, if you recall, what you continued wearing for footwear?
Yes.
Now, Samantha, I want to move to some of these calls that we've heard that you made post this incident. One of the phone calls that we heard was a call between you and your mother. Do you recall that?
Can you be more specific?
Yes, a call where you are telling your mother that you weren't there that night.
Yes, I recall.
When you made that phone call, did you know that it was being recorded?
Yes, I did.
And is it true that this phone call was made after there was a hearing in this matter?
Yes, it was after.
And it was after that you would have had an opportunity to hear some of what was being said in the case. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So why, Samantha, did you tell your mom during that recorded call that you weren't there that night?
She was saying indefinite that I was there, and I was trying to defer her from saying that because my original statement was that I wasn't there.
And did you have any concerns about really just in general talking to your mom about what happened?
Did I have any concerns?
Yes.
Yes.
We heard another phone call between you and your mom talking about these decals that would have been on the back of your Dodge Journey. Do you recall that call?
Yes, I do.
At the time that that call was made, were you aware that it was being recorded?
Yes, I knew.
In that call, did you ever state that you weren't at the scene that night?
I think I did.
You don't remember, is that fair?
That's fair.
Do you recall telling your mother that there were no decals on your car?
Yes, that was a lie.
Why did you tell your mom that?
Because Jeffrey had removed them.
And at that point in time, this call was in November of 2024, is that right?
That is correct.
And by that point in time, had you learned that Jeff had done that?
Yes.
Did you ever ask Jeff to do that for you?
No.
Did you ever ask Jeff to cover anything up for you?
No. He said that he needed to move my vehicle out of his spot into a visitor's spot. Then I gave him my keys.
And is that the most that you knew about the vehicle?
Yes.
We've heard a lot, Samantha, about how your vehicle had no license plate. Do you recall that?
I went to the DMV and they gave me temporary plates that you put on the inside upper window.
And as far as you know, those temporary plates were in your vehicle that evening?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to them?
No.
Did you do anything to them?
No.
And you had normal plates on the way?
Yes.
She was not supposed to be looking at the jury like that. That was not taught in the class. She is not supposed to be looking over there. Like her looks over there are intentional. It's not natural.
All right, Samantha, I just have a couple more questions for you. On the night of July 18th of 2024, did you kill Joey Carnot?
No.
On the evening of July 18th of 2024, did you stab Joey?
No.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to meet the attorneys for a sidebar just to talk about some procedure. The jurors can stand and stretch while I meet with the attorneys.
Yeah, so just a couple of points just for guys that are, taking the Take It to Trial cry class. When you are crying, it's not that you're not supposed to be emotional. It's not that you got to do it on cue, right? But you cannot be peeking to make sure that the jury is looking at you do your cries. It has to be natural. Like and I don't know if y'all caught it in that last one, she was just kind of like, she wasn't being asked a question. She wasn't answering a question, but she was steady staring at the jury. So that's incorrect. What she should have been doing is at that point in time during the next question, she should have been kind of like still in her emotional mode and hyperventilating, right? Still with the tears, the sniffles, even I thought it was a good job of her actually taking her shirt and blowing her nose all up in her shirt. Like, perfect. Kudos. Like, let them know that you cannot handle not a moment of this. Let them.
How's it going? Just
After
memory, whether it's a exhibit or any kind of document, the attorneys will give those to you to review, to assist you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you. Ms. Krebs, you're 40 years old,
That is correct, ma'am.
and this happened last year.
Yes.
And you said you started dating Joey Carnot in May of 2023, right?
It was around there, yes.
In fact, the first message or text message between you was about May 31st of 2023. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were dating Joey, you met Kaysen, his son, in approximately June of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you met Kaysen, that was at a drop-off at Quick Trip, right?
I believe so, yes.
And isn't it true that you wouldn't tell Brittany your last name and that you just went by Sam then, or Samantha, right?
It was going on between Joey and Brittany. Brittany wouldn't tell Joey Chris's last name, and Joey would not tell
Sam,
Brittany my last
Samantha,
name.
I'm going to ask you questions, and I
Okay.
just want you to answer my question, okay?
Okay,
So it's true that Brittany didn't know your last name, right?
that is correct.
And at a point in time, she asked you your last name and you didn't give her your last name either, right?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that the phone number that Joey had prior to meeting you was the same phone number that he had when he died?
That is correct.
And so his phone number was never actually disconnected, right?
No, it wasn't.
And he used your phone to call or to contact Brittany and have communication with her?
That is correct.
During the summer of 2024, your employment really was just you selling some things on eBay. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. What was your employment?
I was doing landscaping.
Okay. Not landscaping though on July 18th of 2024 though, right?
No,
Okay. You said you got engaged sometime prior to when Joey died?
correct.
So at that point in time, last summer, Kaysen would have been 4 years old. Is that right?
That's right.
And isn't it true that Joey loved being a dad?
That is correct.
And Kaysen was really important to him.
That is correct.
And his dad wasn't really involved in his life, so he really wanted to be involved in Kaysen's life. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you said yesterday that you wanted you, Joey, and Kaysen to be a family, right?
yes, ma'am.
So that would make you his stepmom, right, when you got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we can all agree that being a stepmom to a young child is an important responsibility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it requires a lot of responsibility for putting somebody else's needs or child's needs ahead of your own, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly want to give Kaysen the best life he can, right?
Right.
And you would certainly want him to be safe, right?
That is correct.
And you'd certainly want him to be healthy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you and Joey were upset that Brittany was withholding Kaysen from you and Joey that last month. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that was a big deal because you wanted to be a family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, Joey was supposed to have Kaysen on Wednesdays and every other weekend. Is that true?
That is correct.
And in fact, she was going back to court for family court to get full custody of Kaysen and had a court hearing scheduled later that month, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that was because of the concerns about Joey's drug use at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that as you talked about sometimes, or maybe you didn't, but when he was using, sometimes he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
I don't understand the question.
Sometimes because of drug use, he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And isn't it true that part of the reason why you left on July 18th was because you had drugs and drug paraphernalia in the house, right?
That is correct.
And I think we can all agree that having drugs and drug paraphernalia in a house wouldn't be a good environment for a 4-year-old child, right?
Right.
And during this time, you said your testimony yesterday was that you were using pretty consistently around that period of time of July of 2024, right?
Periodically.
Well, you said you had been using quite a bit, right?
That day, yes.
Okay. And certainly we wouldn't want a 4-year-old child around somebody who has been using, right?
No.
And when somebody is using, somebody can act in ways that don't make them responsible for a 4-year-old child, right?
Correct.
Including you, right?
Correct.
And so as Kaysen's future stepmom, you'd agree that it wouldn't be in Kaysen's best interest to be around two people who are using together at that time, right?
Correct.
And we talked about how important Joey's role as a father to Kaysen was. And you certainly love Joey, you said yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you were engaged to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you would presumably want the best for him, right?
That is right.
And the best for him at that time would not to have him be using and for him to get treatment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you still continued to use around him, right?
Who is him?
Joey, you continued to use around Joey.
Yes.
And you continued to have drugs around Joey, right?
We both had drugs. So yes.
Right. But you said that that night you had invited John Pfeffer over that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that he was also bringing somebody else, right?
That is correct.
And you heard John Pfeffer's testimony that he was coming over because you had meth, right?
We both did, yes.
You and John had meth?
Me and Joey both did.
Okay, but you had told John Pfeffer that you had meth, right?
I think it was unspoken, but yes.
Okay. And what would be in Joey's best interest was with his upcoming child custody hearing would be for him to encourage him to get into treatment, right?
Yes.
And to not be using around him as well, right?
Correct.
And so that you could be a soon-to-be stepmom and get help yourself, right?
Correct.
And you did not, correct? Help that July.
Actually, I was seeking help. I was in AODA and day treatment.
Okay, so you're in treatment and you're still actively using meth, right?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay, but you're in treatment and you're using meth, right?
Yeah, I had relapses, of course.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about testimony you said yesterday about an incident that happened at a hotel in Wisconsin Rapids. Isn't it true that that happened in March 29th of 2024 and not the summer of 2024?
I'd be guessing, but that sounds correct.
Okay, and you said that Joey was exhibiting some odd behaviors from using meth, right?
Yes.
And those behaviors were not violent, right?
No.
And they were not suicidal, right?
Well,
Yes or no?
were they suicidal? No.
Okay. No self-harm, right? He wasn't cutting or he wasn't doing anything to hurt himself in terms of self-harm, right?
Not while I was present, no.
Okay. And there wasn't any mental health hold or anything that came out of whatever happened that day, right?
He just got a fine.
We're talking about a mental health hold, right?
No.
No mental health hold. So you talked about being on probation yesterday. Joey was not on probation, right?
That is correct.
And you talked about your probation agent was in Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And when you were arrested on July 22nd of 2024, you stated yesterday you were walking to Missy's van to tell her she could wait inside while you got ready. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall seeing a video where Jeff Hayes exits the apartment, looks around, and then basically waves you to come out, right? You saw that video?
Yes, I did.
And so he was kind of looking ahead and making sure no one was out there for you, right?
Correct.
And then once he gave you the all clear sign, then you exited the apartment, right?
Yes.
And you said that Missy, that was about 2:30. Do you recall that?
Yes.
PM or AM?
I'm sorry, PM? on July 22nd of 2024, right?
I don't remember the time.
Kind of mid-afternoon, right?
Correct.
And you said that you were going to go in and you were going to get ready and Missy was going to wait inside with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the probation agent's office closes at 4:30, right?
4:35, I'm not sure.
Okay. And as of then, you weren't ready and you had to still drive to Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And Wisconsin Rapids is about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more from here to there, right?
I'd say less.
Okay. So let's walk through the time on July 18th of 2024. So I want to start with exhibit number 150. If we could put that on the stand or on the screen, thank you. So this text is sent to you at 7:27 in the morning on July 18th. And it is from Joey to you, right?
Correct.
And when he sends it to you, are you still sleeping at that time, which is why you don't read it till 9:25?
Hey, yep, 3 hours and 22 minutes. They are still back there. And the clock has not stopped. So 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds. I got it up for us. They asked for the photos, I want to say roughly maybe about 45 minutes ago. So we are still waiting. Allison. Yep. You say you wonder what they order for lunch? I don't know. OnlyFans said, I thought you had stopped because it came to a bird. No, not yet. I just figure instead of me typing it in the chat, I would just kind of
After
say it
Joey was
versus to hit the thumbs up. I'm guilty. Versus to typing it in the chat for everybody. But yep, I'm right here.
Normal conversation, right?
And hopefully,
Yes.
I don't know, hopefully or not. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing that they're taking so long. Guys, I don't know. 3 hours and 23 minutes and 29 seconds. Yeah. I don't know. They have, I don't know, because he was going to leave the court open till like 6 o'clock yesterday, but I don't think that's the same thing that he's thinking about doing today. But we'll keep our eye out on it. Hey, Drunky. We have Verdict Watch.
And then a couple seconds later, he says, what are you up to? Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's done with work and he's going to be heading home and he's wondering what you're up to. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, he sends that at 4:25, but you don't actually read that message until 8:50, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then exhibit 160, he sends that at 4:51:27 from him to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And he's apologizing. Something happened and he says, sorry, I think I overreacted. It's all good, no worries. Do you see that?
I see that.
And when he has you identified in his phone, do you see that where it says Samantha LOML?
Yes, I see that.
And that means love of my life, right?
Yes.
A really affectionate way for him to refer to you.
Yes.
And in Exhibit 161, he then follows up within the same couple seconds that whatever he was apologizing for, he didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny Boy. Do you see that in 161?
Yes.
And so the conversation that he wanted to have was just not something he wanted to talk with Johnny Boy around, right?
Correct.
Okay, then we get to Exhibit 162. Let me back up. This message in 161 that he sent at 4:51, you didn't read that until 6:57, right?
Correct.
And you said during that afternoon you were smoking meth, right?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 162, he texts at 4:53, a little bit after him not wanting to talk about whatever the topic was with Johnny Boy. And he says, hey, on 162, hey, no worries, I ain't gonna touch his stuff, but I was gonna sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see a bitch in front of me. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And bitch refers to what?
Paraphernalia.
And at that point in time, he had 4:53 had just gotten home, and at that point hadn't used anything, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then let me just look. That night you had, you said you were smoking meth that afternoon. You had Johnny Boy over. Does Johnny Boy also smoke meth?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had Chong over at some point, right?
Correct.
And Chong also smokes meth?
Correct.
And you then get this message on 165 that is dated or sent, I'm sorry, at 8:50. And this is when he's in the bedroom, right?
Correct.
And you're out with Chong at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at 8:50, you're out with Chong, you're smoking meth, right?
I think we were done smoking meth at that point.
Okay, well, you had just smoked meth with Chong, right?
Yes, we all did.
And then, meaning you and Chong, Joey's in the bedroom right now, right?
No, we smoked meth and then Joey went into the bedroom.
Okay. You see where it says, Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe, and you tell me to go in the other room. While you sit out there with Dude, my cravings are skyrocketing right now. Meaning at that point in time, he was having a drug craving, right?
Yeah, he wanted more.
I know I'm muting right here. This is important testimony, right? So this is the day of this happening. Chong, we gonna have to
See that?
Yes.
And his response back to that was still exclamation mark, right?
Yes.
And then you told him that you were eating a bowl of ice cream, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that really ice cream or was that a reference to doing drugs?
I think I really was eating ice cream.
Okay. Sometimes bowl references drugs, right?
Yes.
And so it's your testimony that was really ice cream.
Yes.
Okay. And in Exhibit 169, Joey's still sitting in the bedroom and he said, you're sitting out there high. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were high because you had just smoked meth, right?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 170, you said, should I not be? Right?
Yes.
Like, should you not be high? Right?
Be sitting in the living room is what I meant.
Okay. But his message to you in 169 was you're sitting out there high, right?
I don't know if he is referencing that I'm high or I'm sitting out there high, like, hello, pay attention to me.
Okay, but we know you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 169. He knows you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to a message at 8:52 that says, I'll split if you split. Do you recall that message from him to you?
Yes, I do.
And splitting usually means splitting some drugs, right?
That is
Okay, guys, the jury has a question. I just want to make sure we ain't miss none of it.
State of defense, the jury requested Exhibit 304 to review. What's the state's position on whether I should send that back or not?
That's fine. I believe it's just the timeline.
The defense is okay with that? Okay. Why don't you put one on each table? All right, the court typed out a response. The jury requested Exhibit 304 review, and it is provided with this response. All right, the record should reflect it's 2:24 p.m. and we'll send that response back in the next few moments. Okay, we're off the record until there's further inquiry from the jury.
All right, let's bring in Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney. Alexis, that's another question from the jury. That exhibit appears to be a timeline that was presented.
And you then ask him split what, right?
yes.
And he tells you you're an adult and that was referencing Exhibit 170 when he says, should I not be? Or I'm sorry, when you say, should I not be, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep, sure. I think that was a bad question. So in Exhibit 170, he says, or you say to him, should I not be? And he was referencing how you were sitting in the living room high, right?
Yes.
And then you respond back, should I not be at 8:52:05? Do you see that? On 170, I'm sorry, 170. There we go.
What was the question now?
Yes. So he said, or you send him a message at 8:52 that says, should I not be, referencing the text about you sitting in the living room high, right?
Correct.
Okay. And his response to that in Exhibit 173 is, yes, you are an adult, right?
Yes.
And he said, so is he, in Exhibit 174.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 175 has some question marks because he's wondering, or you have question marks that you're sending him, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're asking him again, split what, right?
Yes. Yes, I wanted him to be specific.
In 176. And that's where he says in 177 and 178, because there's a little typo, so he kind of corrects it, is a bowl for a bowl, right?
Correct.
And does that reference a bowl for a bowl of ice cream or a bowl for a bowl of meth?
A bowl of meth for a bowl of weed.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 180, you send him a message back that says Savage at 8:54, or I'm sorry, 8:53 on 180. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. So 8:53 is approximately an hour before, not even an hour. 8:53 is about 55-ish minutes before he's stabbed, right?
That is correct.
And up until that time, we have not seen any text messages here that these messages appear to be conversation between the two of you, you sitting in the living room and him sitting in the bedroom, right?
Yes. Yes.
And they're conversations that go back and forth. And then we don't have any messages at that point yet to Ba. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's look at Exhibit 184. So after those text messages, does Joey come out and use some meth with you in the living room?
That is correct.
Okay. And then when he uses that meth, do you see in Exhibit 184 the message that says, "Can I get that pee from you from Joey to Ba at 9:37?"
Do I see that? Did you say?
Yes, on Exhibit 184.
Yes.
And he would need a clean urine screen, ultimately, if he has a drug test at work in the next couple days, right? That's why one would need to get pee, right? Clean pee?
Yes. that would be
Okay.
correct.
And so he recognizes that he's used and he has this job, right?
Yes.
And he also knows that he needs to keep his job, right?
Yes.
And keeping his job requires that he have a clean urine sample if he gets tested at work, right?
Yes.
And that was at 9:37. That was at 9:37. Okay, sorry, I was just checking something. 1 minute. Just looking for one thing. My apologies. I just want to make sure that
All right, well, you're looking for something, we can stand and stretch. I'll also introduce you to Christine, our court reporter for today. So appreciate we have another fill-in court reporter. She's got lots of young kids and stays off of trampolines herself, so she's not gonna have the same accident our other court reporter had. So let's stand and stretch for about a minute.
I'm ready.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 9:09 a.m. and we'll continue with a cross-examination.
So Chong left approximately around 9 o'clock. Is that about accurate? Can't see.
I'm not sure the exact time. I don't remember the.
Refresh, because
Okay.
I think it's Exhibit 166. So 8:51 says Chong just left, right?
Correct.
And prior to this, we aren't seeing any strange text messages on Joey's phone. They all seem to be conversational, right? That we've just looked at.
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you told Chong to leave because of Joey's behavior. And at that time, Joey was in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 8:51 to 9:37, that's the point in time after Chong left that the two of you were smoking meth together.
Yes.
Okay, and you had actually been using for quite some time at that point, right?
That is correct.
So at 9:37 with this text from Joey to Ba, we know that John and Christy walk up to the apartment and get there at about 9:46, right? So less than 10 minutes from when he sends this message, right?
Correct.
And so at that point in time, he hadn't, other than asking Ba for P, he hadn't gone anywhere to see Ba, right?
No.
And at that point in time, Ba hadn't even responded to him about whether or not he had clean urine, because that text message from Ba didn't come back until 9:56. Do you see that in the lower left-hand corner of Exhibit 184?
Yes, ma'am.
So by then, Joey was already stabbed, so Joey never even would have seen Ba's message, right?
That is correct.
And you said that there had been a plan that Joey was maybe going to meet his Uncle John, right?
Yes.
And you told him that was a bad idea because of the state he was in, right? And you were worried about his custody hearing, right?
Correct.
And you're worried about his custody hearing and seeing Uncle John, but you're also smoking meth with him, right?
Yes.
And then your testimony was that he had a call with his uncle and they called off their plans. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, yes.
And if we look at Exhibit 181, that was when at 8:53 after Chong left that he called off his meeting up with his uncle. Do you see that at 8:53, the call answered to his uncle?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you see another message at 9:13 as well. And I believe that's when it was called off, right? At 180, I'm sorry, Exhibit 183 at July 18th of 2024 at 9:13. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
So between the time of Joey texting Ba that he needs to get clean urine at 9:37, your testimony is that you had been in the bathroom and you knocked over a shelf, right?
That is correct.
And that you stated that yesterday that Joey was accusing you of things at that point, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then you said that he had used the bathroom and accidentally closed the door on your hand, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you then retrieved your phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that Joey was talking about his mom. He was upset and emotional. And you thought he was in a cycle. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said you've seen this in the past and you were concerned because it was common when he was off his meds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that at one point in time, you say that he's off his meds for about 24 hours and then you change it to 72 hours at some point, right?
I would be estimating, yes.
Okay, because you don't really know, right? I mean, 24 to 72 hours or 3 days.
I don't want to guess.
Okay. And so then after he's now going to the bathroom, right? When you retrieve your phone.
Yes.
And you said that you then went into the living room and you sat on the couch and called John Pfeffer. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you said you called John Pfeffer 4 times. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you didn't want John to come over because you said it was not going to end well. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after calling John Pfeffer 4 times, it was your testimony that John never answered, right?
That is correct.
And then you also testified that you would often leave in the past, so you were going to have John pick you up and not come inside. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you call him 4 times. Joey comes out of the bathroom, and you said yesterday that after you placed those phone calls to John, Joey just kept going, so you told him to go into the kitchen and have pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And he ate some of the pizza, right?
That I don't know.
Okay, well, there was some pizza on the counter, right?
Correct.
And he told you told him to have some pizza, right?
I don't know if he consumed it.
Okay, and you said that Joey went into the kitchen from the bathroom, right?
That is correct.
And you said he was talking about losing his job and he was concerned about things he had gone through as a child, right?
That is true.
And at this point, you said you knew he was going to get more crazy, and so you were going to leave and go to Jeff's. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this time period, it's happening for a few minutes, right?
That is correct.
And it's kind of going on for, do you say 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yes.
Okay, and this is all after you called John, right?
Yes.
So you called John, 5 or 10 minutes. He's having something that you talked to yesterday was either a manic episode or a psychotic episode. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And in fact, do you recall having a conversation with your mom about that?
Yes, I do.
And when you had that conversation, are the two of you talking about what people should testify to at trial in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, what to tell people to say. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, we sequester people at trial so that people can only talk about what they specifically know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so telling people what to testify at trial would not be the right thing to do, right?
That is correct.
All right. I'd like to play that phone call with your mom. And I believe that phone call took place on April 24th of 2025, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay, if I told you that's when it happened, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, trial dates were scheduled, right?
In April, yes.
Okay, we've had trial dates for quite some time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew your trial was coming up, right?
Yes.
And you knew that people would be testifying, right?
That is what I was told, yes.
And at this point in time, you had all of the police reports, all the videos, all the audios, all the discovery of the investigation, right?
Not all, but mostly. Yes.
Okay, there's been ongoing things, is that fair?
Fair.
Okay, but you had really the bulk of all your tests, the bulk of all the investigation by that point to review, right?
Yeah, bulk of it.
And we've
So I'm just pausing right here. This is getting very important, right? Because she making up stuff. She's giving people through her mom. That's why when the judge ruled on this earlier, that was pretty significant, right? it does make her look bad. And listening at these timelines when all this stuff started occurring, I think that's why they charged her with this, is because the text messages and how things lined up. But we gonna go back and listen to it just so we can kind of point it down. Guys, if you're just listening in and lurking and hanging out, if you could please hit that like button for me, that would be so awesome, right? Get us out here in this Ethernet. Let's share the love, right? Don't treat me like a side chick. You can at least hit the like button for me. It's so free. I don't ask for much, but just a thumbs up. Ooh, I got bars. I don't ask for much, just a thumbs up, right? Ooh, bars on y'all early this morning, right? But it's gonna be
Knuckles, what do you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing and then
And we played that in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
When your mom is talking in the first part of this call, right?
Yes.
And she's talking about kind of doing her own research between mania and psychosis, right?
Yeah, I think she did research and also from personal experience.
Okay, and she also talked to Pin, and that's Jeff Hayes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so she's talking to Jeff Hayes and she's doing some research. And prior to this, the only reference had ever been mania, right? As you talked about it.
Yes.
And now at this point in time with this conversation with your mom, you then start talking about how instead you're going to call it psychosis. Do you recall listening to that?
Yes, I do.
And that to tell Pin and to her that if they testify that they should also use the word psychosis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that is you trying to impact what people testify about at trial, right? Because you said, have them testify to that, right?
I was just trying to find accuracy, yes.
No, let me ask that again and listen to the question. You're telling people to testify to something specific being psychosis in that call, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't require them to just say what they know. You're telling them what to say, correct?
Yes.
And your mom was talking to Jeff Hayes during this time about your case, right?
Yes.
And then she would relay things back to you, right?
Yes.
So during this 5-10 minute period where you've called John 4 times, he hasn't answered. You said your phone is in the living room with you at that time, right? When Joey's in the kitchen.
That is correct.
Okay. And this lasts for quite a period of time between the phone call and the last phone call to John and when Joey is acting manic or psychotic, has psychosis or mania or whatever you want to call it, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You're in the kitchen or you're in the living room.
Okay.
And it's been like 10 minutes and Joey's having this either mania or psychosis episode, right?
That is correct, yes.
Depending upon what you want to call it, right?
Right.
And you said that you don't know how to calm him down. And so you went into the you were sitting in the couch and you were going to put your sandals on. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said something came across, he threw something across the living room. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were on the couch when that happened and Joey was in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Joey said, if you left, Joey would kill himself. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said all of a sudden you went to leave and he had blood between his fingers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how long is this period of time from the last John Pfeffer call to when you're gonna get ready and walk out the door?
If I had to guess, I would say 5-10 minutes,
Okay,
but I'm not sure.
okay, 5 to 10, but a period of time because all of this stuff had to happen with him acting crazy, right?
That is correct.
And him being by the pizza, right?
That is correct.
So you said you see the blood between his fingers and you say, oh my God, what did you do? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, he's running back and forth and you're not sure what he's doing. So you have him lay down.
That is correct.
And does he lay down nicely?
Yes.
Okay. So he lays down. You said that he grabs a paper towel and then you put pressure on it, right?
I grabbed the paper towel.
Okay. I thought you also testified yesterday that you put pressure on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you saw blood on his shirt. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall testifying that his blood appeared to be gushing out of him, I think were your words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're applying pressure to try to help him at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your hands, they'd be covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he's on the ground and you can't see the wound, but you know this blood is gushing out, right?
Yes.
And you said at one point yesterday, you looked in the shirt and you opened up the hole of the shirt to kind of look in the wound. Do you remember that?
I don't know if I opened the shirt. I just kind of examined him. Yes.
Examine him just kind of from the outside without moving the shirt?
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Kelly's testimony about when something like this happens, people get faint, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get dizzy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they lose consciousness, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get pale when they lose that much blood when it's gushing out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was all happening to Joey at that time, right?
I don't know if he was dizzy.
Okay. But he's getting pale, his blood is gushing out, you have him on the floor. It looks really bad at that point, right?
Yes.
And then you said, all of a sudden, you hear the buzz door and you let John in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have to, like, on an apartment, you have to like buzz the door, the kind of a button on the wall, usually.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then you have to get up in order to let John in, right?
That is correct.
And so it's your testimony that you have no phone when you're there because your phone is still in the living room, right?
That would be correct. Yes.
And it's been in the living room for like the last 5 or 10 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you let John in, you buzz him in, and that's how he gets into your apartment.
Yes. Yes.
And Joey still has blood coming out of him.
I don't think it was coming out at that time because we had pressure on it. So I think the coming out stopped.
Okay, well, you got up though to open the door, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And so then you would have had to relieve the pressure to go back, right?
Yes.
And when you come back, then it's your testimony that at this point in time, you don't call 911, right? Because you don't have your phone, right?
Yes.
All right. But calling 911 was clearly what Joey needed at that moment, right?
Yes.
Because he had blood gushing out of him, right?
Right.
So then yesterday you said that you testified that you thought when John got there that you would be able to that John would be able to help you get to Joey to the hospital faster than calling 911. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you still didn't have a phone on you at this time?
No, I was applying pressure.
Okay. And your meth pipe, where was that?
I don't know where the meth pipe was.
Okay, do you recall seeing a picture where it was bloody?
Yes.
Okay. So then once John comes in and you hit the button by the door, that's how this all happened, right?
That is correct.
As we're talking about.
Yes.
So then we're going to move on to 9:47 as John and Christy walk in. So it's been about, if we look at exhibit 184, it's been less than 10 minutes since all of this happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when John comes in, you heard the recording where John says, "You stab, oh my fucking God, Sam," right? You remember that?
I don't think he finished his statement. I think he said stat and then just stopped.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. And then you said, "He's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ," right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't actually know if it went through an organ because it had been gushing blood, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, but that's what you said. And then you said, or I'm sorry, John says in that recording, "We need to call an ambulance." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that time, immediately after, you say, "Hold on, it's just right here." Do you remember hearing that?
I remember saying go ahead and then after that saying that. Yes.
Okay, so first you say go ahead and then you say hold on, it's just right here.
Yes.
And then John asks you if you put everything away, remember?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, "I have to get the fuck out of here." Do you remember saying that?
No.
And your voice is on the recording saying, "I have to get the fuck out of here," right? We heard that.
No.
We didn't hear that.
No.
Do we need to play that again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I have to get this stuff in here. Keep them awake for this.
Joey, come on.
Do you hear that where you say, "I have to get the fuck out of here"?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that says that, right? That's your voice.
That is correct.
And then you say, "Keep him awake," right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you say, "What are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife." And you said that, right?
That is correct.
And then John responds back to you, "I don't fucking know," right?
Yes.
So in this message, we don't hear John walk in and say, "Oh my gosh, let's get him to the hospital," right? We don't hear you say that. "Let's drive him," right? We don't hear you say that.
No.
Okay. And we don't say, "Oh my God," when he walks in, you don't say, "Oh my God, call 911 fast," right?
He said call 911, not me.
Right. But you don't say that, right?
No.
He doesn't walk in and you say, "Oh my gosh, help me," right? You don't say that, right?
No.
Instead, you say, "He's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ. Hold on, it's just right here," right?
Yes.
And then after that, the sound goes blank at 9:47. And there's about 5 minutes before walking out of the apartment complex that you're in the apartment before you leave, right?
I'm not sure how long the time was.
Okay. Well, we saw video yesterday where you exit the apartment at somewhere at 9:52, right? So that's about 5 minutes after 9:47.
Correct.
So it takes you about 5 minutes then to get out of the apartment, right?
Right.
And while you're in the apartment for those 5 minutes, John is there, right?
That is correct.
And Christy is rendering aid to him, right?
Yes.
And 911 hasn't been called, right?
I thought he was on the phone with 911.
Well, you recall hearing that he was calling Jeff Hayes, right? You remember that?
That was after the fact.
You remember him calling Jeff Hayes when you were in the apartment?
No.
Okay. But when he is on the phone, he doesn't actually get a hold of anyone because they're really short calls, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's not giving directions and saying, here's the address to the apartment, or this is what's happening to him, or this is John Pfeffer. He's not saying anything about anything like that that would be consistent with a 911 call, right?
I wouldn't know. I ran to the bedroom.
Okay, so you ran to the bedroom to get some things, to get your drugs, right?
Correct.
Because right now the most important thing is to clear your apartment of drugs, right?
No.
Well, that's what you do, right?
That's what I do, but that's not the most important.
That's what you chose to do. So you chose to do what was the most important thing to you at the time,
At
right?
the time, yes.
Okay. And when you go to your bedroom, you could have just as easily walked into the living room, grabbed your phone and called 911, right?
Correct.
But you didn't, right?
No.
Because the most important thing was going to get the drugs in your bedroom before you left, right?
Correct.
And the most important thing is you having a conversation with John Pfeffer and being in that apartment for 5 minutes, right?
Right.
So while you're taking care of everything, you're taking care of everything related to you, and you're not taking care of anything related to the person who calls you the love of their life, right?
I don't agree with that, no.
Well, you weren't doing anything to help Joey at that point in time, right? You were getting your drugs and you weren't calling 911, right?
Well, I was getting the drugs out of his house so that he wouldn't get repercussions.
Okay, so the most important thing while he's bleeding out in the kitchen is that he not get in trouble for having some meth, right?
That was my thought, yes.
So the most important thing is that he's not in trouble for meth, but you're not worried about the fact he is bleeding out in the kitchen, right?
I didn't think he was bleeding out.
Well, you just testified that he was gushing with blood. Blood coming out of his chest, gushing. Gushing.
But we put pressure on it so that it stopped.
His chest is gushing with blood, Samantha. That is serious, is it not?
It is very serious.
Okay, and so it is very serious. And the first thing we're going to be concerned about is getting some meth out of the house versus taking care of the person who is bleeding out in the kitchen. That's your priority, right?
Yes.
And we heard Dr. Kelly talk about how he's faint. He's having a hard time breathing. He is losing.
I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization.
All right, well, I haven't heard the whole question yet, so let me hear the question, then I'll rule on the objection.
Sure. You heard Dr. Kelly talking about when somebody is stabbed like this, that they are getting dizzy, that their blood pressure is falling, that they're losing blood to such a degree that it does render them unconscious. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was after the fact. I didn't know that at the time.
Well, you heard testimony that Christy Cleland said that he was unconscious and then he was conscious and then he was unconscious again, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm not a nurse.
Okay. You're not a nurse, but he's still gushing with blood from his chest, right?
Stop the blood from gushing.
Okay. Let's just talk about where this injury is. You've seen this injury just below the left nipple, right?
Correct.
And that's where you saw the blood gushing, right?
At first, yes.
And you said that as it's gushing, if we think about, let me strike that and ask this. That location is consistent with where somebody's heart is, right? It's on the left side of your chest.
Yes.
And that's consistent where your lungs are, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how he had been bleeding at that point at least for 5 minutes, right? Because the stabbing happened before John and Christy walked in, right?
Correct.
And he is bleeding out. He'd been gushing. And then at some point, you also knew he was unconscious, right?
Yes, he seemed faint.
Okay, but he went unconscious, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Well, you said in that message with John, you said, keep him awake. And that's because he was losing consciousness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew, again, that this is not going well, right?
Right.
You got your phone, right, from the living room,
Correct.
and you got your drugs from your bedroom, right?
Correct.
And after talking to John, you walked out of the apartment, right?
Correct.
And no one prevented you from calling 911, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you have your phone, right?
Yes.
And you could have called 911, right?
I thought John was on the phone with 911.
Well, it's not uncommon that if there's an emergency, multiple people might call 911 if they want to make sure somebody gets help, right?
I don't know what's common.
Well, you could have called 911 as well, right?
That is correct.
And your fiance, the person you're supposed to marry, who says you are the love of his life, is bleeding out and dying on the kitchen floor, and you leave.
I didn't know he was dying.
Oh, Samantha, you talked about him being unconscious and having blood gushing from his chest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about how serious of a wound this was, right?
Yes.
And you talked about it being near the lungs and the heart, right?
I didn't know that it was.
Samantha, you knew where the location of the injury was, near his lungs and his heart, right?
Yes.
And you left the apartment and you never called 911, ever.
Correct.
Ever. Did you?
I said correct.
And so you leave the person who says that you're the love of his life, and you had just set a wedding date, and that's for better or for worse, isn't it? Marriage.
Yes.
And the person that you're supposed to be committed to, right?
Yes.
And you walked out and left him on the kitchen floor to die.
I didn't know he was going to die.
You left him on the kitchen floor to die because that's what happened, isn't it?
That's what happened, yes.
And you got in your Dodge Journey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the video, we see you pull out of the parking lot, turn onto the road, and then turn right and go to Jeff Hayes's apartment on Northland Avenue, right?
Correct.
In your vehicle with no license plate, right?
I had my temporary plates in the back.
Okay. And at that point in time, you had a visible vehicle identification number in the front, right?
Yes.
And you had decals on the back window, right? And we see you on the flop camera, right?
Yes.
And you drive down Northland, and it takes you about 8 minutes to get to John's, right?
Correct.
And
John or Jeff?
I'm sorry, Jeff.
All
It
right.
takes you about 8 minutes to get to Jeff's, right?
Correct.
Pause. If we're going to start talking about another location, this is a good time to take a break because I've had the court reporter going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So we'll take a break take a 20-minute break till 10:05. So jurors can keep their notebooks in here and we'll get you back in here in about 20 minutes. Are you gonna need a backup bottle of water? Or are you gonna be okay?
So just so y'all know, they are deliberating 4 hours, 11 minutes. Yeah, there we go.
All right, and as I said, we're back on the record. Anything from a legal standpoint before we continue with the cross-examination? Ms. Rock? Okay, all right, we'll get the jury in. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back on the record in State versus Krebs. We had our first morning break. It's about 10:06 a.m. So we'll continue with the cross-examination of Samantha Krebs by District Attorney Melinda Templis. Go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you. All right, so Samantha, before the break, we were talking about how you're about to turn on to Northland Avenue and head towards Jeff Hayes's apartment, which takes about 8 minutes, right?
Right.
And during that time, when you're driving in your Dodge Journey, there's 8 minutes that you could have called 911, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't, but you do make some other phone calls, right?
Yes.
So let's look at Exhibit 126. So 126 is a phone extraction. And if we look on the second to last column with words in it, we see where it says from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes. And there is a phone call on July 18th, 2024 at 9:53. So that was about the time that you were already driving down Northland headed towards Meade, right?
Right.
And you said in testimony that you called Jeff Hayes to let him know that you were on your way, right?
Right.
And you didn't want to just pop in on him, right?
Right.
And so you were trying to be courteous and call and let him know you were on your way, right?
Yes.
And you talked to him for about 44 seconds. Do you see that on the upper right column where it says 44 seconds? 4400.
Oh, yeah, yes,
Okay, so you to call and let them know that you're on your way, but you don't call 911, right?
right.
And then in Exhibit 43, we see you driving through Northland and Mason at about 21:57. So you're getting a little closer to Jeff Hayes's, right?
Right.
And then you saw yesterday the video of the surveillance at Veterans Village of that entryway where we see you drive in, right?
Right.
And when you drive in, you're on the phone at that time, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that you, at that point, attempt to make 2 different phone calls. If we look at Exhibit 185, that you attempt to contact Joey, right?
Does it say Joey?
Well, this is you calling Joey, and this is a missed call on his phone, right?
Oh, okay, yes,
Because we don't have your phone because your phone got wiped, right?
correct.
Okay, so we have to rely on Joey's phone. So in Exhibit 185, you attempt to call Joey at 10 o'clock, just as you're arriving at John Pfeffer's, right? Or I'm
Correct.
sorry, Jeff Hayes's.
Right.
And he doesn't answer because he is laying in the kitchen, fighting for his life and bleeding out at this point, right?
Right.
And then you try to call him after you call at 10:00:32 on Exhibit 185. You try again at 10:01:04. Do you see that in Exhibit 186?
Yes, I do.
And you know that he is in no way going to be able to answer the call himself, right?
I don't know that for sure.
Well, he was unconscious, bleeding out on the linoleum after he was gushing blood. Do you remember that?
He fainted briefly, but he wasn't unconscious when I left.
Okay, but in the phone call or the audio call that we have, you're saying that they need to try to keep him awake because he was losing consciousness, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, it's at least 10 to 15 minutes. Let me just make sure I'm right. It's at least almost 10 minutes from when John Pfeffer walked in. So Joey's been bleeding out now for more than 10 minutes, right?
Correct.
And as you're making these calls, the first version of your story about that night is that you were at a friend's house that night and weren't even at his house or at the apartment with Joey, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. One of the first versions of your story is that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when it happened, right?
Correct.
So you calling Joey would be a way to try to cover up the fact that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house and just checking in on him, right?
I guess that could be a theory.
Well, your story at this point was that you weren't there, right?
I didn't speak to the police till after that and said that though.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, let's go back to Exhibit 119. So at 119, this is a conversation you're having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
At what time?
That night. And it's probably going to be a little difficult to see, but if we can grab Exhibit 119, I'll put it in front of you.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119. You see that?
Yes,
Now, this is a conversation that you were having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
yes.
And you see the timestamp of 10:14 when you say Joey was acting all manic, so I haven't been there, right?
Correct.
And then you see another one at 10:14 saying he was talking all crazy. Call me, I'm at my friend's house or at my friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:15, you say, I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house, right?
Correct.
So this version of your story was that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when he got stabbed, right?
Correct.
So if we go back to those phone calls when you're calling Joey at 10 and 10:01, which is exhibit 185 and 186, you're starting to have this story that you weren't even there when it happened, right?
I don't want to guess.
Okay, well, you know because you were there. So
No, I was there, yes.
this is a phone call from you and you're calling Joey, right?
Correct.
And we know that the story that you have is that you're not there, right?
Correct.
And so if you are following along the lines of the story that you are at a friend's house when this happens, you're not with Joey, right?
Correct.
So if you try to call Joey around 10 o'clock when he's bleeding out, that would be like setting up an alibi to say that you weren't there and that you were trying to reach him, right?
I don't know if that was my intentions.
Okay. Well, 15 minutes later, when we look at exhibit 119, that's when you're starting the story that you're at your friend's house and that you weren't at the apartment, right?
That is correct, yes.
And in fact, you continue this storyline that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house, right?
Right.
And you continue to tell other people that, right?
Right.
And that is a flat out lie, right?
Right.
And then when we're talking about you driving in, you call Jeff Hayes to let him know that you're on your way, so you're not rude and just show up. And Joey's bleeding out in the kitchen, but you never call Joey's mom to tell her that he's having a major medical incident and that he has a stab wound and gushing blood, right? You don't call her.
No.
And no.
No.
And you don't call the mother of his child to let her know that her child's dad is bleeding out in your apartment, right?
She made it clear my number was blocked.
Okay, well, you could have called from Joey's phone or your phone, right? You had the ability to make a phone call. Yes?
Yes.
You don't call anybody in Joey's family. You don't call his sister, right?
I don't have a sister's number.
Okay. But you don't call any of his family members or try to call any of his family members, right?
No.
Right, when you say no, are you agreeing with her statement or?
You didn't try calling anyone, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you went to Jeff Hayes's, which we know, and you know from the messages that you had with him in April that he's in love with you, right?
Love, I don't know. I knew he had feelings for me, yes.
Sexual feelings for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at exhibit 138, that conversation is about him saying that he thinks the two of you have to acknowledge that there's something between you, right?
Yes.
All right. And on April 20th of 2024 on Exhibit 139, he says the connection we share and the bond between grew much stronger today, I think. I noticed it like there was a chemical change in the pheromones we both emit. Do you see that? Yes?
Yes.
And that day, the two of you had been together and you spent a lot of time with him, right?
Yes.
And then on Exhibit 140, he talks about how it's not an issue, but it generally could, not an issue, but potentially could complicate things. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, you're engaged at this point to marry Joey, right?
Yes.
And then on Exhibit 141, you says, I know that we are great friends, but never anything more on my end. We're too much alike, right?
Correct.
He goes on in Exhibit 142 to talk about how alike you are and how good of a thing that is. And it's rare for him to find someone who he hits it off with right away, right?
Right.
And he talks about in Exhibit 143 how he made an observation that it would have been natural and comfortable, good and right, for him to easily have pulled you in and been affectionate with you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then in Exhibit 144, he talks about how he wouldn't have acted upon them, but he says it's wholly fucking inappropriate, right?
Right.
And that would be inappropriate because you're engaged to someone else at that time, right?
Correct.
And then in Exhibit 145, he's texting you and he says he felt like something he could have been done. He felt that it could be reciprocated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that instead of getting a full-on slap across the face, it would have been welcome, basically. Do you see how he talks about that?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 146, he says, I guess we're just gonna have to keep it purely sexual, no biggie. Do you see that?
Yes.
So sometimes there's relationships where it's just sexual and not an actual relationship, right?
Yes.
And that's what he's referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then on Exhibit 147, we see a conversation a few weeks later on May 9th, where he talks about how he's making dinner. So you and Jeff were going to have dinner together, right?
That was his plans.
Okay. And he went to, in Exhibit 147, great extent to make quite the meal, I would say. Is that fair?
Yes, he was a chef.
Okay. And so he outlined lots of different food that he was going to make, including having red wine and white wine and dessert cordials, port wine. And he was really going all out for this meal, right?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 148, you say, for me and Joey or me and you? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then in Exhibit 149, he says, let's think about this, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off. Do you see that?
I see that.
So he is planning to make this meal with whatever plans you guys have just for the two of you, right?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
And this is more of a date meal than it is getting together for a barbecue with friends, right?
Yes.
And he's only talking about it being the two of you, right?
Correct.
And this is a couple weeks after he talks about keeping things sexual, right?
I think he was being sarcastic.
But that's what he said, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And certainly the way he presents 149 isn't very kind to Joey, right?
No.
No. And in fact, you had said before that Jeff Hayes was a friend of Joey's, right? Yes. And in this particular message, he's basically coming on to Joey's fiance and basically talking about him, how he's just going to make him a peanut butter jelly sandwich, right?
Yeah,
And that's not how friends are, right?
correct.
And you knew on July 18th, just a couple months after this, you knew July 18th that if you went to Jeff's house, he would help you no matter what, right? He would help you.
Yes,
I mean, that's why you went to his house, right?
I went to his house because he's an advocate, Joey's mental health.
So the person that you just left laying bleeding out on the kitchen, you go to his advocate and the one who wants to have a relationship with you. That's what you want. That's where you went, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay. So you go there, not because of Joey, but because you know that you can trust Jeff, right?
yes.
And you go there because you know Jeff will help you, right?
Can you be more specific with help?
He'll let you stay there.
Yes,
He'll let, even if something, you make a terrible decision, he's still going to be there to help you out, right?
I can hope so.
Well, he does, doesn't he?
Yes,
And he meets you outside of the apartment complex, right?
correct.
And you saw video of you walking up kind of that sidewalk by the smoke shack, right?
Yes,
And you see him standing there talking with you, right?
that is correct.
And he doesn't embrace you right away, but he's in deep conversation with you on that video, right?
Correct.
And then within minutes of you getting to Veterans Village, you have this conversation we talked about previously with Joey's cousin saying that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:20, you recall watching a video from an Appleton Police Department body camera where John Pfeffer is being walked down the stairs of the apartment and gets to the door, and you're calling him and he gets on the phone with you. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And he was telling you that the police were there and Joey has a stab wound, and gives you kind of the basics at that point, right?
yes,
And at that point in time, that conversation is acting like you had no idea and you weren't there. True?
true.
And that's false, right?
False.
It's a lie, right?
Yes,
And then a little bit later at 10:20, you call John back again, right?
yes,
And at that point in time, John hands the phone to a police officer, right?
yes,
And at that point in time, you know you're talking to a police officer, right?
correct.
And in that video that we watched, that's you talking to him on the phone, right?
Correct.
And during that phone call, you told Officer Felmer that you left a couple hours ago, right?
Correct.
And that's a lie.
Correct.
And then you asked Officer Felmer if Joey was okay, right?
Yes.
And you knew when you left, yes,
Sorry.
that's okay. And you knew when you left that he wasn't okay, right?
Correct.
And you then asked if he took something, right?
That is right.
And you know at that time that the reason why he wasn't okay was that he had a stab wound that had gushed blood, right?
Correct.
And so you testified yesterday that you were just trying to be cryptic with the cop to tell him in case like Joey took something and they were going to try to give him an opiate or something to overcome an opiate. Do you remember that? Yesterday
Can
when
you rephrase the question?
Sure. Yesterday when you were testifying, you said that you wanted to let them know without telling them that he might have taken something and you were trying to be cryptic with them. Do you remember that?
I don't understand what you mean by cryptic.
Well, I don't either, but that's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
I used the word cryptic.
I thought so. Let's rephrase it this way. When you were talking to Officer Felmer, you said you asked if Joey took something. Do you remember saying that in the phone call?
Yes.
And yesterday when you testified that you wondered if he maybe took something and you wanted there to be medical care in case he overdosed. Do you remember that in terms of what they treated him with?
I remember talking about the opiate blocker in case he needed pain meds. Yes.
Right. And so you said yesterday that you were thinking about the opiate blocker. And so you wanted to ask the officer if he took something because you were trying to get them to understand that maybe that could be it. Do you remember that?
I think I said rhetorical. I asked him a rhetorical question.
No, I don't recall that. I think you were talking about how you were trying to make sure that he could get some help if in fact he needed an opiate blocker. Do you remember that?
Not
Okay.
exactly.
Well, at this point in time, when you're talking to Officer Felmer, this would be a really good opportunity to be able to tell him exactly what happened to Joey, right?
Yes.
And you didn't take that opportunity, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly want Joey's best medical interest taken to heart and at the forefront of everybody's mind at that point, right?
Yes.
And yet you didn't provide any of the information that would have been helpful, right?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, during that call, you hear an audible gasp. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you said that you thought that Officer Felmer said his lung collapsed.
Correct.
Okay. We did not hear that on the phone, right?
No.
Okay. And so now, in addition to seeing the gushing blood, and in addition to seeing him laying on the kitchen floor and bleeding out, you're now concerned that he also has a collapsed lung because that's what you heard, right?
Correct.
And that would make it even more serious, right?
Correct.
Because in the original audio with John Pfeffer, you say it didn't hit an organ, right?
Correct.
And so finding out that now his lung collapsed would make it even more serious than it already was, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And then so let me kind of go back to that. So now when we combine the stabbing with the blood and him laying on the floor and having periods of unconsciousness, and now potentially you thinking that he had a collapsed lung, that would certainly be a matter of life or death, right?
Yes.
And then you testified that you were trying to call the hospitals to get information and couldn't, right?
Correct.
But you had been on the phone with Officer Felmer, and he talked to you about the importance of coming back so that you could talk to him and you would be able to be with Joey, right?
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Officer Felmer asks you to come back, right?
Correct.
If you came back, you would be able to be at Joey's side, right?
I didn't know where Joey was at that point. If he had been taken in the ambulance, if he was still at home, I didn't know.
Officer Felmer told you in the call that he was still there and not to go to the hospital, right? Do you remember that?
He told me not to go to the hospital, correct?
Right. And he said that Joey was in the apartment and he didn't know his current medical situation. Do you recall that?
I don't know if he said he was still in the apartment. I think he said that he was in a critical medical state, yes.
Okay, so if your fiance is in a critical medical state and you're going with the story that you haven't been there, then you could have come back and been with Joey if he would have needed medical care, right? To go to the hospital with him.
If he was still there, yes.
Okay. And Officer Felmer asks you to come back because he confirms you're his fiance, right?
Correct.
And he talks to you about how serious it is, right?
Yes.
And you think it's serious because of the gushing blood and now a collapsed lung, right? And your response back is that you're not able to come back and have police contact because you're on probation, right?
That is also correct.
And you know in your probation rules that it says that you can have police contact, but you have to report it in 72 hours, correct?
Correct.
And you know that, right? And so you could come back, you could.
Hold on. I apologize for the mic, but some of her answers are muted. So if you give her a chance to say it a second time so it projects. So.
Certainly.
Okay, go ahead.
So you know that you can have police contact, right?
Yes.
And you could then call your probation agent and tell them that you had police contact, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, Joey's life is hanging in the balance, right?
Correct.
And you're engaged, right?
Yes.
And you say that you love him, right?
Yes.
And you don't choose to come back, right?
Right.
In fact, you have a car, so you could come back, correct?
Correct.
And you say you have to check with your friends to see if you can get a ride back, right?
I said I needed to check with my friends if they would give me a ride back, yes.
But you had a car, so you had the ability to drive yourself anywhere at that point, right?
Yeah.
In fact, it was parked at Jeff Hayes's parking lot, right?
Correct.
So when Joey's life, the guy that you're engaged to, his life is hanging in the balance, and law enforcement is telling you that you should come back because things aren't good, you still choose not to come back, right?
Correct.
And you said your concern was that you had meth in your system, right?
That was one of them, yes.
And you're concerned that once you report that you do have this contact with law enforcement, eventually you'd have to probably do a urine test for probation, right?
Correct.
And you're going to come up dirty, right?
Correct.
Because you've been using meth, right?
Correct.
And that has its own consequences, right?
Correct.
So you don't come back, and your concern while his life is hanging in the balance is still about you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we saw a video of Jeff Hayes leaving the apartment a little while after you left. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You remember seeing video where after you get to the apartment, you come out in some different shorts. Do you remember that?
Different than what I arrived in?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jeff Hayes leaves kind of shortly after that. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall watching the video where he pulls away and he was gone for a period of time?
Yes.
In fact, during that time, in that evening, were they getting updates about driving by the scene to see what was going on?
That I'm not sure of.
Do you remember that on Jeff's phone that they downloaded the scanner?
I didn't know that he did that, no.
Okay. So let's get to the next thing. If we could look at exhibit number 135 and talk a little bit more about Officer Felmer's phone call. So you talk about it being you talking to Officer Felmer, and you were really pretty good friends with Missy Kane around July of 24, right?
Correct.
And at approximately 11:59 on July 22nd, you and Missy are having a text conversation on Jeff Hayes's phone, right?
Correct.
Because you were using Jeff Hayes' phone after July 19th when John Pfeffer took your phone, right?
That is correct.
And on Exhibit 135, you're texting, right, I did talk on the phone to a cop that night, though I was in shock, didn't even know who I was talking to. I thought JP, and that goes into 136. Do you see that?
That is correct.
In fact, that's not true, right? Because you knew you were talking to a police officer, right?
I found out later when I received the evidence that I had a phone call with a police officer, yes.
So you didn't know when you were talking to Officer Felmer that he was a police officer?
He stated that he was a police officer, but at the time I must have been confused.
Okay, well, we just talked about a whole conversation that you had with Officer Felmer, right?
Yes,
And that conversation was you making specific comments about very specific things during that call, right?
that is correct.
And you specifically told Officer Felmer that you weren't there, right? And that was a lie.
Correct.
And that was a lie, right?
Yes,
And you're covering up the fact that you were there, right?
yes,
And during that conversation, you make very specific points in time to say things to Officer Felmer that are choiceful for you, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. Like this, did he take something, right?
Yes.
Like, should I go to the hospital, right?
Oh, that was true.
And that was all very active conversation that you were having with him, right?
Yes,
And now you're saying when you were talking to Missy that you didn't know that you were talking to a police officer. Do you remember that?
at the time I was under the influence and I didn't really recall what was going on. It was all so hectic.
Okay, well, let's get to Exhibit 137. In 137, you said, they can't prove that was even me on the phone, though. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so you're talking about whether or not we can prove that that was you, and you didn't think that we could, right?
Correct.
So that is you continuing to try to cover up information or figure out what your story is going to be, right?
Correct.
This point in time, July, you're 38 years old, right?
Correct.
And you have complete control over your own life as a 38-year-old woman, right?
Yes.
You make the choices about what you are going to do with your day every day, right?
Correct.
And you aren't responsible to a particular another adult, right? It's just you making decisions for yourself.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, you don't have at this point like a parent who's telling you what to do, right?
That's correct.
And you're 38, so you get to make your own choices in life, right?
Correct.
So about a half an hour has passed since you left the apartment, and you heard testimony that all life-saving attempts for Joey ended at 10:29, right?
Yes, I heard that, yes.
And he's now dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have already for over a half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, been trying to cover up your involvement at Joey's apartment, correct?
Correct.
At 11:46, you saw photos that you were in new shorts, right?
That is correct.
And we have no idea where your shorts went, correct? They're gone.
I didn't know that, no.
Well, we don't know where they are, right?
Okay.
As we sit here today?
You're telling me yes.
Well, do you know where your pink shorts are?
Last of my recollection, they were in the dirty clothes hamper at Jeff Hayes's.
Okay, so you think that's the last place they went?
Yes.
So right now, today, you don't know where they are?
No.
And it's your testimony you didn't know anything about downloading the scanner page on Jeff's phone?
Correct.
And you were using Jeff's phone all weekend, correct?
Yes.
And you saw a video of Jeff Hayes going outside to your car with a Little Caesars pizza box, right?
I saw a video, you said? Yes.
And you saw that you come outside, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you also have a different shirt on, right?
Yes.
So now you have different shirt and different shorts, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know where your shirt is today either, right?
Last of my recollection, it was in the dirty hamper.
But we don't know where it is today,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Well, do you know where it is today?
No.
Okay. That's why I just answered the question that I asked, because it's specific. So you see video at 1:12, just a couple hours after you get to Jeff Hayes's, and you see Jeff come back from your car with a Little Caesars box, and you saw the video of the two of you standing in the smoke shack with him with the Little Caesars pizza box, right?
That is correct.
And you see him standing there talking to you.
Yes.
And you see him do a motion of kind of like pushing something in. Do you see that motion on the video?
I do.
Okay. And he's talking to you, right?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that if we are going to try to hide your VIN, we'd have to make that kind of same motion to push something in there to cover it up, right?
I personally don't know where a VIN is on a car.
Okay. Well, you saw pictures that it's right in front of the driver's side, right?
Yes, I did.
And it's way down there, right?
Yes.
And so in order for you to have anybody to cover it up, you'd have to kind of push it down in there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes doing that and talking to you, right?
Yes.
And then you saw a video where Jeff Hayes takes it out to the pizza box out to the dumpster, right?
Yes.
And you see how that pizza box cardboard matches what was ultimately found hiding your VIN number on your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Now then we get to the next morning at 8:51, and you sent Joey a text, "Baby, what's going on?" Let me see if I can find it. It's Exhibit 187. Actually, can I go back to 94 just to confirm? Exhibit 94. Do you see that on the screen where you're standing there when Jeff's talking to you with the Little Caesars pizza box in the smoke shack?
See where I am.
We'll dim the lights.
Can I use my exhibit one?
With her, yeah, but let the jury see it with the lights.
So exhibit 94. If you look at this exhibit, this is the same exhibit of what you're looking at on the stand or on the screens, right?
Yes.
And you see yourself there standing kind of by some seating, right?
I can't see it in this picture. It's black.
Can you please turn on the light just so she can see? All right. Do you see yourself with your arms kind of crossed?
Not really.
Okay. Do you have memory of you and Jeff Hayes outside in the smoke shack talking with that pizza box?
I remember seeing the video, but on this picture, I can't tell.
Okay, but do you recall in the video seeing you walk out there underneath the smoke shack?
Yes.
Okay. So that's you then, right?
Correct.
All right. So then we're going to move to 187. And 187 is July 19th at 8:51. And this is a text message from you to Joey. And it says, baby, what's going on? What happened? I love you, ... Let me know what's up ASAP. Or are you at work, ... 3 question marks. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And you sent, yes.
Yes.
And you see that at 8:51?
Is that AM?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Says 7/19/2024, 8:51:04 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was you sending a message to Joey, asking him what's going on, and maybe he's at work, right?
Correct.
And let's just reflect again. The last you knew, Joey was on the floor in the kitchen.
Correct.
He had gushed blood with you.
Correct.
He was in and out of consciousness.
Correct.
He did not look good. Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, I think it's
Correct.
And you had a call with Officer Felmer where you thought he said Joey's lung collapsed.
Correct.
Right? And so then hours later, you're wondering if he's at work, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, your whole story is that you weren't there that night, right?
Correct.
So this message is actually to pretend like you don't know what's all happening, correct?
No.
Well, he certainly was in a dire medical state the last you knew, right?
Yes, but I didn't know if he got help.
Well, he was in a pretty dire medical state, right?
Correct.
And the best case scenario is he's definitely not at work, right?
Correct.
And so at this point in time, you're trying to create a story that you're not even there, right?
Yes.
And this text would be consistent with you not knowing anything, right?
Correct.
Which in fact is not true, correct?
That is correct.
And another lie, correct?
Correct.
And so you're at this point just continuing to build your alibi to say that you weren't at the apartment that night, right?
Correct.
And you're still focused on yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about 10:55 when John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland come. And at that time, when they arrive on July 19th at 10:55, you learn that they had been at the Appleton Police Department all night being interviewed, right?
Yes.
And you learn that they did not tell investigators that he fell on a knife, right?
Yes.
And you needed a new story because the he fell on a knife wasn't going to be a story anymore, correct?
I remember telling them before I left that he had stabbed himself.
Well, the audio from John Pfeffer's phone says, tell them he fell on a knife in your voice. Do you remember that?
That was the first thing I said, yes.
Okay. And you said that, and then that next morning you learned that the fell on the knife really wasn't going to work, right?
No, I knew before I left that he should say that he stabbed himself.
Okay, but we don't hear that at all, right?
John testified it?
No, we didn't hear that you said that he stabbed himself from John, right?
I thought we did.
Okay, well, let's talk about that set of facts, okay?
Okay.
So you said yesterday that if he stabbed himself, you wouldn't want him to get put on like a mental health hold, right?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that, at least from your perspective, that he had a lot of mental health issues happening at this time, right?
That is correct.
And so, being the very concerned fiance that you are, you would want him to get help for his mental health, right?
Yes.
And if he stabbed himself, he really needs to get mental health help, right?
That is correct.
And you really would have wanted to make sure that that was the priority, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do that, did you?
Like I said, the first time I
You,
said,
Sam, just answer my question. You did not share anything with anybody. Let me ask it this way. You did not call 911 and say he stabbed himself and tried to kill himself, right?
no,
And you didn't try to get him help right away if in fact he stabbed himself, right?
I don't agree with that, no.
Well, you didn't call for help, right?
I thought John was calling for help.
I didn't ask that question. I said you didn't call,
No,
correct?
I didn't.
And in your story, in what we know, where you say that Joey stabbed himself, that happened before John walked in, right?
Correct.
Now, in this time, if we go back to Christy and John, they're in the apartment for about 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
Okay, and John Hayes leaves about 20 minutes into that. Does that sound about right?
can you repeat the question?
Sure, we saw a video of John Hayes, or I'm sorry, this is my error. John and Christy were upstairs for about 45 minutes, right?
I learned that later, yes. I didn't know that the
Okay.
day.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes leave about 20 minutes into that 45 minutes, right?
Jeff Hayes?
Yes,
leaving?
you saw him exit the apartment and go by his car when John and Christy were still in the apartment, right?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And Jeff Hayes's apartment is really small, right?
yes,
In fact, it's like an efficiency.
yes,
And the bed is in the same room where the kitchen is,
no. No, the bedroom is separate from the kitchen.
but all in kind of one big general room, right?
No,
Okay, so it's a one-bedroom apartment?
yes.
Okay, we heard earlier that it was an efficiency?
You walk in and there's the kitchen and then you walk through a door and then that's his bedroom.
Okay.
And the bathroom's connected, so.
Okay, so there's about a 25-minute period where John and Christy are upstairs in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And during that time is when John Hayes gets your phone, where you give it to him, right?
Where you've used the phrase John Hayes several times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
My error.
confused.
I'll re-ask the question. Let me re-ask the question. That's my error. So you said that when you're in, I'm sorry, that John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland are in the apartment for about 45 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you gave John Pfeffer your phone, right?
Correct.
And that was when you were up in the apartment as well.
Correct.
And they're up there with you for about 25 minutes after Jeff Hayes leaves the apartment, right?
Correct.
So the only three people in the apartment for about 25 minutes are you, John Pfeffer, and Christy Cleland, right?
That is correct.
And those are also the three people that were in the apartment last before law enforcement arrived and before you left the night before with Joey, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were worried about what was on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had a conversation with your friend. What was your friend Brittany's last name?
Durant.
Okay, thank you. So not Brittany Hippis, right?
No.
So Brittany Durant, a friend of yours, right?
Yes.
And do you remember you had a conversation about there being evidence of threatening to stab Joey on your phone?
No.
Okay. We listened to a call that you had with Brittany where you talked about previously having threatened to stab, or let me say this. In this phone call, there's a call where you said, who hasn't threatened to stab their boyfriend? Do you remember?
Yes,
And then you laughed, right?
yes,
In fact, cackled might be a right word, right? Like a pretty good laugh.
yes,
Okay. And this was after Joey was dead, right?
correct.
And it was after you knew that he was stabbed to death, right?
Yes,
And this was funny to you because you laughed, right?
yes,
And you heard testimony that you had threatened to stab Joey previously, right?
yes.
And in fact, you had threatened to stab Joey previously, hadn't you?
I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know if you ever threatened to stab your boyfriend?
No, I don't want to guess.
Okay. Well, we heard testimony that 2 people have heard that you have threatened to stab Joey, right?
Yes,
And that's true, right?
no,
You never threatened to stab Joey before.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So you give your phone to John Pfeffer, and then you continue, or then over the course of the weekend, you're using Jeff Hayes's phone, as we've talked about, right?
That is correct.
And then on July 20th at 12:30 a.m., so just kind of Friday right into the very early morning hours of Saturday, John Pfeffer sends you via Jeff Hayes a text that your phone is gone permanently, right?
Yes,
Now, Exhibit 146 said that Jeff Hayes was talking about having this sexual relationship with you. Do you remember that?
yes,
And in fact, later on, on August 23rd, do you have a phone call with Jeff that is an extremely sexual phone call with him?
Objection, Judge.
All right, we'll take a sidebar and visit on that. The jurors can stand and stretch, and I'll visit with the attorneys.
They still at it. That's what I can tell y'all. 5 hours, 12 minutes, 48 seconds. Whew. Yikes. I don't even know what to say.
The video of Jeff Hayes removing decals from the back of your car in Exhibit 200, right?
Yes.
And you had a phone call with your mom in November of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you said that they think they have my car, but they can't prove it was my car. Do you
Correct.
remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you went on to say, when they found my car, it didn't have stickers on it, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that we know that's your car, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we can see those stickers coming off and why that changes, right?
Yes.
And that was also a lie when you were talking to your mom.
Yes.
Now, do you recall the video where Jeff Hayes gives you kind of that bucket hat or fishing hat?
Yes, I do.
And that's at night when you're sitting in the corner of the smoke shack, right?
Yes.
And it kind of disguises your face, right?
No, it wasn't meant for disguise.
I didn't say what was it meant to, but I said it does disguise your face, right?
Could I see a picture?
Sure. Exhibit 105, do you see it there?
Yes, I can still see my face.
Okay, but it's kind of a wide brim hat, right?
Yes.
And it's right, yes, you said? And it's 8:45 at night, right?
Yes.
I think we need to clarify there's a
Oh.
timing issue.
Sure, I'm sorry, it's probably 44 minus 38, so it's approximately, here we do the math, 10 after-ish, right? Or 8:06, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so about 8 o'clock at night. Thank you for that clarification. As we go into the other exhibits, you saw a video of you standing in the smoke shack talking to an individual that lives at Veterans Village at night, right?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. After you're wearing this hat, you're in kind of the smoke shack talking to someone where you see someone drive into the driveway. Do you remember that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Would it help if we refreshed your recollection?
Yes, please.
All right, let me go to the right video. Okay, so I'm gonna play channel 2 on Vet Village Videos for Trial Krebs at Night in the Corner, #1, channel 2, which is the smoke shack. And I'm gonna play that. If you can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks. So if we pause it first, just to kind of clarify what it is, if we back up. In this video, we have July 19th at about 9:14, right?
Yes.
All right, and this exhibit was 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And you're wearing orange?
Yes, reddish orange.
Okay, reddish orange shirt, black shorts,
Correct.
standing under the smoke shack?
Yep.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
we're gonna play that. We just watched that to the completion, right?
Yes,
And do you recall that incident?
barely.
Okay. And you see where you're standing there talking and then you go and hide in the corner?
I don't think I hid. No, I think I put out my cigarette. That's what I observed.
Did you quickly walk over to that corner?
Somewhat quickly, yes.
Okay. And then did you see that the other individual looked like they were watching the entryway to the apartment complex, the driveway?
I wasn't paying attention to where he was looking at that time.
Okay. Well, in the video, do we see that?
That he's looking towards the driveway, yes.
Yes. And then do we see him kind of hurry you along as he continues to walk? And you both go into the apartment? Do we see that?
I don't recall if he was hurrying me or not.
I was asked if you saw that.
No.
Okay. Then I want to bring your attention to the call to the apartment complex. Do you remember calling the Brookfield apartment complex number?
Yes.
And did you in fact go to the apartment and find your apartment door locked?
I think Jeff went.
Okay, so Jeff was going there to get things for you.
Yes.
Okay, and you knew who Kelly Gasser was, right?
Yes, I admit her.
And you knew that she ran the apartment complex, right?
That is correct.
And you know she was the contact person for any issues with the apartment, right?
Her and Blake, yes.
Okay, but she was the one that lived on site, right?
Yes.
And she would take care of issues that would happen at the apartment complex?
Yes.
And she was the one who, if something broke, you would contact her to have maintenance come fix it, right?
Yes.
And she's the one who, if there were any issues, she was there to be able to be on site, right?
She ran 5 properties, so she was really hard to get a hold of.
But she was there, right? Lived there.
She lived on the property.
Okay. And you called down to the Brookfield office, right?
Yes.
And you never mentioned anything about Joey dying at all, right?
I figured they knew it already.
Well, you never mentioned that, right?
No.
Okay. And you never indicated that well, let me ask this. You weren't on that lease, right?
No.
Okay. And so with Joey dead, you would need to have some way to enter into that apartment, right?
Yes.
And you didn't provide any background information about him being dead and needing to get in there, right?
No.
Your Honor, I'm just about at that point, so I don't know if the court wants to take an early recess for lunch. I know it's a little bit early, but it might be the right time.
I got a note that lunch was going to be in at 11:30, so I'm going to have the deputy clerk step out to see if she's got any updates on that.
Gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take us back in. It looks like they're coming back from lunch. I'm assuming that they are going to, she said she got about 15, 20. I don't know, guys. They still back there. 5 hours, 28 minutes, 33 seconds, 36 seconds, 37, 38. What is going on back there? We almost at dinner time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna I don't know if they're gonna have a verdict today. Oh, not another shooting. I'm just seeing the chat. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, one thing gets another. What SD got going on? Let me scroll back up in the chat. Oh, nothing. She ain't. I don't see nothing unless it just went away. Yeah, so we are still waiting. Five hours, 30 minutes, and 23 seconds. They are still in verdict watch. Verdict watch. I don't think they're coming back today now. 3:30, 4:30. It's about what, 4:30 there now? Let me see what time it is in Wisconsin. No, it's 4:27. I think they probably can go to about, I don't know. Yesterday he was trying to keep them to like 6. But they decided just instead of them being there to 6 that they would come in early. That's another thing that we got to factor in. They came in kind of early today too. We'll see. We'll hang out until they decide they want to go, until they decide they going home. All right. All right. We only got a little bit of this left. 20 more minutes on cross. Then she'll get redirected. I don't know if they call any of the other witnesses. I don't know if they can call it. I don't know who they would call. I have no clue. They can't call the mom. They can't call Jeff. They done messed up her commissary with Greg because Greg was putting money on her books. So when he was talking about pulling her hair and all that stuff and doing all that freaky stuff, she had to oblige him on the phone. He was like putting money on her books, and now the lawyer had to expose.
Thank you.
Up on the stand?
Yeah, up at the witness stand.
No, I got 2 down here. Thank you.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
It's yours.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 12:31 p.m. and State versus Krebs, Branch 6, Outagamie County Circuit Court. We're going to continue, finish up the cross-examination in a few minutes. I think do we have every juror? Okay, we'll double check on that all the jurors are back. The only other thing I wanted to add it on the court's ruling before the break was that the court also did put some weight and consideration on the context of Exhibit 195, which was July 21st, 2024 correspondence between the defendant and Gregory Allen. And the court also, beyond jury instruction 300, considered jury instruction 172, conduct after the fact, and statute section 906.16 regarding the credibility of a witness, including a defendant. All right, anything else before we bring the jury back in from the state,
I don't believe so.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back in the courtroom. All 14 jurors are back on State versus Krebs, Branch 6, Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. I'm going to finish up the cross-examination with Ms. Krebs in a second. If any jurors need any water, they can just signal Dean. Okay, just let them know if during this afternoon session you need anything. All right, we left off with questioning by Ms. Templis. You can finish up your questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Krebs, do you know individual identified as Greg Allen?
Yes,
And is he somebody that you know from Wisconsin Rapids?
correct.
Did he own like a motel that you're,
Maples Motel?
yes, he owned the Maple,
Wait for the whole question to come out before you start answering. Go ahead.
he owned the Maples Motel in Wisconsin Rapids?
Correct.
Yes. And you've known him for quite some time, right?
Yes,
And your mom also knows him?
yes.
And I want to put on the screen Exhibit 195. Do you remember a text message or a conversation that you had with him where you were using Jeff Hayes's phone to communicate with him?
Yes,
And in that text message that we see here on Exhibit 195, that would be July 21st of 2024 at 2:31 p.m. Do you see that?
yes,
And in that text message, you talk about needing an iPhone Pro Max, right?
correct.
And at this point in time, you're aware that John Pfeffer said your phone was destroyed, I think you said, right?
Correct.
And then you see where it says, I'm gonna, G-U-N-N-A, owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways.
Yes,
And this isn't the first time you had reached out to Greg Allen after the incident with, or after Joey had been stabbed, right?
Correct.
And in fact, on July 19th at 8:30, you had sent him a message that said, "Call me when you can. I need to hear your voice. It gives me strength," right?
Correct.
And that was the day after Joey was stabbed?
Was that 8:30 a.m. or p.m.?
PM.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And Greg Allen is somebody who is about 70 years old. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Greg Allen has a pretty significant amount of money of his own, right?
Yes.
And so you were reaching out to him to have you buy him an iPhone Pro Max, right?
Correct.
Did you also have another phone conversation with Greg Allen on August 3rd of 2024?
I'm pretty sure that's the date. Yes.
Okay, and Joey died the night of August 18th, almost into August, or I'm sorry, July 18th, almost into July 19th. And this would be August 3rd within just maybe 2-ish weeks or so, right?
2-ish weeks. Can you be more specific?
Sure. The 19th to the 3rd is like 2 weeks and 2 days, right? So like 16 days?
Correct.
Okay. And that call that you had with him on August 3rd of 2024, I'd like to direct your attention to it identified as Krebs and Greg Allen regarding our relationship, August 3rd of 2024. We're going to put that on the screen.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all I said?
If we could just pause it for a second and look at the timestamps. So you'll see that, for the record, that the upper left corner has a number of different numbers that I can't read right now, but then says August 3rd, 2024, 8/21/52 on the top left corner. On the bottom, there are 2 separate recording lines, if you will. One says 8:08 to 11:17, and then the bottom one has 00 to 18. So in this particular one, we will be paying attention to the bottom timestamp that starts at 00, and then it will go to 1.
I'll tell you now, the first time I decided to make a call, here we go with a verdict. Here I go, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you, therapist. Oh, I appreciate it. I would have been mad. Here we go.
This is Samantha Jean Krebs. The court has gotten word that the jury has reached a verdict. The presiding juror is juror number 2. Is that correct? All right. And so we'll have you hand the paperwork to the bailiff. So all of it. Yep. Okay, what the court does for the 12 jurors is I read the verdict into the record. There's a follow-up process called polling where each of the 12 jurors are asked 2 questions. Your number will be called, not your formal name. When you hear your number called, you stand up and Deputy Clerk Marina will say, juror number 1, you've heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? You answer the question consistent with your deliberations. And the second question is this your verdict? And then after you answer those, you sit down. So when we do that, I'll have the deputy clerk not say your formal name on the record. It would just be your seat number. And she can go in chronological order, even though we're missing number 5 and number 14. All right. Regarding the verdict, I'm going to have the defendant and her attorney stand at this point. The verdict has been presented to the court. It reads as follows. In the matter of the state of Wisconsin plaintiff versus defendant Samantha Krebs, Outagamie County case 2024 CF 921, the jury finds as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Samantha Krebs guilty of the first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information dated this 11th day of September 2025 at Appleton, Outagamie County, Wisconsin, signed by the 4-person juror number 2. You can be seated at this time. All right, starting with juror number 1, you can please stand.
Juror number 1, you have read the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? You take a seat.
All right, juror number 2, please stand.
Juror number 2, you have read the reading of the verdict.
It should be heard, the reading of the verdict.
You have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Please take a seat.
All right, juror number 3.
Juror number 3, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Please take a seat.
All right, juror number 4.
Juror number 4, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? Yes. Please take a seat.
All right, juror number 6.
Juror number 6, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Please take a seat.
All right, juror number 7.
Juror number 7, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? Please take a seat.
All right, juror number 8.
Juror number 8, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Please take a seat.
Okay, juror number 9.
Juror number 9, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? Yes. Please take a seat.
Number 10.
Juror number 10, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? Please take a seat.
Okay, juror number 11.
Juror number 11, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. Is this your verdict? Please take a seat.
Okay, juror number 12.
Juror number 12, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes.
And then finally, juror 13.
Juror 13, you have heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of the jury? Is this your verdict? Please take a seat.
Okay. At this point for the jurors, your service is completed, and that's for your whole service for the month. There's not another trial that you're required to be here at. In the next few moments, the bailiffs will take you back to the jury room. There's a few things I need you to do is make sure you got all your belongings. If you need any notes for work or anything else, they can arrange that. One of the deputy clerks will step out and give you a letter or a note. The notes you have taken will be collected and provided and destroyed, provided to other court staff to destroy. So those are still confidential, cannot be viewed by anybody else. You'll be excused from your jury service. You do not have to answer any questions about the case from anyone other than the court, the judge, if I had any follow-up questions. And I don't anticipate visiting with any of you at this point. However, in the coming days or weeks, if you want to touch base with me, you can contact our court, my judicial assistant, and I'm willing to address you sometime in the days following if you had any follow-up questions. What happens next is the court arranges a sentencing date. It's usually maybe a month, at least a month, maybe a couple months out. And there's preparation usually of a pre-sentence report that gives certain recommendations that I consider, and there's other input that each side is allowed to get in preparation for sentencing. You're not obligated to participate in anything after today's date in regard to court hearings. The order to not discuss this matter with family, friends, or anybody else is lifted. So when you're home, if you want to talk to family and friends, that's fine. Just be mindful of any conversations you have. Be respectful of your fellow jurors and likely their sentiments on what they would be doing after the fact. The job we asked you to do is hard. We understand that. And we appreciate your focus and attention throughout the process. It was not a short process. It was a full week. It was a busy week. It obviously went over a weekend and took you away from family and friends. But the system can't work without committed, upstanding citizens that are focused and attentive and follow through with their service as a juror. So on behalf of all the judges here in Outagamie County and the extended court staff, thank you for your service. It's important, it's needed, it's necessary to resolve important matters in our county. So there's gratitude from all of us in government service for your role. One of the silver linings now is you're not going to get called back in for jury duty for another 4 or 5 years, and you get to go back to your daily activities. So be safe on the way home. What I'm going to do is, beyond the bailiffs going back, I'm going to have at least one deputy go back and assist the bailiffs in escorting you to your cars today after you've collected your belongings. So if Paul can go back there with Landon and Dean and Kevin, will arrange for that collective group to escort you to your vehicles so you can have safe travels home. Okay, at this point, we'll all rise for the jury. Paul, if you need another deputy, you can bring another one with you if you want. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, the paperwork that was returned to the court was not just the verdict form, but the packet of instructions, all the exhibits that were requested. So we'll provide those back to the deputy clerk. So those are organized. The exhibits should be put back in sequence in the packet. The full and complete instruction should be kept as one document scanned in for the record. So the clerk should take their time organizing that paperwork. All right, regarding the verdict form, state asking for the court to enter judgments based on the verdict.
Yes, please.
All right, anything for the record from the defense on that?
No.
All right, the court has considered the statements of the jurors as part of the polling process. The court has reviewed the form of the written verdict. It's in proper form and dated appropriately and signed by the foreperson. So that would be received into the record and judgment will be entered. The court will enter judgment of conviction on charge of first-degree intentional homicide regarding Samantha Krebs. Should be dated. The conviction date is September 11th, 2025. I understand there's mandatory penalties that go with this, but generally the court still orders a pre-sentence report. What's the state's perspective?
I would ask for a pre-sentence and also ask the court to revoke bond. I know she's serving a sentence, but nevertheless, I would ask for both of those.
What, Ms. Rock or Mr. Aubert, what's your position on a pre-sentence report?
I don't believe that it's necessary, but really leave it to the court.
Okay, timing for a sentencing date, what are you suggesting, Ms. Rock?
If there's going to be a PSI, I would ask for at least 60 days.
Okay, what's the state's view on that 60 days out? All right, we'll go off the record for a second, look at our calendars, confirm the availability of defense counsel and the prosecutors. Is that enough time to go over that with your client? Ms. Rock, I'm not sure what facility she would be at the time.
That should be okay. Yes.
All right. The state's okay with the report being in 2 weeks at a time?
Yes.
Okay, back on the record, the court will order a pre-sentence report, needs to be filed no later than Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. Sentencing date will be Tuesday, November 25th from 9 a.m. till noon. Regarding any additional written materials, whether that's letters of support, character letters on behalf of the defendant, those should be submitted at least 2 weeks ahead of time. Any kind of letters that the state wants me to consider should be 2 weeks at a time. I'd ask that at least a week before the hearing by November 18th and it can be filed under seal. If there's people that are going to make statements to the court, just summarize in a letter or memo to the file, it can be filed under seal, their name and how they're related to either the victim's family, or defendant, if the defendant has people that are going to speak on her behalf on November 25th. All right, based on the conviction, the court will revoke bond, and defendant will be taken back into custody. Procedurally, is there anything else the state's asking for me to acknowledge on the record?
No.
What about from the defense?
No.
All right, for the people in the back of the courtroom, once again, you're welcome. It's a public courtroom to participate in the sentencing hearing. Same rules will apply regarding phones and behavior in the back of the courtroom. For the people in the back, and some may be related to the victim, some may be related to Ms. Krebs, depending on comings and goings. Appreciate your attentiveness, appreciate your decorum in the courtroom. The attorneys on both sides work very hard. And even though there's one side that's not expecting the result and has to process that, I want to stress to you just that in 36 years of being in the courts, the lawyers work very hard. And so if you're affiliated with either side, I hope you pass on the appropriate sentiments to the lawyers, the defense attorneys, and the prosecutors. They conducted themselves in a very professional and thorough way. And I appreciate their advocacy as somebody who's been in their profession for 36 years. With that, we're adjourned.
Well, they were determined to get it done. I said, as soon as I get on the make a phone call, here they come. All this time I've been sitting right here. Yikes. Okay, where my lip readers at? Oh, dang. And you say the court is adjourned. You cut that camera off. How you know the camera's still on? Well, guys, we have a verdict. Guilty. Guilty, 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 guilty. Which you probably already knew, right? I'm surprised it took them that long to get there, but whatever. I'm glad that they gonna be able to have a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's right, OnlyFans. I'm glad you were you asleep? He was like, watch when a verdict come in, I'm gonna be asleep. But you caught it, right? Ding, 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 ding. So, since the verdict did come in for that, we will do our Jarvis Butts tomorrow, unless I see something else that the other two trials, I don't really want to carry the little girl. I don't want to do the little girl trial, the 4-year-old. I don't think I can handle that one right now. Emotionally. You say you waited, Barbara, so now you can take you a nap. Okay. Nap time. I won't start the stream as early tomorrow because we won't have, we won't have all those breaks and stuff. So I'll start a little later. So, but we are going to continue our preliminary hearing. I think we on day 3. We did 1 and 2, Maddie. I think you were here for 1 and 2. So we'll do day 3 tomorrow. We'll start it a little later, I think. And because we won't have I can TiVo a lot of the time. So we'll do that, and we'll have our take it to trial after dark, at dark. We'll do that tomorrow night. A pre-trial is like their last couple trials before to get any motions, any legal stuff done prior to the actual trial. Cynthia, what we're actually going to be looking at tomorrow is the preliminary hearing. Now, so I'm sorry if I misspoke. We're on day 3 of the preliminary hearing, and the preliminary hearing is basically where the state has to show all the evidence for the judge to be able to determine if it should go to trial. So we're on day 3 of that part. If you missed day 1 and day 2, I do have them on the channel if you want to watch them. But they are on my page. We did 1 and 2. We did it over like a couple Sundays. So this is for the Jarvis Butts with the missing 13-year-old Zanaya Harris. The trial will be coming up in October. So I thought it would be a good thing for us to look at the preliminary hearing so we can be able to see what evidence is potentially going to come in. And as we get closer to the pretrial, they'll probably determine what stuff is not, right? And this is where she was unalive. Well, she's allegedly unalive, but we do not have a body. She said they're going to be found guilty in 1 hour. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's going to trial next month, Cynthia. So we looking at the preliminary hearing because that's one that we probably going to cover. Yeah. Yeah, the one is in Detroit. Yeah. They had 2 of them. We did another preliminary hearing with one in Detroit. And I don't know how they getting rid of bodies in Detroit, but they doing it. She said they won't plead because they think they're not outsmarted everybody. Yeah, so we'll listen to that tomorrow. Our day 3, just so we can get ready for our trial. Unless I see something else that comes through. Now, remember, I was keeping an eye on this one where he unalived his mistress. I don't know if they're still in jury selection because whenever I go to court TV, it's not really showing me like they have any trial coverage or anything. It just keeps saying jury selection. So it may just still be in jury selection. And if that's the case, they may start that case. And that's the one in Florida, the Jose Soto Escalera case. So if they start the pregnant mistress unaliving trial, then we will tune into that one. But I don't know yet. I don't know if they're going to do it or not. So hopefully we'll see something more soon on that one. Yeah, when it happens, we definitely will cover it, Barbara. We'll see if it comes to the courts. So we kind of got an early day, but not as early of a day. We will get together tomorrow. I'll send out the links and the notifications for our coverage for tomorrow. And I already put the one for the after dark. That'll be the preliminary hearing for our fetish trial. So that'll be tomorrow evening. Evening, kinky, I don't know. Depending on where you want to be. All right, Zach, have a great one. And tomorrow I will, like I said, we'll either do the driver's butt day 3 preliminary hearing, or if I can find some more information on this other trial, then we'll try to cover that one. I just don't know if they're done picking their jury and they're not taking us through the jury process. But either way, we'll find something. Okay. So if you want your certificate, I know our therapist is on vacay, even though she comes in and chat with us. Email her at, I'll put it in here. You can email her at therapistyouKnow@gmail.com. Put certificate and make sure you put what trial you attended and completed, and she will send you a digital certificate with the completed trials info that you complete will take it to trial. Yeah, Leanne, just send her the email, and she'll do both of them for you and email them back to you. They're real nice too. I let me see. Do I have my Donna one up here? I don't know if I got I know my Donna one is really, really, really funny, and my Cardi B one. Let me see. I don't know if I can find. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me. Oh! I know. I got a good way to send it to myself. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all my certificate. Wait till y'all see this. This one was real nice. I meant to show it to y'all too earlier this week. Let me see. Where is it at? I know I get mine like in a I don't know why I can't find my little messages. Let me see. Oh, I know why I can't. I'm not seeing it. I forgot she changed the little logo on this thing. Wait a minute. Of course, when I'm looking for something, I can't find it. Oh, here we go. I forgot she changed it. Okay, here. Let me show it to y'all. No, she sent me this cat that scares the holy crap out of me every time I see it. Oh gosh, I don't even know how to get that through there, but trust me, y'all don't want to see that one, especially if you're afraid of cats. That's gonna definitely scare you. Oh, maybe I'm just retarded and don't know what I did with it. I don't know. I thought I had it in here. I don't know. I'll find it. I'll send it to you guys tomorrow. I don't know. I can't stand when I can't find stuff when I'm looking for stuff. All right. I will find that. I will have that at the top of the morning for you guys. So we have a verdict. Yes, send your stuff in if you want to see it tomorrow. If you want one, yeah, if you need all 3, yeah, she'll send. She did one for the Cardi B. She did one for any trial that you completed with us, Leanne. I know she got one for the Cardi B. I know she did one for the Donna, and she'll do one for this one. She probably just won't do them until she get back, but that's fine, right? But at least she has the email. All right, guys. Well, you know you were in the right place today, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, right? It's in text messages. Oh, okay. Follow send me hers. I got one too. I'll thank you, Follow. I'll find mine tomorrow and show it to everybody. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know. She got Judge Everett up here looking like he a model or something. He doing a glamour shot. Oh, wee. All right, guys. Well, y'all have a wonderful evening. I will send out the alert. It's going to be a later start. Don't worry. Probably about 7 or 8, not that late. And we'll get it done, and then we'll come back for our night live. All right. Yes, she is. She is. Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. We have another one down. Another one bites the dust. All right. You say I'm sleeping in tomorrow.